Our theme for this year, we try to liven things up by choosing a theme. We want you to complete year end like a champion. So you are going to end up with a gold medal for completing all of these steps in the proper order. Finishing with, if you'll notice, work on notes, keep working on notes, keep working on notes, finalize notes, save notes as PDF, and add the notes to UAN. All year long, we get calls from people who filed their annual financial reports through UAN without the notes to the financial statement, and you're not auditable if you don't do the notes. So use temporary mode to your advantage. So for folks that are brand new, temporary mode gives you early access to the new year. So you can put in your revenue budgets and appropriations, even purchase orders, so you can start posting live when January 1st rolls around. And it also gives you the advantage of posting live in 2022 as the calendar moves forward, and you can still log into 2021 waiting for your bank reconciliation, waiting for your purchase order finalization. So you get to have 2 years open at the same time. So you're always going to be able to work live in the year that matches the calendar date. This is a wonderful aspect to the software. Now, you don't realize this, but going on here at 88 East Broad Street, where the Auditor of State's office at UAN is located, is we're having Auditor of State staff Olympics today. And you think of Olympics as a lot of field events, a lot of athletes, and we've got some athletes on staff. But the fact is, the rest of us sit in cubicles all day. And so we've come up with some events that are out of the box when it comes to Olympics. So when I'm finished speaking, I'm going to be running off to a competition against LGS, the Local Government Services Division of the Auditor of State's office. We're competing in the bank reconciliation tournament. And so I'm representing UAN. We have to log into a computer that hasn't reconciled for 4 years, find and fix all the mistakes, and post that November bank reconciliation fully reconciled. So I'm up on my game and I'm ready to compete. We've got other divisions of the Auditor of State's office competing today, the legal department, LGS, the Special Investigative Unit, and we're all going to try to get the gold medal in these events. So every time you hear one of us come in or go out, we're going to talk about the event we're going to compete in. And hopefully that'll keep you laughing and wide awake, sitting at your computer for 7.5 hours of listening to us talk about year end. So we try to liven things up. Now, questions. We're going to be stopping several times at the end of each group of subjects and asking for your questions. And you've got a question panel that you can open up and type your questions. So what I want you to do is make a note of what question you want to ask. And often what we find is if you just wait until the end of that section, your question gets answered. So write your question down for you, and at the end of that section, if it hasn't been answered, send it. Now, if you send a very entity-specific question, we're not going to read it out loud because it would confuse 400 people. So entity-specific questions, we're going to need you to have that conversation with the UAN support person after today's webinar. It's not that your questions aren't valid, it's just simply we need to keep year-end on task and keep the questions about year-end and keep your questions about the subjects that were just presented, year-end questions, because we've got a lot of newbies in the audience. So along with our seriously rooted and grounded fiscal officers that have been doing their year-end 20, 30 years, we also have the folks that were newly elected last year and many who have been appointed since then. So if a couple of days goes by and we haven't had 2 newly appointed fiscal officers, it's an odd week. So keep in mind, you've got people in this audience that have been fiscal officers less than a month, and they're coming toward year end like a freight train, and they need us to stay on task. So please keep your questions geared toward year end, because we're not going to confuse folks that aren't thinking year end thoughts. We've got to keep it on task. So We've got plenty of time built in for questions that are pertinent to year end. And at the end, anything you want to ask at the end, we always stay a long time and make sure we get as many questions answered as possible. All right, best practices overview. So this is the handout we gave you. And no, it's not the complete year-end instruction. It is simply the list of steps to follow in order. So just like our little guy here on the screen, if you aren't putting your feet in the right position and doing these steps in order, you're probably going to have to repeat steps because you have to do that in order to produce reports at levels later on that have accurate information. We get calls every January all through February. I did this too soon. The report information I provided is not accurate. What do I do? So we don't want you to skip around. You could generate reports with incorrect figures without even realizing it. So folks that have closed 20 year ends, they know better what they can do out of order. But anybody that's a newbie, you want to stick to this like glue. And there's one exception I can think of, and Bob's going to talk about that later. That's when do I adjust leave balance. If you have manual leave balances, those adjustments are going to be based on your policy, your pay periods, and all we can do is to show as an example of ours and then talk about how you use the software to make adjustments when it's the right time for you to do so at your entity. So other than that, you want to stick to these things like glue. Now, I do want you to read through the best practices and read through the year-end procedures we'll talk about in a minute. But the best practices, if you look at your handout, you'll see that there are items that have a star symbol beside them. And what that means is before you get to that step, you're going to have to gather some information to be ready. For example, revenue budgets. So if you're sitting down at that computer to put in your 2022 revenue budgets and you haven't figured out what numbers to put in, they aren't going to jump in front of your face. You do have to sit down and figure out what your revenue budgets are. John's going to help you with that later. Temporary appropriations are not going to put themselves in front of your governing board to adopt. You need to set them in front of your governing board. You'll have to figure out what numbers to put in and what do you need the first 3 months of the year before permanents are adopted. So items with a star symbol means you're going to need to do some work so that when you get to that step, you are ready. We get a lot of questions about the install instructions. So we've got people downloading now. More and more people are signing up to download. And the number one question we get is, where are the install instructions? Well, if you get the disc in the mail, the install instructions are right in the envelope with the disc. You're going to open that up and follow the steps one at a time. But if you're doing the download instructions are what you're going to get via email. And it says, here's your download instructions. But those do not install the update to the computer. They simply download it, and then you have to follow the install instructions. So make sure you're getting the overview and install instructions from the UAN Link website under software, and you'll be able to select 2022.1. And you should print the overview and install instructions. So downloading just puts the update right there on your computer where it can be installed following the instructions. The overview that comes with every single install of a new version of the software, there's always an overview that describes the changes in the software. We find that a lot of folks aren't reading those overviews that would say things like, the IRS changed the 941 again. We saw that so many times every quarter last year, and by the second quarter this year, we had to do it again. But if you are looking at the overview, you already know that. So we highly recommend you read the overview. Of course, it always says install it as soon as possible. And you have to be on version 2021.3. And we have found a lot of newly appointed fiscal officers who come into the job in the last month or so to find they're still on the old computer the former fiscal officer did not do the hardware transfer, and they're still sitting on 2021.1. So they had to do the hardware transfer and then install 21.2, 21.3, and now they're ready. So there may be some of you out there that don't realize you're not on the latest version. Please check your UAN software, verify you're on 21.3. If not, then let us know. Send an email and we can get you the download instructions so you can download and install. Or if you don't have strong enough internet to do the download, we will mail you the disks you need to get your system up to date. The year-end overview is always installed on your computer with the other year-end documents. So we'll talk about that. So they can always also be found on our website under software and the version, but the overview for the year-end release is always installed right on your computer with year-end documents. The main instructions along with the overview are always installed on your computer. That's a call we get at least 100 times this time of the year. Is I've installed 22.1, but where are my year-end instructions? Well, when you install that on your computer, either by download or disk, all of the year-end documents are right on your computer. If you, from your desktop, if you double-click on UAN Tools, and then double-click on Version Documentation, you'll see the 2022.1 folder. Double-click on that. And that will show you all of the year-end documents. So you look at that, the contents of the mailing. There's your version overview. There's your best practices, which you already have. And there's the full year-end procedures. So folks, there is no short way to do year-end. Closing a government's year and opening the new year is a complicated process. Again, folks that have done it 20 years in a row, they're more likely to need very little in the year-end procedures, but they're still going to look at them. So folks that are new and folks that have only closed 1 year last year, you want to print these year-end procedures. And yes, they're 100 pages long. Some of it will apply to you, others will not. But you want to read through and cross off the things that don't apply to you, highlight the things that do, and if you have questions, you want to be prepared ahead of time before you get to that step. Again, the last document on there, I don't know whether you're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because I had to take an early snapshot of this, but all the documents you need are going to be in that 2022.1 version documentation. You'll see the 2022 UAN support holiday schedule. Every single year-end release contains our entire schedule for the new year. So I know on holiday weekends, a lot of people that work full-time and also are a fiscal officer at an entity, they depend on those holidays away from their full-time job to get some work done in their UAN software. And we always get emails and phone calls on those holiday weekends when we're not working. It says, you know, I was on hold for 10 minutes, but I think the first thing George's voice says is we're not open this holiday. So you can have our whole schedule right in front of you. And a lot of folks forget that during January and the first part of February, we have extended hours, and we don't get a lot of people make use of that. So this year, our extended hours are only going to be 1 hour later in the evening. So phone calls and emails come through between 7:30 and 6:30 p.m. So we're going to extend our support hours an extra hour Monday through Friday. And Friday is always a half an hour earlier that we close. So take a look at that holiday support hour. Even our Saturday hours during that extended period are going to be 8 to 2 instead of 8 to noon as normal. Carl Zoe is always there ready to answer questions. So don't forget we have those Saturday hours. All right, let's talk about the year-end procedures. So if you just print the 100 pages of year-end procedures and try to sit down and close the year, you're going to be very confused. Those instructions are based on the fact that you must already know what you're doing and all you need is to close the year. And we've provided lots of other information for earlier steps, step-by-step instructions. So you're not going to just sit there with the year-end procedures in front of you. You're going to have your best practices. You're going to follow the order of the best practices. And once you cross something off, other than that leave balance adjustment, which will have to be based on your pay periods and your policies, you're going to cross the step off and not visit it again. But how do you know what to do? When you're looking at the best practice and it says revenue budgets and where to go, you're going to go over to the year-end instructions, the year-end procedures, look at the table of contents, find the new year revenue budgets, and go to that step and read through that information. It'll explain what you're doing. So use the best practices for the order, the year-end procedures for the in-depth instructions for each step. We've added a brand new report with the year-end install, the cash flow year-over-year export. We've had fiscal officers asking for this. They want to be able to compare current year, where you are in the year, say August, the end of August. I want to compare the end of August this year with the end of August in prior years, or the end of February, or the end of July. The software is going to let you do that. So we've got this in the budget module because it pulls in prior years like the budget financial worksheet. So to find the new report after you install 22.1, go to budget reports and statements, cash flow year over year export. So it is not going to create a report to print from UAN. It's going to export it to an Excel spreadsheet. The menu for it looks like this. It's a lot like the budget financial worksheet. You're going to be choosing your prior years, selecting your funds. You can choose a selected period. You know, I only want to look at August, or I want to look January through August of all these years. It's the same. You'll select your funds, and then over to the left, if you want to include account codes, you're going to have to check the box, include account codes. So if you look at it by not including account codes, you're going to see it grouped up to a reporting level. And I believe most of you are going to want to see this at the account code level. Remember, you could create 20 of these. It does not harm your software. So go ahead and play with this and figure out what you can pull together and what you'll be able to print. So it's going to pull into an Excel spreadsheet where you can look at the data and do what you want with it. All right, prior year reports purge. So when you close 2021, I want you to pay attention to that. It's not when you install the 2022 update. Nothing happens when you install the 22 update except the software is ready for year end. It doesn't do it for you. But when you close 2021, the oldest year in the software, 2014, is going to be purged. So, you know, in the UAN software, you can print prior year reports by just changing that year box. And if your entity was on UAN in 2014, it's going to be dropping off. So if you do not have the printed records from 2014, you should print the reports before closing the year. Now, in the year-end procedures in an appendix, we have the recommended list of what reports to print at the end of 2021. So we always get the question, well, if I don't have reports from 14, what should I print? Well, look at the reports that you have, your recommended list of reports for 2021, and that's what I would recommend you print if they weren't printed. Now, I've got the box of the spider webby boxes there because I know a lot of you have some skanky boxes in storage that you would be dealing with spiders and nasty critter crawler creatures, and I wouldn't want to go digging in a space like that either. But the fact is, if you were not the fiscal officer in 2014 and you don't know whether they printed those, you really should make sure you have them before closing the year. So I'm not telling you to go dig in those boxes. What I'm saying is, if you don't want to go dig with the spiders, just print the 2014 reports, the list of recommended year-end reports, stick them in a box, mark them 2014 year-end reports, and put them in the storage. So if you don't know they're there and you don't feel like checking, just print them before you close 2021. The IRS has changed the 1099. Now, you know, last year they split the non-employee compensation onto its own 1099 and everything else is miscellaneous. But this year they've changed it again and they've decided they want 3 vendors per page rather than the 2 vendors per page we've always looked at. So when you go to purchase the 1099 forms this year, they're going to look different than they have in the past because they're going to be 3 vendors per page. So the UN 1099 is going to include the line 1 from your vendor location. So that's the software is still going to print to the new 1099 forms. You just need to be aware that in order for them to squeeze 3 vendors per page, they are only allowing 1 address line. So let me show you what that looks like in the software. So this is editing a location of a vendor. And you see I have line 1 and line 2, and then the city, state, and zip. Well, line 1 and the city, state, and zip are going to appear on the 1099. It's this line 2 field that is going to be eliminated in the address on the 1099. So if you have your address in the opposite that I do, you know, the P.O. box, if you've got a P.O. box, that's the one that has to be on the mailing item. So if you've got the P.O. box in the second line, you probably want to switch those because line 1 is the only address that's going to appear. So some of you have a street address followed by suite 1200. You could fit that on one line. So I think in most cases, there's not going to be a problem making sure line 1 is the only address. So this is really only going to affect your 1099 vendors. It's not going to affect every vendor you have. So you want to take a look at your 1099 vendors and how you have their address set up. And I think most of you are not going to have an issue with this. Okay, we've got changes in the Ohio Department of Taxation's rules for W-2 filing. They have said this year, if you have 10 or more W-2 forms, you are required to upload electronically to the Ohio Business Gateway. They don't want you printing them and mailing them. So if you have 10 or more, and that affects most of our clients, that you're going to be uploading the W-2 to the Ohio Business Gateway. The good news is the UAN payroll software already has the electronic filing feature. People have been using it for several years. So it's just a matter of creating the electronic file in the software and then logging into the Ohio Business Gateway to upload the W-2 state file. So the software is going to do it for you. You have to log into the Ohio Business Gateway and electronically file. So they're not, most of our clients already have access to the Ohio Business Gateway because they've been requiring electronic payment on their website for a long time. And I know we have some folks that have internet issues and they may have exceptions to that. So if you're one of those people that don't have internet, you've got more than 10 W-2s, you're going to have to talk to the Ohio Department of Taxation before the deadline to figure out what you're going to do. We never recommend that you take your UAN computer to an unsecured location and connect to an unsecured internet in order to upload something with such private information on it. So you don't take your computer to Starbucks to upload W-2 somewhere. So be careful with the advice to go to another location. You need to make sure that you're keeping your employees' information secure. New regulations for Social Security, and I think it was the same last year. If you have 100 or more W-2s, you're required to file them electronically. So how do you do that? Well, you have to have a Social Security Administration BSO, Business Services Online, login to their website. So if you Google Social Security Administration BSO, you will find that website. And if you are one of the employers that are going to have 100 or more W-2s, and I'll tell you what, some of our people, our clients from prior years who would have never hit that mark have had many changeover in employees, and they're going to have 100 or more W-2s this year. So if that means you, make sure you get registered for the Social Security Administration's BSO website so that you'll be ready to upload before the deadline. So it's a simple matter to sign up, but then I believe there's some kind of verification process. So you want to make sure you've got time to do that so you're not going to be filing late. And again, the good news, the UAN payroll software already has the electronic filing feature for the W-3 filing with the Social Security Administration. We have clients that have been doing that for years. Now, in 2023, and you think, oh, that's 2 years from now, but actually in 2023, you're going to be filing 2022 W-2s. And if you have 10 or more, you're going to be filing the Social Security, the federal copy, electronically as well. So folks, this is going to happen to you next year with the W-2s if you have 10 or more for the federal government. So you already have to do this for the state this year. Keep in mind next year you're going to be doing it as well. So it's not a difficult process. You just have to have the logins and follow the instructions in the software. And John's going to take you through that today. Uh-oh, we've got storms on the horizon, and this could really affect some of our Olympic events today. We've got a couple of things going on outdoors, but what I'm really talking about is unidentified errors entered as adjusting factors on the bank reconciliation, pushing those mistakes farther and farther down the road until you are now faced with year end. And I know none of our good fiscal officers out there that have been posting live in 2021 have not been doing this, but folks have inherited messes. They've walked in and found entities that have not been reconciled for 2 years. So you're really not a lot you can do about that in the short time you've got available. But if you have been pushing mistakes down the road, like the bank cleared a check for a wrong amount and you simply have not managed it, you can't just keep plugging in an adjusting factor forever. You actually have to fix the mistake and move forward reconciled. So we need you to get those things taken care of. If you know what's happened in the software, give us a call on the support line. We will tell you how to fix the mistake and clear it. And if you haven't posted your November bank reconciliation, we can get that reconciled in November. If you've already posted it, you are going to be finding and fixing those in December. So if you are working a full-time job and you don't have time to call us, remember, we have Saturday hours. We have some housekeeping videos on our website. So under our website, uanlink.ohioauditor.gov, across that blue banner, select training, and then either accounting or payroll, whichever you need, and scroll down to the section that says housekeeping videos. Housekeeping means clean up. So it means I have this mistake. I have a payment posted for the wrong amount. I have a receipt posted for the wrong amount. I have a bank that cleared a check for the wrong amount. Those housekeeping videos are single subject videos that tell you how to verify you're right, that this is what happened against your bank statement, and then how to fix the issue, posting the correction, and then clearing the item on the bank reconciliation. So if you can't get us live and you know what the mistake is, you're going to be able to find that short video on the website. We need you to call. Call volume is going to go up and up and up. And right now, we need you to be calling us for the help you need to get these little errors fixed. Do we have any questions about what we've talked about so far? And I can see many of the questions that were asked earlier. Why does the UAN website have the training information for 2020? You're on the wrong part of the website. Right on the home page is the handout for today. What's on the year-end, under year-end training is last year's year-end, because this year's year-end is what we're doing today. It's being recorded. Soon it will replace the 2020, but you're looking in the wrong place if you're looking for the handout. The handout for the webinar is, it says, there's a button to push for the handout for today, and it is the best practices. That is all we're using today. When you close the year, you will also be using the year-end procedures, which is available right on your computer once you install the update. Is there an agenda available? No, we're not. We're going through the best practices today. So we're going to be taking a short break for in the morning, 15 minutes, and then we're going to take an hour for lunch and then a 15-minute break in the afternoon, and we're going to be finished by 4 o'clock. We're going to be following through. Is CPE credit available? You get the UAN year-end webinar gives you training hours for your self-reporting on the portal. Why is that not coming to mind? What is that called, John? Fiscal Integrity Act training. So you will get credit. Folks, don't try to log your credit before the webinar is over, because once the webinar is over, we have an exact time. We report that to the training department, and they will probably not get that on the Fiscal Integrity Act portal until tomorrow. So we always get people at the end send a flurry of questions to say, I can't get my self-reporting. You have to wait until the webinar is over. We send the information to the training department. They put it on Fiscal Integrity Act. So I believe tomorrow you'll be able to report. The handouts have, it's an 8-page handout. So somebody says there were 3 pages. The 3 pages, if you go to the handouts tab on your control panel, we are providing the speech that the Auditor of State made at the Fawcett Center on last Wednesday at the live presentation. We wanted that same information provided to you. So we added that as a handout today, but that's just for your information. The handout was right on the home page of our website, and it is just the 8-page best practices for today. And lots of people still saying they're going to the training and year end. You're in the wrong place. Right on our home page is the best practices, and what's on the handout on your control panel is the Auditor of State's speech from Wednesday that we wanted to provide to you today. Lots of people saying that. So let me look through the questions and see. I'm getting lots of never mind, I found them too. It is on the home page of our website. And no, I can't in the middle of the webinar move the handout for today. Everybody's saying they're going to the wrong place on the website. You will not have the 2022.1 folder in UAN Tools until you install 2022.1. So we need some more coffee out there. You have to install the update in order for your year-end documents to be on your computer. And those will be, all of your year-end procedures will be there. Okay, so lots of people saying, where am I going to get my year-end procedures? Is someone there to answer my question? How do I get the folder in my UAN Tools? Okay, I'll go back over this again. When you install 22.1, all of the year-end documents will be on your computer. Before that, they are not there. You have to install the update to get your year-end procedures on your computer. Best practices was not sent in an email. Okay, here can you file electronically for federal W-2s? The federal electronic file is the W-2 and W-3. It's the complete package to the Social Security Administration. So when you're mailing W-2s, you have to have the right copy plus a W-3, which is the cover page for the W-2s. But when you file electronically, both are included in the electronic file. So that's the same for state and federal. So you're going to have the whole file is a complete filing for W-2 and W-3 for federal or state. Okay, now we're getting when will 2022 update be available? And as of this morning, the 2022 download email will be going out today. So don't call us at 2 o'clock and say you don't have it. Today's not over. So they are going to put out the 2022.1 download release today. So you should be getting an email sometime during the business day today with the link to download. Remember, you also have to go to our website under software and version 2022.1 and get the install instructions. You get the download instructions and you get the install instruction. I think that, and now, so what does that mean for folks that don't have the download? Well, if you don't have sufficient internet service, and we got clients that have that problem, they have to do the disc. We are duplicating the discs and they will be mailed by the end of this week. So some of you are going to get them as early as Monday, but we know that some of you have some serious issues with mail delivery. We cannot control that. So mail is, we can send them in the mail, but we can't make them be delivered. The W-2s for the state includes the school right on it. So your complete W-2 is uploaded to the Ohio Business Gateway. So it's going to look, what they receive from you is exactly what a printed W-2 has. It has both state and school on it. So the state upload to the Ohio Business Gateway is a full W-2 plus transmittal on the Ohio Business Gateway. It's complete. Could we modify the line 1 address to include only the second line? Well, I'm not going to tell you which line of address needs to be on the 1099. If you know what line of address needs to be on that 1099, you make sure it's in box 1. Okay, address line 1 is what's going to print on the 1099. If adjusting factors were done, but the next month it doesn't show up, okay, adjusting factors plugged in your bank reconciliation never go away. So if you don't reconcile, let's say there's a $10 bank fee and you don't post it, you plug that into it as an adjusting factor and you never post the $10 bank fee, the requirement for the adjustment is never going to go away because you haven't fixed the mistake. The mistake was the bank charged you $10 and you didn't post it. So you have to resolve the reason for the adjusting factor, for the need for the adjusting factor to go away. So if your bank cleared a check for the wrong amount, you get your bank statement on, let's say you get your bank statement today and you can see that they cleared a check for 10 cents more than they should have. Well, you're calling the bank today and they're going to put the 10 cents in your bank account today. But on your bank reconciliation, you will need to put in an adjusting factor and put in the note, the bank cleared check number, for the wrong amount, but they will give you back the money in December. In December, there is no need for an adjusting factor because you'll see that the bank gave you the 10 cents. So that resolves itself because you called the bank and they gave you the money. If the bank never gives you that 10 cents back, you're going to have to post that as a payment to the bank because the bank took 10 cents you didn't give them. So you have to understand the bank's not going to fix mistakes if you don't call them. Okay. So adjusting factors, it depends on the adjusting factor. I know folks that have credit card swipes, those don't always hit the bank statement by the end of the month, but the first of the next month they do. So if the reason for the adjustment has resolved itself on your bank statement, the adjusting factor won't be needed again. Okay, so lots of the same questions. If we have less than 10 W-2s, do we need to file paper copies? If you have less than W-2s, you don't have to file paper with the IRS. You can electronically file. If you had 2 W-2s, they'll let you electronically file. The state says this year, though, if you have 10 or more W-2s, you have to file the state electronically. and the federal is going to go the same way next year. But everybody, even with one W-2, can file electronically for both state and federal if they want to. Can we file our quarterly federal 941s the same way? No, there is no upload for a quarterly federal 941. So 941s are still print the report and send it in the mail. Someone just got new internet that gives them a faster speed. So if you have not already signed up for downloads, then you could shoot us an email that says, please send me the download instructions for 2022.1, and you can still download. We'll send you the instructions. It's just the folks that signed up for it are going to automatically get the download. So for you who, Diana, you said that we do have faster internet speed, you can still go online to the UAN link website profile login and sign up for your next updates to be downloaded. And if you want help with that, the support line can get you through that in less than 5 minutes. So shoot us an email and request the download if you have sufficient internet speed to do it. It's a big file. So if you've got sufficient internet but you didn't sign up for downloads, shoot the support line an email that says, please send me the download instructions for 22.1, and we'll send them right out to you. Okay. So you see, we're going to hit the questions really hard, making sure we cover what we can in each section. Next up is going to be John. I'm handing over to John, and I'm heading off to that bank rec competition with LGS. I'm not sure what John's going to do. John, what are you up to this morning?
Well, Trina, I think I'm going to take part in the curling competition. So as many of you may or may not know out there, I am actually a curler. So the Columbus Curling Club, I call it home most years. We've been hit by COVID a little bit here lately, but we'll manage. So give me one moment here. I've got a little bit of something to do, so just bear with me. There we go. All right. So let's see here. All right, we are back up and running here. So I'm going to take you through how to install the update once you get it. As Trina mentioned earlier, the download link should be going out today. You may end up getting it tomorrow if it's late in the day, but you should be getting that here shortly. The discs will take a little bit longer, so don't panic. I'd say by the middle of next week, if you haven't received it yet, then give us a call, send us an email, and we'll be able to get one out to you. All right. So like I said, next week, if you still haven't received it, go ahead and give us a call or send us an email. Remember that we do have our UAN support email address. Especially for those of you that work a full-time job, that's going to be your best friend, because we come in early in the morning and go ahead and check those, so we'll be able to get you a response outside of your business hours that way. So that might be your best way, but also call our support line. Like Trina mentioned as well, we do have the extended hours coming up. January 3rd, we'll start those this year. Remember too that we do offer a download this year. Actually, beginning last year, we started offering the download. So you do need to request the link if you haven't already. You can log into your UAN link profile and make that selection. If you need help with that, call our UAN support line. But otherwise, you can log in there and make your future deliveries. It may be a little late now. So if you'd prefer the download for now, you can, like I said, give us a call or send us an email. Keep in mind, too, that we do also offer the downloads for any versions you may need to catch up. So 2021.2, 0.3, and the 2022.1. They're available for download as well. So we can we would just need to generate the link. It would take us all of a couple of minutes to get that back to you. All right, so what are the requirements for the download? So let's see here. Let's have a look. Well, first things first, you're going to need to have a working DVD drive. Typically, that is provided by the UAN support as part of your computer. If for some reason that's been misplaced or no longer works, you can pick one of those up at any office store, any big box retailer. It's just a USB DVD drive. If you need help selecting one, you can call our support line and we can make a recommendation. But with the DVD, the install instructions and the overview are included in the packet, whereas the download, the install instructions and the are included, but the overview's what's available on our website. So the overview document, it doesn't really walk you through the installation. It walks you more through what's new with this update. So remember that to read the documentation that's included, most of the questions that we were getting last year were answered in the document. Some of our quickest calls, we get the 20-second calls of what's the UAN installer password. It's listed in the install instructions. So save yourself the headache of possibly waiting on hold. We're starting to get busy, so we may start having a hold time here over the next couple of months. So make sure to read that documentation first, because it may answer most of your questions you may have. The biggest one we got last year was what happens if the installation doesn't start automatically. Let me walk you through that. So you'll need to open the File Explorer. I can almost guarantee every one of you have been in File Explorer. You may not know what it's called though. It's where you view your files. Usually it's in your taskbar. It's the manila envelope icon, and it opens up a screen that looks like this. Like I said, we throw around the word File Explorer here. That's the technical name for it. But it's just the screen where you access all your files. So for the DVD install, you'll put the DVD in, and it'll spin up and may take a second, but then we're going to click on this PC, and that'll bring up your devices and drives screen. And you'll see that there's a DVD RW drive available. It may be your D drive. It may be some other letter of the alphabet. Windows 10 works in mysterious ways. So just look for, CD, DVD drive, something of that verbiage. And when you open that, it'll bring up your install folder, which you want to avoid. It may be tempting, but that's not what we're looking for. Instead, we're looking for the setup file. So when you run that, it'll install it. Keep in mind too, the date may not be from 2021 on that file. We got some calls last year saying they weren't sure if they needed to run that file because it was, I believe, a 2017 date. It's just a reused file. It just triggers the installation. So you just run that setup file no matter what the date is on it, and that'll install 2022.1 for you. For the download, it's going to be a little bit different here. So instead of actually, putting in the DVD, running that, you'll download your 2022.1 file, and then in your downloads folder, you'll see an option for 2022.1. It may be named something differently than 2022.1. It should have that in the title. It may be, UAN installation 2022.1. We're early in that process, so that verbiage may change, but at any rate, it will live in your downloads folder. So when you double click that, it'll give you that same install and setup. And like I said, you'll want to click the setup file. Temporary mode, one of the big topics of discussion here. It's a wonderful feature, but keep in mind that it doesn't open automatically. You'll need to go in after you install the update and open temporary mode manually. And that's done by going to General Maintenance Year End, and you'll see that there's an Open Temporary Mode option. Once you click on that, you get your one time a year chance to rename any withholdings you may have. To my knowledge, there wasn't anything on a state level that's changed. A couple years ago, deferred comp changed to specifically be designated as a non-Roth. But this year it would be mostly just any misspellings you may have. Maybe there were some changes to names. Maybe you changed medical insurance provider. But at any rate, this is your one chance a year, so you can type a better name in your revised name column, and then you'll click save, and that'll allow you to change the names. Like I said, it's one time a year you can do that. And then after you confirm your withholding names, it'll give you the pop-up UAN is now in temporary mode. I can't stress this enough. Whenever you see this important, read carefully. Read carefully. These aren't very fun to put into the system, these pop-up messages, but I promise you they've got good information in them. They may answer a question you may have. So just take 10 seconds and scan through it. In this case, it's letting you know that you'll need to log back in either work year 2021 or 2022. You've got some budgeting things that need to be done. And then also it gives you that warning that after February 28th, 2022, that your work year 2022 will be deactivated until you close 2021. I'll expand on that here in just a minute. So it'll take you to the login screen. You'll see that now that you have work year 2021 and 2022, you'll log in as usual, and you'll see that the version number's updated. What do I mean by lock you out if you haven't closed 2021 yet? Well, you need to close out the prior year. So the deadline is 60 days after the beginning of the year. I believe that's March 1st this year, but you'll start getting some warnings and some notifications in the software to basically hurry up if you're getting close to that deadline. And then come March 2nd, you wouldn't be able to work in 2022 anymore. It makes you focus specifically on the previous year to get that closed and submitted. So we've got some housekeeping to do, specifically for accounting. So if you're starting a new capital project this year, if you have any funds that you're not expecting to use anymore, any accounts that need to be added or removed, now's the best time to do it. The system will stop you for adding and removing, or not adding, but removing items in the middle of the year, especially if they're included in some sort of report, year-end balance certificate. Wink, wink. That'll come up later. But now's the time to make any of those additions or subtractions. Also, double check your vendors list. You may have a vendor that's you're not on great terms with. You're not planning to use them anymore. Now would be a good time to go ahead and deactivate them under general maintenance, vendor payees, and you can make any changes there as well. Keep in mind too, as long as you're in work year 2022, it'll still generate a 1099 if needed for 2021. All right, so we're moving on to our first start item. As was mentioned earlier, these are items that you can do before 2022 arrives. So we're going to have a look at our revenue budget here. So first things first, you may ask, well, where do I find the numbers for that? And that's a little bit of a loaded question. It depends. It's the government's favorite answer. It depends. If you used our financial worksheet under budget transactions, financial worksheets, you may have a 2022 budget in there. If you have that, wonderful. We'll be able to help you find your numbers. But if you didn't, we're not going to have any idea where you got those numbers from that you were submitted to the county auditor. You would have to contact them, look at your internal documents, this, that, or the other to make that determination. We'll hope that you did use the financial worksheet, even if you didn't use it to generate, just entered the numbers after the fact, just to make it a little easier to find it since it's in the software. So Buckeye Township, Brutus used our worksheet, so you can see it right here with the yellow square. So if you select it and hit print, it'll bring up the print financial worksheet screen. So this is going to be basically how you can pull the numbers in a meaningful way. Specifically, you want to have a look at this include section. By default, your financial worksheet's not going to include the specific account codes. It groups it into major activity groups. So without checking the account code box there, it's not going to make a whole lot of sense. But when you select that, it'll tell you specifically what you were expecting per each revenue account. So once you've got that information, you can enter that into your revenue budget. So that's under accounting, maintenance, and we want revenue budgets. And here at Buckeye Township, we try to stay ahead of the game. So like I said, we can do this before 2022 is even here. Once you get the 2022.1 update open temporary mode, then you can start working on your budgeting. So that's both the revenue and the appropriation. We'll get to that here in a moment. So your revenue budget, you'll click add. It gives you a message. Again, pop-up message, make sure to read it. Revenue budgets can only be entered once per fund. Well, it sounds a little bit like a duh point, John, but remember that means in our case, we'll do the gas tax fund. You need to budget it all at once. You can't, enter the budget for 2, 3, 4 accounts and save and come back to it. You can only enter these one per fund. So you'll need to enter them all in one go. If you get interrupted, you can leave the screen up and it'll lock you out and you can log back in. But just make sure you're not saving part way and that you enter every line that is needed, and you'll have no problems there. In this case, we've got our 2 accounts. We've got $330,000 for our gas tax and our interest is $900. Down at the bottom, our effective date, it's January 1st. It's the 2022 budget after all, so the effective date is January 1st for it. Remember too, I'm going to sound like a math teacher here. Remember your order of operations. You need to do your revenue budget first before you can enter your temporary appropriations. Reason being, your revenue budget factors into your resources available, so the system will stop you if you try to do it out of order. That's why we're covering it in this order. So for your temporary appropriations, in a perfect world, your board should adopt your new year temporary appropriations in December. And if that's the case, then those take effect January 1st, like the revenue budgets. We know that this isn't a perfect world. So the only difference here would be some dating differences. So if they are adopted in January, we can cover that here in a moment. To enter your temporary appropriations, we're going to go to accounting, maintenance, appropriation budgets, and we're going to click add. So this will look familiar so far, except now we've got a drop down. In this case, we are entering our temporary appropriation, so that's what we select. And would you look at that, another pop-up. We love pop-ups here at UAN, and like I said, they're just as fun as they are, we don't put them in there for fun. So in this case, very similar pop-up message. The revenue budget can only be entered once per fund, yada, yada, yada. Read this on your own time. It's a little bit lengthy. For our fund, we're going to do the gas tax fund again. And now you start to see why it gives you that pop-up message of only enter it once per fund. The revenue budget with 2 accounts, I guess if you want to try to save after 1 account, that's your prerogative. But it's a little bit easier to enter it all at once. Here you'll see the appropriations. There's a few more accounts here, so this is probably a little bit more of a realistic example of getting interrupted halfway through entering them. In our case, we were very diligent and made it through without anybody knocking on the door. So like I said, if the temporary appropriations are adopted as of December, or adopted in December, I should say, then the as of or the effective date would be January 1st. If you wait until your January meeting, say, January 10th, 11th, 12th, somewhere in there, if that's when your temporary appropriations are adopted, that would be what you would use as your effective date. Since we got the appropriations all ironed out, we can go ahead and get a jump start on our purchase orders. So we're going to be under accounting transactions purchase orders. And we've got two options for you. So if you have a little extra time, would like to be a little more methodical, take your time. I cannot emphasize the slow point here. You can add your purchase order and blanket certificates for the new year individually, but we've also built in a duplicate option, and that'll help speed up the process quite a bit, especially if you open some new year blanket certificates or purchase orders every year in the same or similar amounts. It's going to save you a ton of time. When you click duplicate, it'll bring up this screen. So it's your duplicate purchase order screen. We've got our blanket certificates selected, and you'll see there's just a long list of blanket certificates from the prior year. The status at the top defaults to both, so it would include both open and closed purchase orders or blanket certificates. If you need to narrow that down to either open or closed, you can, but you can duplicate it whether or not it's open or closed. You'll see that there's a new dates option here. So this is going to be your 2022 dates. So for blanket certificates, your issue and certified for a new year purchase order would be January 1st. Or whatever date your temporary appropriations were adopted. And your expiration date's going to fall in line with your internal BC policy, quarterly, semi-annually, annually. UAN support, we wouldn't be able to recommend one or the other. It would depend on your internal policy there. But you'll see that we've got our, looks like 13 blanket certificates to duplicate. And then when you click OK, it doesn't post these. It simply puts them into your purchase order batch under accounting transactions purchase orders. You can make some adjustments as needed. So for example, with that purchase order 1 for office supplies, maybe $250, you were cutting it pretty close, you decided to bump that up to $300. You can still come into this duplicate purchase order screen and add it, and then you can just go into that purchase order and edit it to include the extra $50. Same thing with the PO regulars. The only difference you'll see here is that in the new dates section, the expire field is no longer that greenish yellow. That would indicate that it's an optional field now. You don't have to have an expiration date on your purchase orders. You do still need your issue and certified, and the dating on those would still fall in line with the BC, where it's January 1st if your temporary appropriations were adopted in December, or your January meeting if it was adopted at your January meeting. And we'll click OK. And we've got our wacky waving inflatable tube man here celebrating because the 2022 accounting setup's complete. What that means, you're ready to start posting live as of January 1st, and that's what makes temporary mode so awesome. And now it's time for the question section, so bear with me for just a moment here while I get that pulled up, and let's have a look. All right, so please send me download instructions for 2022. You'll need to send us an email for that. Like I said, that's going out later today. We're not going to be able to help with that. We're going to be here for at least the next few hours, so make sure to send that to our UAN support, or you can call at one of the breaks. If you have 2 users, who downloads the new version and how does the second computer get updated? That's a good question. If you have more than one user, each user will need to get a version of the update. It's a little easier with the disk, since you can, pop it in the main UAN computer, update that, and then hand that disk off. With the download, you could do a couple of options. You could download it on both computers and run it. It's in the well. That's funny. Looks like we had a little bit of an uh-oh. It's me. There we go. Come on. There we go. Thank you for that, Rhonda. I didn't realize the presentation switched screens on me there. But yes, the 2 users both will need to update. So you want to do the UAN database computer first. Typically, that's going to be your main UAN computer that was issued. But yeah, then it would be up to you. You can either download it on both computers. You can download it once and put it on a flash drive and run it, but you would just need to run it on both. Let's see here. Again, the best practices on the UAN link main page. The button says presentation material. How do you close a fund that's no longer needed? That'll be handled here in just a little bit. This presentation will be recorded for later viewing, so that should be posted either later this week or early next week, depending on how long the editing down takes. So as far as the effective dates for your budgets, if those were for your revenue budget, that's going to be January 1st regardless. For your appropriations, your temporary appropriations, if those were adopted in December, that would also be January 1st. If it was adopted at your January meeting, you would use your meeting date for those. Likewise with the purchase orders. And no, you don't have to use the duplicate button. Like I said, you can add them manually. It just saves you a little bit of time to do the duplicate. Let's see, we've covered that. You can do a supplemental temporary appropriation. It would just be a supplemental. But it would have to be adopted by the board. It wouldn't be commonplace, but it can be done. I'd recommend calling UAN support if you need that to if that would be the case. Like I said, it wouldn't be a common occurrence. Like I said, when you duplicate, it doesn't post the purchase orders and blanket certificates immediately. It just adds them into batch, kind of like when you add a payment and you still have to go in and post print. It's going to be very similar to that with the purchase order screen under accounting transactions purchase orders. No, the 2022 budget you submitted from the Budget Commission cannot be entered into UAN yet. You'll need to wait until you get your 2022.1 update and open temporary mode. So all of this is dependent on getting 2022.1 installed. Like I said, if if your entity adopts temporary appropriations at your January meeting, uh, you just want to be careful with the dating. It so you'll use the dates for the temporary appropriations and the purchase order screens of you'll use the date of your meeting. Uh, but yes, you can set up purchase orders after the new year in UAN. Uh, you just want to be careful with the dating. If you're having any issues deleting unused account codes, give our UAN support line a call. There's a few things that could cause that. It's really specific on on your situation. So give us a call and we can help diagnose and get the unused accounts out of your system. So temporary mode lets you work in both 2021 and 2022. For preparation purposes, it's mainly going to be used for your budgets, your revenue and appropriation budgets, and your purchase orders, just to get those up and ready as quickly as possible. But as far as regular posting, once January comes, you would log into work year 2022, and you can do pretty much any of your transactions as needed. Some of the utilities and reports are some of the just the utilities are going to be locked down a little bit. So if you run into that, you know, give our support line a call. But as far as transactions go, it's just going to be business as usual. Like I said, if you don't use our financial worksheet, then you can still enter your revenue budget. We're just not going to be able to help you uh, with where those numbers are located. So if you use an Excel spreadsheet to do that, that have to fall back on you for where those numbers came from and getting those entered. Is there a way to correct the spelling of a vendor like the withholdings? Yes and no. So you can't rename a regular accounting vendor. I so that's why we recommend doing some vendor maintenance during the beginning of the year. It's going to allow you to not fuss with the combining 1099s if you did a mid-year having to add a new vendor. But what you can do, you can deactivate the old vendor and add a new vendor with the corrected spelling, and you would be able to keep the same tax ID or social security number, however that's designated. But yes, there you can correct it, but you just wouldn't be able to go in and as easily just change the name. You would have to deactivate the old vendor and create a new one. We're getting some questions. We don't, our specific entity doesn't use temporary appropriations. Uh, We can't recommend that. So again, call our support line if that's the case. We're not going to discuss that and confuse the masses. For temporary appropriations, are we just estimating what is needed for the first 60 days? Pretty much. It's not a full year amount. Whatever you think would is necessary as a stopgap for until your permanent appropriations are adopted. So some entities, those get adopted at the January meeting after adopting temporaries in December. Some wait a little bit longer than that. So we can't really give you a good specific answer for how long that would be, but it would just be, how long do you intend to function on the temporary appropriations? If you enter a wrong amount in the revenue budget, can it be changed later? Yes, it can. Call our support line if that's the case. There's an extra step needed. Can you appropriate the whole year in the temporary appropriations? I guess you could. I'm not sure why you would, but like I said, temporaries are just intended for you to function in the meantime. So it would just be however much you need to get through until you can adopt your permanent appropriations, which would be for the full year. All right, so that looks like that's going to be all the questions for now. I'm going to turn it over to the very capable hands of Bob. I'm off to my curling bond spiel. There's your vocabulary word of the day. That's what a curling tournament's called. So you can't say you didn't learn something today. So Bob, let me turn it over to you here.
You can hear me? Okay, that's good. I got to get this recycle bucket off my foot. Just a second. I'm out of breath. Just came back from the three-legged race with Tony. You remember Tony from a few year ends back? The pirate. Remember that? All right, let me get that. There we go. Yep. Well, that was a great race, but we had to cancel it or temporarily put it on hold because Tony had to rush to the emergency room. He's twisted. I don't know. He says he broke his foot. I don't know if he's exaggerating or not, but we're battling against the local government services and UAN team, and we about they were just about to win, but Tony may have hurt his foot there, so they suspended it until further notice. So we'll pick up on that. I'm waiting for a call or text from them soon. All right, well, thanks, John. So John just spoke of went through the accounting new year procedures that you can take care of in 2022 in temporary mode. And this next section, if you happen to have gotten the best practices printed out, if not, do not worry about it. But this is in the second page. In the middle of the second page, we start with the new year payroll procedures. And just like while the calendar date, like it is today, what is it, December 7th in the real world? I think we're losing track here in training land. December 7th, I believe, is today. And if you get that version disk or download soon, you will be able to operate in 2022. So get the ball rolling or blazing like this blazing soccer ball, if you like, because temporary mode is great. It's great for payroll as well, as you will see in the next few slides. So let's get to it. So we're moving down the best practices. No, a reminder first. Now, once you folks who've had UAN for a while, you know this. You're starting sure in December, and you're moving on. Maybe you finish your everything up in mid-January, perhaps. You're going in and out of as you can, get things done working in the new year, and then going back to your day-to-day transactions, say in December here. Or maybe you just leave for lunch or working in the new year, or come back for the next day and you've logged out. When you sign out and come back in, it's always going to default to the oldest year. Of course, that's 2021 now. So make sure if you need to do some work in the new year to click on that button before you log in. That's the point where you switch over, is when you log in. So we're going to do all our payroll in 2022, and we will log in now. All right, the first item on our list is add new earnings or leave benefits. So we'll start that process here. You go to payroll, maintenance, earnings and leave. The earnings and leave main list opens, and then to add a brand new earning or leave benefit, you would click on the add button. So in the best practice, it lists these as common New Year activities. And to be honest, this is not quite that common as a beginning of the year activity. It's listed there in case for the few of you who do have, this coming up in the new year, you know where to go to get to this, and you know the steps. But in reality, it's not really super common. So if the shoe fits, for the purposes of our training day today, we're going to save a little time, and I think we're just going to scrap that topic for now and move on to the next one, which is adding new withholdings. Now, this is going to be either a 1 or 2-step process depending on your situation. So if you've got a new benefit or a brand new option for all of your employees and elected officials, let's say, then it would be a 2-step process. You would first add the withholding to the main list as this custom withholding. So let's say it's a new insurance plan and you never offered insurance there before, so it would be for the deduction. Then you would have to add that to your main list first, and then you would add it to the individual employee's personal withholdings. However, if it's, let's say with the insurance plan example, if you have already offered that, but a current employee just changed positions and they now qualify to have insurance deducted, then you don't need step 1. You've already got the insurance for other employees in the main list. You just need to go to step 2, which is add it to the particular employees, their custom list of withholdings. So we'll do both. We'll start by adding a new withholding to their main list under payroll, maintenance, withholdings. That opens up our primary withholding list, main withholding list, and we're going to click on add to add a new one. And this is what the top half of the form looks like. You'll start typing in the name of the withholding. This is what's going to show up on their pay stub, the withholding name. And then you'll start typing, and then you'll select the process group. And that's a point that I want to camp out on here for a moment, because it's really important that you understand you get the right processing group. If you get the wrong one, that can affect how your employees' taxes are withheld from their checks, or how those taxes are reported on different government forms like the W-2, or other just payroll specific reports. So if you look at these columns here, the type column A, B, C, D, okay, those are all from the IRS, and we've customized the description just to make them a little bit more straightforward for our purposes in the software. But I'll go over all of these, and let's start with the most straightforward ones here, I think. The school tax. School tax is going to be specifically and only for school district income tax. Should be obvious. And that, when you select that process group, it is going to bring up its own set of options for school tax. For instance, you'll want to put in the school district 4-digit number that represents the school district for that tax. That will actually, and it's there because that's going to pull into the employees that have this tax into their W-2. So that's school tax. Local tax is any other type of local tax that's not a school district income tax. So you're talking about like city, village tax, township taxes. That's your local tax, as long as it's not a school district tax. And that'll have its own group of options that you need to select from when we pick that process group. Now there is the next is the deferred compensation non-Roth. So deferred compensation is only for those retirement plans that qualify with the IRS that defer your taxes on, not all your taxes, but um, some, like federal and state. If you withhold $100, say, from an employee's check, they opt for that deferred compensation plan that qualifies, and you withhold $100, that federal and state will not be taxed on that $100 deferred until they draw their retirement for that plan. So notice that it says non-Roth. That's because some of you may know a few years ago, Ohio Deferred Compensation added a Roth plan, which is not a tax deferral. It actually is your current taxes are taxed normally on that $100 example. So that would actually be a miscellaneous withholding. And miscellaneous, as you can guess, is anything that doesn't fit into other 4 categories. And miscellaneous withholdings don't give you any special tax benefit. So things like that would be you put a Roth retirement withholding would be in there, as opposed to the deferred compensation non-Roth. You would have union dues, some insurance deductions that premiums withheld that don't have any tax benefit would be miscellaneous. And what else am I thinking of? Child support, maybe some other types of court ordered garnishments would be miscellaneous withholdings. I've seen this once before. You never set up something like a local or school tax as a miscellaneous because it wouldn't pull into your W-2 and other important reports. So you only use the miscellaneous for items that withholdings that don't apply where the other ones don't apply. So that leaves us with the CAFE plan. So the CAFE plan is specifically for some insurance deductions. And you have to be really careful with this. This is where we get some folks going really wrong. And a lot of times it's a new fiscal officer taking over for the predecessor, and they discover this was set up wrong. Or maybe it's you and you're new and at the time and you got confused and just said, okay, that sounds, it's got a tax benefit. So I'll choose a CAFE plan. Well, don't do it. You need to be very careful, not to say don't do a cafeteria plan, just be very careful that it qualifies. So when should you use the CAFE plan for a insurance deduction? Only when you have met 2 requirements. Number 1, that the insurance plan qualifies as a 125 CAFE plan by the IRS. So check with your insurance agents, check with a qualified tax advisor or the IRS directly. Does this particular insurance plan qualify for 125? Just because it qualifies, though, that's great, but just because it qualifies doesn't mean that you can use it if it has not been legislated and adopted by your governing board. So if you've got one already set up when you walk in as a new fiscal officer, check your documentation. If you can't, maybe it's in a minutes somewhere and it is legislated. You need to have that written record that this has been adopted by your governing board in legislation. So those 2 things, it qualifies by the IRS and it's adopted in legislation, through legislation. If not, then it's a miscellaneous withholding, and that just means it doesn't get any tax benefits. I didn't mention the cafeteria plan. It does get a great tax benefit. Many taxes are, I'm fumbling on my speech here. Sorry about that. The employees get a break on the taxes that would apply to the amount that's withheld for the insurance if you use that. So you want to be careful. It's a great benefit for them, but only if they qualify. All right, so enough said about that form. Let's move on to an example with our Buckeye Fake Township here. We're going to use deferred compensation non-Roth as example. As you can see, I filled out part of this form. I typed in deferred compensation non-Roth because it's pretty straightforward. I just used the same name as the process group, and I picked that process group. And then I picked the payee. Now, this payee is where some people get hung up. They say, get me on the phone. So Bob, I've followed the directions. I'm going to add. I'm in step 1 and I'm adding the withholding, and I get to the payee, and they're biting their lip like this little guy, saying, "Wait a minute, what can I do if the payee is missing from this list? Because it doesn't let you type it in." Well, you got to remember, like he said, withholdings need payees. All of your withholdings, when you withhold from the employee, you deduct it from their check, but you pay the vendor, the payee. So you have to link that up. The payee's got to come first. That's right, little fella. Every withholding first needs a payee, pal. You got to add the vendor first. Now, you may have the vendor. I got folks on the phone. Well, Bob, I just added the vendor right before this. This isn't working because I just added Ohio Public Employees Deferred Comp. Or it's already, yeah, so we'll say that. So there's 2 possibilities. Either just added it but wasn't set up quite right, or you need to add it. So first, if you run into that problem, it's not in the pick list, confirm the vendor payee is available in payroll withholdings. Well, what do I mean? Well, you go back to the general menu, maintenance, vendor payees, and you click on the edit button and open up that vendor and the edit form for that. And should look on the right hand side, it says available in, make sure payroll withholdings. So you have it marked available in payroll withholdings. Now, if you've never done this before, you may just have failed to add the vendor at all. So you do that, of course, in the same place under under general maintenance, vendor payees, and then by clicking on the add button and fill out the form. And again, make sure that you add or check mark the payroll withholdings, available in payroll withholdings. Oh, and then there'll be your vendor and payee, you'll be best friends forever. How cute. And what's the point of all this silliness? Once again, it's just a seal in your mind. These are linked in the withholdings. The payee should be added or edited at first to be made available for payroll withholdings, and then you link them up here by picking it in the pick list. All right, so that's enough said about that. We've got step 1 done. We added the new withholding to the main list if you need to do that in your case. And then we can move on to step number 2. And that's adding the new withholding to the particular employee or employees. That's under payroll, maintenance, employees, and then you go to edit the particular employee to add the withholding to their custom list of withholdings. So we pull that over, and we'll see that we have, and on this screen we see we have payroll, maintenance, employees, and our employee list. We're to mark here at Buckeye Township, our first employee to take the option for deferred compensation is Robert Build. And so we've added the new withholding in step 1. And now we're going to check mark and click on edit to Robert Build's employee information in the edit employee form. It opens up to the information tab. Then we need to click on the withholdings tab for Robert Build here. And then above his custom withholding list that only applies to him, we click on the add button, and that'll open up an add employee form. Oh, I'm sorry, add employee withholding form. And here I filled out that form So I've just picked the deferred compensation from our list of preset withholdings that we had just set this one up, and I typed in $50. He's elected to have $50 deducted from each of his wages. And right here again is a point where we get some phone calls. In fact, I've put this up in the top 5, maybe top 10. It's getting a little bit more common knowledge now, but let's say the top 10 list of phone calls that we get about payroll. This is it. You save it, everything looks good. Hey Bob, I saved it. I added the deferred compensation. Next day I had payroll. I went and paid Robert, and nothing was withheld. It was so anticlimactic. It was just nothing to withheld. What's going on? I thought I did everything right. Well, this is just easy to miss, especially this is not something you do every day. So it's easy to miss this point. It does give you a message, but you need to click on the earnings tab right there within the withholding and check mark the earning that you want this withholding to be deducted from. Now for Mr. Build here, he's got a pretty simple set of earnings. He only has one earning. Like most people, he just has one earning, one position. It's easy enough, right? But some of you do have employees that have several pay rates. They got different positions. They got, if they're police and fire, they got all kinds of things going on with different earnings. And in some cases, you may not want it to be deducted from every position that this employee gets paid for. For instance, if they have a seasonal job, but if the different frequency, the normal frequency that they get paid from. You just want it deducted, in this case, twice a month. You wouldn't want that deducted from, say, a seasonal job if Robert had one. So you only mark, this tells the software, this should be deducted when I pay these wages only, or all. All right, enough said about that. Let's talk about the next subject in line, update withholding rates. Again, we're in the bottom, page 2 of your best practices. And this has to do with any rate or amount change for withholding that's going to be effective in the new year. So there are many common examples of this. 2 of them I can think of would be your insurance premium amount changes. These can be effective often at the beginning of the year, especially if your insurance is renewed annually with your fiscal year. Then a lot of folks will have those, usually it's just an increase to your employees, like single and family plan insurance, and that's going to happen. Another one that's pretty common for the new year is a tax rate change. Maybe earlier this year there was some legislation that authorized a tax increase for one of your local taxes, and that's going to take effect at the beginning of the new year. So pretty common example. And remember, here we are in early December once again, and we can prepare for this right now. This is why temporary mode is so awesome. We can, here in the first week of December, log in temporary mode 2022 and update next year's rate, even though we still have payroll. And in our fake Buckeye Township, we have a couple more payrolls in December at the old rate, the old tax rate, and we can update the new rate for the new year now as we have time by logging into 2022 temp mode. It is truly great for payroll. So this, once again, is a 2-step process. Step 1 is to update your withholding main list. Step 2 is to update the withholdings assigned to employees. So I'll show you, this is really nice because we have a nice tool in the software that allows you to take a shortcut. You don't have to edit all of your employees for that second step. You can simply update them all at once in one place. We'll get to that first, but let's make sure we do first things first and update our main withholding list under payroll maintenance withholdings. I've selected our example here. Our Buckeye Village income tax is going up in rate, or local tax going up effective next year. So we're logged into 2022 and we mark and click to edit that withholding. So I want you to focus here on the employee share section of this edit withholding form. And the old rate that will continue through December is 1%, but here logged into 2022, we can type in the new rate, which is going to be 1.5% for the village, and save it and close and move on to step 2, which is updating it for the particular employees that have that withholding. And for that, we use our handy shortcut, the withholding editor. It's the last thing listed under maintenance. This is what the form opens like this, and you start by picking the withholding from the withholding lists. We'll pick Buckeye Village income tax. It'll pull in all the employees that have Buckeye Village tax currently deducted from their wages. Notice the value, it's set at 1%. And of course, for all of employees. And remember, we are logged into 2022. We'll select all of our employees, since this is a tax, it applies to all the employees that have this tax withheld. We're going to go to the Change To section, and I've typed in the new rate of 1.5%, and then click on the Save button, and voila, that's it. No editing. If you have 50 employees, you just come here and you can update it, easy peasy. So that's a nice shortcut. Let's open the curtains on another great shortcut in UEN, and that is the Skip Calendars editor. This allows you to update your withholdings that you skip on certain paychecks. Now, some of you are familiar with this, others are not. The skip calendar is actually set up at the employee level for any particular withholding. There's a tab when you're editing the withholding in the employee's particular screen. And that is not a subject that we are going to go over today in our demonstration. It's not hard to set that up. It's just not something that we can take the time for. It's a little bit time consuming to explain via a PowerPoint like this. So I want you to know, if you feel like I need to set up a skip calendar for some of my withholdings, or you think you're new and that this might be set up and you want to know where to check, give us a call at UN support. This is easy for us to show you how it gets set up, where it's at. It's not no big deal. So feel just call the UN support line or fire us out an email about it. So I'll explain in a moment, kind of, if you don't know exactly what I'm talking about at all, we'll give you an example. But first I want to mention that what we highly recommend, and not just for the skip calendars, but for many, a few other good reasons, you should first lay out your pay schedules for your different pay frequencies. This is a good time to do that, either in an Excel spreadsheet, or if you're not comfortable with that, on paper is fine, to lay out the 2022 pay schedule. So we're going to show you an example of that in Buckeye Township, our 2022 biweekly frequency pay schedule. And biweekly is a good example to give you because it has 26 pay periods in a year. For those of you who are new at this, in UN, the terminology, there's semi-monthly and biweekly. Semi-monthly is 24 pay periods, paychecks a year. So no matter what how the calendar falls, it's always 2 paychecks a month, 15th or 31st or 30th, just 2 paychecks a month for semi-monthly. For bi-weekly, it's 26 payrolls a year, 26 pay periods, 26 payrolls. And so that means that you're not all, for 10 months, you're going to have 2 paychecks a month, your employees under this, but 2 months out of the year, you're going to have a month with a third paycheck for biweekly frequencies, pay frequencies. And, depending on how your frequency, how your frequency is set up, it could fall in different months. So usually just around this time, if you look at our schedule, so here we've got our starting and ending date for our pay periods in the first 2 columns, and then the payroll check date or EFT date in the 3rd column listed out. And then I've highlighted the third paycheck, and it says skip next to it. Now that doesn't mean skip the third paycheck. It means skip deductions that need to be skipped. Now, why would we skip a withholding on that third paycheck? Well, one example for this might be insurance premiums, depending on how you have your insurance premium set up. For our insurance company here at our Buckeye Township example, we withhold a set amount twice a month, every month for insurance premiums from the employees that are on the plan. Let's say an example. For one employee, it's $100 in their biweekly check. So twice a month, we withhold $100. On the months like April and September here, where we have a third paycheck, if we withhold on April 29th, $100 again, well, we've over withheld from their employees, your employee, and he or she is not going to be happy with us if we do that. So we want to be very careful to skip that deduction, because we don't want to over withhold from the employee and overpay the insurance company, and then it's all muddled up there. So there are several ways you could handle skipping that. You could do it the long way by editing your wages, which we don't recommend. That's especially if you have a lot of employees that need to have this skipped. Or you can do it the easy way by setting up a skip calendar. Like I said, that's a thing that has to be done at least once at the employee level, which we don't explain in this webinar. But once that's set up, you just need to update the calendar once a year, because of course the calendar dates are going to change, and so you'll have a different date to skip. So let's turn back to our skip calendar editor. And how do you get to the skip calendar editor? Well, you go to Payroll and then Maintenance, and then Skip Calendar Editors right there near the bottom. And when you click on that, it's going to open up your skip calendar list. If you've never used, your predecessor never used this feature before, then you're going to, what you'll see here is just one row of information. It'll say deduct from every pay period. Well, that's just the standard. There's nothing you can do with that. That's just telling you if you have any withholdings, you're going to be deducting your withholdings that are set up and linked to your employees for every pay period, of course. So that's again just this is the calendar for the year. Then the second item we see here is that our sample at Buckeye Township. We could have several depending on our situation, but years ago we set up a bi-weekly skip third pay period. Now that wasn't an automatic description. We intentionally typed in a very descriptive name for the skip calendar. It's hard to miss the point of bi-weekly skip the third pay period. So you should do that as well. You can name it something very specific like that. And to edit that for the new year, remember we're logged into 2022, you just check mark that and click on the edit button. And that opens up a calendar for 2022. And we just need to mark those dates that you're going to skip that deduction. And so, oh, my trusty assistant is telling me I'm doing something wrong. You're about to skip the wrong paycheck. What is that guy talking about? I should read the directions. Okay, it says select any date within each pay period that the withholding should skip. Huh. Yeah, buddy, I'm not really clear exactly what that means. Oh, you're going to show me? Oh, great. Okay. All right. What's going on here? April 15th. So the direction said skip the pay period of the payroll. So click a date within the pay period of the payroll that you want to skip. Well, my third paycheck of the month of April is April 29th, but the pay period is April 2nd through the 15th. So I need to select a date within that pay period to skip it. If I selected April 29th, it would have skipped the first deduction in May, and then it would only deduct, it would have been muddled up, right? So you got to be careful with those directions. Thanks a lot. Nope, don't need you anymore, buddy. Thank you. I think I got it. So we are going to select in April April 15th, and then in September 16th. Notice how they're highlighted. And so we're going to save this so that those are the dates, the pay period ending dates for the April 29th payroll day, the third paycheck, and September 30th. All right, remember these dates are not universal. Your biweekly pay periods may fall on different dates. So to save this calendar, we're going to click on the Save button. And excuse me. Okay, just a moment. My assistant's telling me something here. All right, so when we save it, it will give us a little confirmation message in the corner. And then we click on Close. And you don't want to ignore this message that pops up when you close because it's important. All we've done so far is saved a calendar so that it's ready to go, but to be applied, but we have not actually applied it to any of our withholdings. There could be situations where this particular calendar, skip calendar, shouldn't apply to some of your withholdings relevant to this. And so you need to tell the software, apply these particular skip dates to these employees with these skip calendar set up. So we need that, do that second step. And so we'll come back to our list. Notice that it does tell you that you've made some edits to this skip calendar. Remember, there's kind of once a year edit. So I've added 2 skip dates. I'm going to check mark that and click on that apply button right next to the edit button. And that opens up the apply skip calendar form. The first thing we do is select the pay frequency that this is relevant for, and then the withholding. Now here at Buckeye, we have 3 different insurance plans, and it should be applied to all of them. We'll apply them one at a time. We're just going to demonstrate, though, the dental insurance. So we'll select dental insurance and select all of the employees that have that skip calendar on that withholding, and click on the Save button. That'll save our changes, and that completes the cycle for this. So we're about to finish up page 2 of the year-end best practices on payroll, new year payroll procedures. And our last section is on, let's see if my clicker here works here. Not working. Try it again. Our last section is on leave benefits, and whether or not you need to do leave balance adjustments. So here we are, December 6th, and we can think about, it's a good time to start thinking about your employees' leave benefits and your policies. So you need to evaluate your leave balances, if you, of course, you have leave benefits for employees, and you need to determine if and when to adjust leave. Now, some of you don't do adjustments. You have an accrual plan for for all of your leave benefits, and adjustments are only for error correction. So you need to know how to do that if there is an error along the way. But for others, there are policies that will support annual leave adjustments. And so now's the time to start thinking about this. In January, a lot of times leave renews in the new year, and your employees may want to fly off on vacation. Some of them can fly off early in January. You see a little guy out there swimming on his tropical island, skinny dipping a little bit. Yeah, be careful there. But he needs to know, will he have enough time for vacation leave in early January or sometime around those bouts, or does he need to wait until later? So he just sinks away. He's going to be angry if he does not know, have a good state of affairs on his pay stub or other document showing this is the balance he or she has available. So leave balance adjustments can be done to adjust leave for like an annual renewal benefits or for other reasons. These are all determined by your policies. A couple things I want to emphasize here. One is that the timing of your adjustments and whether or not to adjust at the beginning of the new year or later in the year is based on your policies. There's nothing in the auditor state's office. An auditor will not tell you this is what your policies should be. UEN, we don't dictate answers to policy questions regarding your leave benefits. And when you get those questions, we just can't answer those. These are determined by legislation at your government entity. So your governing board determines this. You should have a written policy, either in a policy manual, that'd be nice for employees, that's already written out, stating, okay, this is our policy for people in this position for this many years, the leave, vacation leave benefits or personal leave benefits, et cetera, sick leave. And so you should have something in writing. Sometimes I talk to folks on the phone who just don't have anything in writing, and they're going by, hey, Trustee Larry told me to give this guy, 2 weeks of leave every January, and that's what I do. But I've never seen anything in writing. Well, somewhere in the documentation, that should have been legislated at some point. And it should be in writing. So if you can't find anything like that, this is really a topic you need to bring up with your governing board. It's important that you have that backed up. So when auditors audit your books and they look at what you've done with leave benefits, that you can back it up with a written policy. So let's get to the mechanics of it and some examples. So to enter a leave balance adjustment, taking away or providing leave, you're going to go to Payroll Utilities, Leave Balance Adjustment, and when you click on that menu, oops, I went backwards, Payroll Utilities, Leave Balance Adjustment, you're going to get a message. You can read this. Supporting documentation should be retained for all leave balance adjustments. Okie dokie, no problem there. Oh, but you need to be careful. This is an important warning. This is like taking or giving away money. Auditors will consider this like cash in hand because the employee, if they have 80 hours of leave and vacation leave benefit, that's like money essentially. They could take time off without working. That's a leave benefit. So make sure your policies back it up. Once you feel confident about that, well, then you can click that OK button and it'll open up this form. And the first thing I want you to notice about it is that there are two options for this form. You can adjust leave by employee, or you can adjust leave by the leave type for several employees. There's no right or wrong here. It's whatever one you feel more comfortable with. Depending on the situation, one or the other may be a little bit more efficient. So we'll look at examples first of adjusting by employee, and we'll pick our employee, Henry Hero. He's our fire chief, and he has 4 different leave benefits. If you look at the current balance of his leave for sick leave and vacation leave, he has a nice big balance for sick leave and a little bit for vacation and 0 for holiday and personal. So I can give you a lot of examples. I'm just going to give you 3 examples using Henry's here. So example number 1, let's say Henry gets an increase of 3 weeks per our policies, an annual lump sum 3-week increase, which would be by the hour. So the adjustment would be entered by the hour. So 120 hours is 3 weeks of vacation time. So by anniversary, higher date anniversary, this would be, well, Henry Hero, he got hired on the 4th of July, very patriotic, and that's when he started. And every time a pay period rolls around, our policy states that when his paycheck falls within that pay period, that's when he gets his lump sum 3 weeks that he can start using immediately for the rest of the year. All right. Example number 2, let's say that Henry decides to retire, or you have a termination of some sort with an employee. Then you need to remove the leave balance. So you can put in a negative adjustment to bring it down to 0. This should always be used by the last payroll for your employees. You want to show on their pay stub is zero balance going out. Even if you have, now some employees, if they have a balance, that's it, but there's certain requirements and policies you may have where they can cash out a certain amount. Instead of taking the time off, they can cash out upon a termination, let's say their vacation leave, for the amount they would have been paid. Even if you have that policy and you do write them that cash out check, that will not automatically reduce this leave balance. And so what you want to avoid is a couple years later, an auditor looking at your books and seeing, yeah, Henry left about 2 years ago, but he still has a a leave balance. That's like cash. That's not a good thing, and you're going to get dinged on that. So make sure you once an employee is terminated, that they no longer have a balance. And lastly, any kind of error correction for whatever reason, if you need to increase or decrease, as long as you document in the purpose why that you're making that correction. Remember, it's like taking away or giving money to employees. So you need to document, document, document. So I could go on about adjusting by employee, but we'll leave it at that, and we'll flip over to the other type of adjustment, and that's adjust by leave type. So we'll use personal leave for 2 examples of adjusting by leave type. So I'm going to click on the pick list and choose personal leave, and that will show me all of the employees that currently have a personal leave benefit, that qualify for that benefit. And example 1 is that we have at Buckeye Township, this is just an example, yours policy would be different for personal leave, perhaps, most likely going to be different than ours, is for personal leave, an unused balance is we have a use it or lose it policy. So by the end of the year, if you don't use 3 days of personal leave that we give you at the beginning of the year, then you lost that. Sorry, if it's your end of the new year, past the date, you cannot use that leave. So if in this case, we got poor Barry deceased, our cemetery sexton, not only does he have that unfortunate name, but he forgot to use his 8 hours of 1 day of personal leave that he could have used. And so it looks like he's going to lose that. We can type in a negative 8 hours to bring his revised balance to 0. And of course, we type in a meaningful description and date of the adjustment. Remember, we're logged into 2022 now. And so this is for unused personal leave. So we type in our a note, and then we said per policy, but oh, my assistant's nudging me on the shoulder here again. He said, you're going to miss the mark. Don't miss the mark in the competition. You really didn't check the policy, did you, Bob? Don't just go by memory. Check your policies on this. Okay, so I'm not going to post that because I didn't really check my policy manual in our employee benefits. Let's flip back to our biweekly pay schedule, and I'm going to pull out the Buckeye Township policy manual, our use it and lose it policy for personal leave, and this is just an example, so not necessarily the way it works on your government, but at Buckeye Township, our policy states they get 3 days. If they don't use it by the last pay period in the year, then they lose it. Well, the last pay period at Buckeye Township is December 24th. It's the last date that pay period ends in that year in 2021, but that's not paid until January 7th. So now in December is not the time to make that adjustment. We need to wait until the new year, at least January 7th, before we say he's lost those 8 hours. So in fact, oh, Barry's my buddy. I'm going to give him a call and say, hey, you're going about to lose this. You only got a couple more paychecks in December. Better take care of that. So now we'll pretend in this example of Training World that we've moved forward in time to January 7th, and we're looking at the last 2 payrolls, and Barry got smart there and took a day off so he wouldn't lose that 8 hours. So there's no need for that adjustment. So be careful and check your written policy. All right, our second example, like I mentioned, is that personal leave, our employees get an annual lump sum increase every year of 3 days. That's 24 hours they get to use that year. And so we can use the adjustment column just to type a lot down along the way, 24, enter, enter, and it's real easy to type that in. Show that again. Very easy to use by leave. And then you're going to document this in by entering in a date and a meaningful purpose. So 2022 personal leave granted per policy. That tells your next auditor. That's going to show up, by the way, on a leave balance adjustment report that your auditor can look at. On there are a couple different leave reports, a leave detail, and so it doesn't tell them everything, but they can refer back to your policy that backs it up. And all that remains is to click on post, and that will update those employees' leave going into the new year. All right, we'll stop there for payroll new year procedures and take a look at any questions we may have gotten. All right, John's going to show me the questions here, and what's that? Oh, this will work. It's not letting me use the mouse. You turned off? Oh. Oh, okay. All right, now I can kind of look at the questions myself, so that's good. Okay, I have a question. It says our last biweekly payroll date in December has a starting date of December 19th and ending date of January 1st, 2022. Is this actually a 2022 payroll, or does it get included on the 2021 W-2? Or the thing that you didn't, so if your ending date is January 1st, a biweekly payroll date in December, so I would say that's odd that you're paying someone before the pay period ends, because if you're paying them in December, that'd be at least December 31st. That's the day before their pay period ends, and so that's really, it's a good question, but it's your procedure is wrong. Really, that check belongs in January, from what I can tell. So that's probably something we could just discuss further over the phone. Yeah, that's the phone. That's what I'm saying. That's something we should discuss further over the phone. You can give us a support line, a call at the UN support, and we'll be happy to discuss that further. All right. On December 31st, pay date for the month of December. Yeah, all right, on December 3rd, let me read that. Am I seeing all that question? Oh, you're looking at, oh, I see. Oh, I see. I'm not seeing all the question. All right. Technical difficulties here, mostly on Bob's side. Sorry about that. I keep knocking things around here too. So I'm just too finicky. Can the township pay elected officials on December 31st pay date for the month of December? Or is it required to wait until the first pay in January? Well, if you have a special meeting in December, then you can, right? I'm saying no. If you call a special meeting December 31st, you cannot have payroll. You're saying that's not? But if you call a special meeting on the pay period of December 31st, then certainly you can pay them for the month of December. You wouldn't pay them in the middle of December for the pay period ending December 31st. But that is something that you could do if you called a special meeting. I don't know if your trustees or governing board really want to meet New Year's Eve, but some folks do that and they're happy to do that. So that's really that's up to your board. All right. Next question. Let's see. Is the duplicate option, okay, that's going back to the purchase orders. Is the duplicate option available for these steps too, or oh, I see. Or does the system remember the previous year's information? Okay. There's no duplicate button for any of the subjects that I discussed, like leave balance adjustments. So I guess that would answer that question. Our school district, our local school district voted in a new school tax effective January 1st. Do I need to go in and edit each employee individually to add the new withholding? So if this is a brand new school tax for your school district, they've never had a tax in that district before, they're in that district, then you would have to add that employee. You do the two-step process first. If no one has ever paid that school district tax before, you would add the school district under payroll, maintenance, withholdings, and then you would, yes, you would add it to each individual employee. There's in their payroll, maintenance, employees, editing the employee and adding the withholding. There's no way around that. And then once it's set up, if a rate ever changes, that's where the withholding editor comes in. So I think some folks are confusing the shortcut for the withholding editor. This is something that you would use, but when you add a brand new withholding, that's going to be done employee by employee. So that's a good question. All right, so I'll go ahead and delete that one. Let's take a look at the next. All right, a question about, do you need to use a skip calendar if you just cut checks once a month? The only time you need to use a skip calendar is if you need to skip a deduction. So if there's 1 month a particular that would be pretty odd for elected officials, but it seems like you also have some hired that would, but if they have a reason to skip a deduction, then that's where you could use a skip calendar. So remember, that's not to skip a payroll check. It's just to say don't take out this particular deduction on this month. So I can't imagine a scenario where you would do that monthly, but maybe there are some out there on a monthly frequency, I meant. All right, can you enter an adjustment date, for example, for PTO for an employee if he would be eligible for, yeah, I'm not sure, maybe it's just because of my webinar mode. I'm not sure what you're referring to as PTO for 1 year. So if you want to call support about that, that's probably something we could help you more effectively there. Ask us some more questions. All right, on withholding for insurance, can you temporarily change the payee any time? Temporarily change the payee. So you withhold a premium for insurance, but maybe you're switching insurance companies. It is possible to change it. It won't be for a by employee. It would be by withholding. So you can, for instance, if you have a withholding, like my withholding was named dental insurance, that's very generic. Dental insurance doesn't say Aflac or, you know, any kind of dental insurance, Aetna or whatever. And so the payee, if you switch plans with different company, you could switch from one company to another and then change the withholding to be linked to that new company under the pay, that you're using for your insurance coverage. So yes. All right. Got a few more questions. let me move on because I'm not following that. All right, based, John, messing with my questions. Oh, okay. I moved that one up. Let me jump around here a little bit. All right, question, will UN updates automatically enter tax updates? Yes, it will. All right, so voice is just too muffled. I think you're saying something I need to hear. All right, just answer the question. If you nudge me if you got a comment. Will UN updates automatically enter tax updates? So for federal and state, we do put out the tax tables. If there are changes, there are always changes, tweaks to the federal, and we do update your tax tables if they are not included in the version 2022.1, which I'm not sure if they're included this time. Usually that's not, we get the version update out too early to include the tax table updates because IRS kind of waits the last minute to get that to us. So we have a software patch that we give everyone a notice about by email and our website usually in mid-January or early January, and that's just a simple download that anyone could do. If you don't have any kind of, if you have very, very slow speed internet, we can request that we mail something out to you, but normally it's just downloading a very short, small file to update that. So good question. We will not update local or school taxes or anything like that. Like I said, if you have a local school tax, you're going to need to do those updates using the methods I described, like with the changes in withholding rate into the main list, and then using the withholding editor to update the rate for those types of taxes. All right, let me take a look at questions keep coming in. So let me read this over first. If you are setting up paid time off for the first time for some part-time employees, would it be easier to do it in a leave balance adjustment? Each employee earns a different amount based on the years of service and weekly hours. Yeah, so if your policies state, well, it's easier is not the right question. What does your policy state? What is your policy for these positions? If your policy is, hey, at the beginning of the year, these part-time employees can get a half a week vacation that they can use any time of the year, or whatever it is. I'm going to make that up and say it's half a week. It's 20 hours, and they can get it immediate access to that at this, on their first payroll in January, pay period in January, whatever it is, or on their hire date, like we had an example earlier, they get that. Whatever the case may be, it's your policy that drives this. Then if it's automatic, they get it on a certain date, they can use immediately, that would be in a leave balance adjustment. And it's easy enough to do when you get once you get comfortable with it. If it is, if your policy say they accrue a little bit each pay period, then that is a whole different process that we didn't go over today, and you would set up an accrual. But if they were kind of a regular part-time employee that works 20 hours most weeks, right, then that would be a if your policy saves accrual, then that would not be a leave balance adjustment. They just get a little bit each pay period. That's a different policy than one that says you get it all at once. So it's not a matter of what's easier, it's a matter of what your policy dictates. So I can't really give you a yes or no answer on that. All right. Let's see, for skip withholdings, use a pay period date for skip date, not post date. Yeah, so they're just asking to confirm. So when you're setting up a skip withholding calendar, you do mark the pay period date. I always it's best to think of it the pay period ending date in my mind, but it could be any date within the period of the check that you want to skip. So if I'm paying someone, like in our example, so it'd be the April 15th was the pay period, but I was paying them on April 29th. That's their paycheck date. So the calendar functions by the date the pay period date that you select, and it'll skip any check that you post that has that pay period, falls in that pay period. So if this is still unclear, you can give us a ring of support, and we can kind of talk it through with your particular employees. All right, can I add holiday hours to be used throughout the year? That's a policy question. Can you? If you have something that says they can get here's the problem with holiday hours. I mean, you're not going to usually say, I can take the Independence Day off in January, right? That's it. You get that as time off in July. That's Independence Day, right? So typically that is something that they would earn in each, in the pay period in which it occurs, but they earn it and then they use it. So and get paid it. But there's some folks who put that in. That's really not a question for you, Ann. Okay. All right, if our 2-week payday is on December 31st, is that date okay, or is it considered a holiday? That's not a question for you, Ian. That's considered a holiday. All right. I think that's the one I want to get rid of. All right, so next question. If nothing changes in payroll, does it just roll over to the new year? So yeah, your balances will not there's no automatic delete of your balances. There is something where you can set a maximum leave balance, but that's for a different purpose than this. So if you have a leave balance, if your policy say that use or lose it, like in my example, we had to do an adjustment to get that 8 hours off. If let's say if Barry just never took it by January 7th, his payroll date, he just never took those 8 hours, then he would lose it, and we had to do a specific leave balance adjustment. And it's that way for a purpose. To use the purpose field to document for your auditors that they lost this amount. Now, if they're due to have the balance carry over to the new year, it will carry over. There's nothing you need to do. If someone has an 80-hour balance, they get 2 weeks a year, they didn't use one day of that 2 weeks. As they go into the new year, they'll start off with 80 hours, going into the new year. So there doesn't automatically take away or give anyone leave. Well, we've got more and more questions coming in, but we've got to stay on schedule, I'm told. So, and so we'll get no, I'm afraid. Wow, look at that. I just got a text message from Tony, and he is telling me that it wasn't a broken foot after all. He just stubbed his toe. They did an x-ray and everything, and all he did was stub his toe. And LGS is saying the race is still on, the three-legged race. Well, I'm going to get out of here, and we are going to win that race. Let me get my bucket, and I'm ready to go. Hey, who's taking the next section so I can get out of here? Is that John? Is that you? All right. Well, let me put the bucket on, and I'm off to my three-legged race. All right. See you later.
All right. Well, thank you, Bob. The bond spiel. I'm going to keep using that word. I'm going to drive it home. We are getting a little curling knowledge today. The bond spiel didn't quite go as expected, unfortunately. We, quite frankly, we lost in the first round. We're not very good, but it's the effort that counts, right? Right? All right. So I am going to get moving here. So I'm going to take you through some of the final steps you need in preparation for closing your year. This is going to be a little bit of a high-level overview here. We're not going to get anything too terribly detailed. So keep that in mind, that some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about, it may be covered in a little more detail here in a little bit. These are just more of a reminder than anything. So if I don't answer your question at the end or during this section, we may just cover it later. So keep that in mind. So first things first, there's no award for filing first. That we get so many calls, January 2nd or 3rd, what would be the 3rd this year, from panicked fiscal officers who haven't closed the year, and it's January 3rd, and it's just chaos, and slow down, take it easy. You've got 60 days. There's no reason to rush through. There's no reason to even worry about closing the year, especially in the first few days. Take your time. That's what temporary mode's for. It lets you work in both years. To help drive the point home a little bit, we're going to call in a little help here from our coach. He's got his trusty whiteboard out, so be ready, because he's a rough one. So first things first, coach says we need to complete all of our 2021 transactions in work year 2021. It seems like, an obvious thing, but we do have some fiscal officers out there who like to try to get everything posted as of December 31st, even if it is intended to be paid in the new year. Don't do that. The system, if you have a carryover of either a purchase order or a withholding, the system handles that beautifully. There's no reason to falsify your records and try to post something in 2021 that was actually paid in 2022. And that leads us to the next point. Don't do that. Don't post the items in 2021 that are paid next year. Like I said, the system's built to have these carryover withholdings and carryover purchase orders handled wonderfully. Like I said, you're just going to make the work harder on yourself if you try to get everything cleared out. And honestly, it may not be a huge difference, but it does affect your annual financial reports. So keep that in mind, that if it wasn't actually paid in 2021, but you posted the payment, then your annual financial reports are incorrect. And use temporary mode to post items in the correct year. Like I said, I'm going to harp on this. You've got to pay it in the year it was actually paid. So, if you did legitimately submit a payment to a vendor, December 31st, then yeah, that would legitimately go into 2021. I can't think of a case of that happening. It's going to, the year's ending, everybody's kicked back enjoying their little holiday eggnog, so it shouldn't be a common occurrence, but it could, in theory, still happen. But you'll just want to make sure that it's actually posted in the correct year. Your withholdings, you'll want to make sure that your December and fourth quarter withholdings are all paid and reported. Again, your withholdings, you're going to, especially your December and fourth quarter, you may have to wait until January to make those payments. Especially if you've got, depending on your specific pay periods, where you're crossing years, or you pay a December pay period in January, you may have to wait in some cases to make those payments in January. So don't hurry up and try to post things before your final payroll's been posted. You're just going to make life a lot harder on yourself. And remember, state, school, local, ODJFS, and your federal 941, those are all included in that. You'll want to have a look at your carryover withholdings. So that's going to be under payroll reports and statements, withholding reports. And we're going to run your withholding summary report twice. And you may think, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, John. Why do I need to run the same report twice? It's not going to be the exact same report. So OPRS and OP and FPF, they use a pay period end date for reporting the withholdings. Everything else is going to be based on the post date of the wage. So you'll see here, we've got original post date selected, and we want to select everything but OPERS and OP and FPF. And then we change it to pay period end date for those two. It doesn't necessarily mean the report would be incorrect. Depending on the circumstance of your pay period end dates versus your post dates, it may report the same figure, but you also run the risk of it reporting an incorrect amount to you. So it's best just to run it twice, one for the post date, one for the pay period end date. All right, so carryover withholding. For new fiscal officers, you may not know exactly what a carryover withholding is. It's pretty simple. It's just an unpaid withholding that gets carried over and paid in the new year. Come on. There we go. Like our little man here, he's carrying it from 2021 to 2022. For purposes of 2021 reporting, it's going to be reported as unpaid and carried over forever. That's because as of the report date of 12/31 for these reports, it was unpaid. That's if it wasn't paid until the next year, then you're just not going to get that captured in the reports. If that is the case where it is paid in 2022, your 2022 reporting will show where it starts as unpaid and then becomes paid. And this is a reminder too that the carryover withholdings in particular, the employee share is the carried over portion. The employer share will need to be factored into your temporary appropriations. That's something that can be overlooked because you would think it carries over both portions, but that's not how the system works. So the employee share does carry over. The employer share will hit your 2022 appropriations, whether temporary or permanent, depending on the dates. So clearing your unpaid withholdings, it's not a common thing. If the withholding needs to be paid, don't clear them. We do have some special circumstances where withholdings do need to be cleared. That's not common. Odds are, entity to entity, you're not going to have to do that. If you suspect you might, call us first and run it past us just to make sure that there's not some other way to make the payment. Like I said, we do have some legitimate reasons, but it's not common and shouldn't be done without just the highest level of discretion. And like I said, there are legitimate uses. If you've got an extra withholding in there, they do pop up occasionally, then that would be a good candidate to clear because it would never need to be paid. But like I said, if you have any question at all whether or not something needs to be cleared, give us a call. We'll be happy to discuss it with you. It's just a very case by case specific basis. So I'm not really going to delve too much into the details of that because it would probably confuse more than it would help. You'll also need to close or reduce your purchase orders and blanket certificates. There's a little bit of confusion on your POs and BCs, what the expectation is, going from one year to another. To put it in as few words as possible, only carry over what's immediately needed. What does that mean? Well, I'll show you. So under accounting utilities, purchase order utility, we're going to use your filters. Like our little cheerleader here says, we have a list of filters up here for type and status. So the type, you'll see it includes, you can do PO regulars and then announce BC regulars and BC supers, or any of those individually. And then the status, you can do all, open, expired, zero balance, closed. In our case, let's start with the zero balance ones. So a zero balance purchase order, it is just that. It has a zero balance. You can't spend anything else on it. You can't really do a whole lot with it. And if they're open in the system, it's just creating more clutter for you. These are a good a good option to go in and close immediately, just because, you know, if it doesn't have any balance left, it's essentially useless. So you would select them and hit close item. Your close date, remember, we're preparing for year end here. We're in work year 2021. So your close date would need to be in 2021, especially these year end cleanup items. I usually recommend using a 12/31 date, just because that's understood that, you know, very few legitimate transactions happen that date. It's just more of a cleanup effort at that point. So we would enter 12/31 here and click OK, and that's that. But what if you do need to carry over a purchase order? Maybe, you know, here at the end of the year you had a surprise bill come in. Well, that's simple enough. You would select the purchase order and hit adjust. And you can see here we have our fire equipment inspectors. So we got a bill. You know, December was a very cold month. We issued our purchase order for the year. We had quite a balance left on it, but, you know, December got cold. They were worried about pipes freezing, so we needed them to come out and have a look. So we need to account for that. But remember what I said, only carry over what's needed. In this case, the bill was only $450, so we only need to carry over $450. So first things first, from the adjust screen, we're going to enter a purpose. In this case, short, sweet, simple, reduce to carry over amount. And here's that 12/31 date that's going to be quite common. You'll see that quite a bit through this year close process. So the adjustment, it's going to be the amount not needed. So you can see the current balance was $1,650. We only need $450 of that. So our adjustment's the minus $1,200. And that gets us down to the correct revised balance. Keep in mind too that once you use that balance on a 2022 payment, this reserved column that's outlined in red will reflect an amount, and that's going to show you whether or not your carryover purchase order has been processed yet, or payment has been processed yet. It's just a good quick way to look at it. But I can't preach enough. You've got to only carry over what is needed, because we've got every year we get fiscal officers that, you know, incidentally carry over $100,000 worth of purchase orders, and, you know, it doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is a huge deal. Because if you carry over a purchase order that's not needed, and, you know, you close it in 2022, you lose access to that money until 2023 at this point. So be very careful with that. You want to scrutinize your carryover purchase orders very carefully, and just, you know, any question at all, call our UAN support line and we can talk it through with you. All right, so we've reached the question section here. So I'll give a couple minutes here. We're running just a smidge behind, so we're going to be pretty quick. We're going to be pretty quick here with our question sections for a little bit, just so we can hope to catch up a bit. So if you have a question now, go ahead and submit it. It may or may not get answered because we are a little short on time. And just a reminder too, we're trying to only answer, you know, generic or very general questions. Anything that's specific to, you know, your entity, or in some cases, you know, the CARES Act or ARPA money, we can't answer that. As far as CARES Act and ARPA go, here at UAN Support, we have very little information on that. You can call the support line, ask the question, see if we have an answer for it. But, you know, odds are we'll probably have to send you somewhere else, but we can it doesn't hurt to start with us. So let's see here. So we've got a question here for if you can carry over a purchase order. Well, I assume they mean a blanket certificate if it expires on 12/31. That is correct. And you can post a 2022 payment against that. Just remember that the expiration date is an expiration towards future commitments. So you wouldn't be able to post something, you go out and buy a stapler January 4th. You can't use a carryover purchase order or blanket certificate for that. But there is sometimes a lag from getting the invoice in versus actually processing the payment. So the expiration date, it's an expiration towards new commitments. Coming in as a new fiscal officer this year, March, POs from 2020 were not closed out. Can I do so with this year end? In fact, I would encourage it because if you carry it over, it would still have the same effect as carrying over a 2021 purchase order. You would not have access to that money until 2023. So I'd highly recommend, if you've got unused purchase orders from 2020 still hanging out in your system, get those closed, especially before you close out 2021. But definitely you may have a look at those immediately to get that closed out. Any of these year-end adjustments you'll want to do in work year 2021. You don't want to touch those in work year 2022, or else it'll sometimes force you to carry over those purchase orders you may not have intended. So anytime you're making these adjustments, you'll want to do that in work year 2021. So if you, I can be brief on this. Please explain how funds would not be available until 2023 if the purchase order amount is unused and closed in 2022. Quite frankly, it's just because the way that it's accounted for, when you close 2021, that carryover amount's locked in for your 2022 reporting. So whether or not you use it, that amount's not going to change. So you closing it out, you would still have that carried over amount showing in the system if you close the carried over purchase order in 2022 with a balance. If you have any questions about that, we can explain it in a little more detail if you call our support line. We've got a question: do purchase orders have to be closed by 12/31 or just before we close the year? So keep in mind too, that it's going to be before you close the year, but for our purposes, that 12/31 date, it's just an administrative date. So when you do the adjustment, for example, where that was dated 12/31, you can still do that in January as part of cleanup. So there's no pressure to get that done, by 12/31. That's the beauty of temporary mode, is that you can go back and you can, backdate those adjustments to 12/31 after the fact. You would just want to make sure that all those adjustments and that cleanup effort's done before you actually close the year. All right, so that looks like all the questions. That sounds like Bob might need a little help. I heard a loud thump over at the three-legged race, so I might need to go check on them. I'll turn you over to Trina, and she's going to take you through the W-2s. Take it away, Trina.
All right, I got my mic unmuted. I can see it's working. That's the big mistake I always make at some point in this webinar. I do want to report that UAN did get the gold medal in the bank rec competition against LGS. excellent competition. They made it very tough to beat them, and I know that our next UAN Auditor of State Olympics is going to be tough competition in this area. So we do have the gold in that field. So next on the best practices is verify your W-2 and W-3 information. And I got to say that folks that have been on the payroll software for many years and have kept their employees' information up to date, and there's just not a lot of verifying to do because they've already done this. But if you're new and you don't know whether the former fiscal officer was changing addresses when someone moved, you probably want to get your employees to verify their address. If you were new to UAN this year, you want to make sure you entered the right Social Security numbers in the software. So keep in mind that when you add the 2021 W-2s, it's going to pull from what's in the software in 21. All right. So the 21 W-2s pull from 21 setup and 21 paychecks. So it is absolutely essential. If you were new to the software, you had a former fiscal officer using the payroll software before you got there, don't assume things are correct. You want to make sure you're checking. So you want to be checking these employee names. Say, for example, one of our employees got married in December, and she just notified me, Sally Bay, married. She's taken on her spouse's name, and so I'm going to edit her. So the first thing I would do is look at her last name in that edit employee form on the information tab, and I'm going to change that to what she told me her last name's going to be. That could affect your employee ID to the right if you're using last names. And you can see I'm using Sally, her first name, and B, the first initial of her last name, but you might be using only last names or a portion of the last name. So you might want to update your employee ID as well. Now I do want to update her address because the W-2 needs to go to the right address. So I'm going to change her address to where she moved and make sure that's updated. Now remember, when somebody moves, it changes their home location, which could change their local tax or their school tax. So it's not just about changing the information tab so the mailing address of the W-2 is correct. If they moved out of Buckeye Village and they no longer will have to pay the Buckeye Village income tax, you're going to have to go deactivate that on the withholdings tab. And if they moved into a different school district, that new school district might have a different or no tax. So when somebody gives you a new address, you always have to check their home, local, and school taxes to see if they're changing. Now, I'm not going to show you the Social Security number of Sally because, well, that would just be playing fast and loose with her personal information. So we're skipping that. Now, we want you to make sure you've got the correct local and school tax withholding W-2 abbreviations because they're going to appear on the W-2. And again, folks that have been on the software for years, it's been right all these years. Why would you verify that? But folks that are new, and they've inherited a system that was set up, they're going to need to look at that. So you're going to go in the software to payroll, maintenance, and withholdings. This is where the main list of withholdings is located. And in that grid, I've just given you a block of our local taxes. We've got Buckeye Village income tax and Little Village income tax, and East School income tax and West School income tax. So each of these state, local and school taxes are individual items. They might end up having the same payee in some cases, especially because of school taxes are all paid to the same place. But you could even have a couple of local taxes that are managed by regional income tax agencies. So what you want to make sure, the W-2 ID for a local tax, a city or a village, is going to have to be the name of the local tax, not regional income tax agency. RETA is not a government. They are a company that manages local taxes for many entities. And there's more than one place that does that, but that's our most common. So you can see on Buckeye Village income tax, it says Buckeye, and Little Village income tax says Little. What happens if you have a great big name that is not going to fit in the box provided? Well, start taking out vowels. So you're going to have to scrunch that up so it's an abbreviated version that fits in the box, because the box in UAN is giving you exactly the characters you need to fit in the space on the W-2. School districts are assigned a number by the Ohio Department of Taxation. So you want, if you've taken over a system, you want to verify those are entered accurately. So the UAN software is going to put in the SD for you, but that 4-digit number comes from the setup, and you want to check that against the state's list of school districts. So to edit one of these, if you want to verify, you check the box and click edit. And here's what it looks like to edit a school tax. So notice I've got a red box around that district number, and the district number is green. Somebody had to enter 4 numbers in there. What we don't know is if they entered the real numbers or whether they're just trying to get it set up and they knew they had it to, they could fix it at any time, but they've forgotten. So those of you that have taken over a system set up by somebody else, you check these numbers. And you're saying, well, where do I get the numbers? Well, do you see that big blue question mark? Right there. Big blue question marks give you more information. And this one, not on my screen because it's a PowerPoint presentation, but in your UAN software, you click on that blue question mark on this screen, editing a school tax. It's going to take you to the Ohio Department of Taxation's website where you can click on the full list of school taxes. It's a really good idea to do that in December because the November elections could have changed school taxes. So sometimes a school local tax gets voted in or gets voted out or a change is voted. It could even change. They could have gone from an earned income to a state income tax base. So they change. And in December, the Ohio Department of Taxation will usually give a list of the changes from the November election. So you know that if you have that school, you've got to go in 2022 and update the tax rate to what it says in 2022. And you'll get those school district numbers. It'll tell you whether it's a traditional tax base or an earned income only. So in our software, it says state income tax base. That's traditional. So on their list, it'll have a T, traditional tax base, and earned income only is a capital E on their list, earned income only. These are 2 different kinds of school tax, and they are voted in as that at the local level. So you have to always look to see what that school district has put on the ballot and been voted in. So very easy to change the district number if it's incorrect. Make sure you're looking at the school district name and getting the district number correct. All right, for a local tax, if you're editing a local tax, you see that little W-2 abbreviation. If they've got Rita in that box, you need to change it to what the actual local tax is. You probably need to give us a call. You may need to change the name of your withholding. So if you've got withholdings that are named regional income tax, that's not a local tax. That's who you pay the withholding to because they manage it, and that would be an excellent opportunity to when you open temp mode to change a withholding name to what it should be. Don't guess at these. Give us a call. Let us help if you're running into that a system set up incorrectly. All right, you want to verify the entity tax information. Again, if you've been fiscal officer for years using the UAN payroll software, the right tax IDs have been pulling into your tax forms all along. But if you're taking over a system, you're new to the payroll software this year, you want to go to General Maintenance Entity Setup, and on that tab right there, the Entity Information tab is your Ohio tax ID and your federal tax ID. And those should reflect your real tax IDs, and the address listed here, if that's the former fiscal officer's home address, you need to get that updated to the address you're using for the township, village, or library now. So anytime a home address of the former fiscal officer is used, you're going to need to fix that if you've taken over. So make sure these are what's going to print on the W-2s. Make sure these items are accurate. You're going to want to verify your vendor information for the 1099. So general, maintenance, vendors, payees, and use your filters. So every single vendor you have is not going to get a 1099. Some of you don't have any vendors who are going to receive a 1099. Some of you have a vendor that is a 1099 kind of vendor, but they haven't been paid this year. So you don't have to change the setting. You simply need to verify that what you've got. Notice there's 2 settings, 1099 required. So on the edit vendor form, there is a checkbox for if this is a 1099 type vendor, you check the box 1099 required. But the problem with that is, in order to use that setting, you have to have their tax ID. And sometimes these guys send the truck out to repair to a new company and they did not get a W-9 back to you, and you've made the payment, and now you got to chase this company down for their tax ID. You can get them a W-9 form because that'll have the correct company name and the tax ID to use. So anytime I didn't have that tax information from a vendor that was going to be a 1099 type, I always mark them W-9 needed. So you can change the setting W-9 needed from all to yes. It'll give you a list of all of your 1099 type vendors that you don't have a tax ID for. If the setting was used properly, this is what it's used for. So I know I got to get on the Acorn Tree service and say, hey, you know that I'm going to send you a 1099. You have made over the limit. I have to send you a 1099. We won't work with you anymore if you're not going to cooperate and give us the W-9. Sometimes you got to get heavy-handed if they won't cooperate. And so they sent me the 1090 or the W-4 form, and now I'm going to fill out my information. So I'm going to edit the Acorn Tree service checkbox, click edit, and you can see I'm going to change the W-9 needed setting to the 1099 required and put in their tax ID. Remember also, you want to check that location to make sure address line 1 contains everything you need for the 1099 mailing. As a matter of fact, if you want their regular address to remain the same as accounts payable, you can add a new location called 1099 so that it contains everything you need on address line 1. So remember, address line 2 is not going to pull into the 1099 because the IRS changed the format and it doesn't hold as much information as it had before. So edit, if you change the location, save it, and close. Now, when do you do the W-2 report? We get folks that call, they did their last paychecks on December 18th, and they're not going to pay anybody else the rest of the year, and they want to do their W-2s right now. Well, okay, but have you even paid your December taxes? Have you got all of your December and fourth quarter reports? Because we're going to start with reviewing the W-2 report for employees, and that's a matter of printing the report and then comparing the totals to what we reported for each tax type during the year. Your W-2s have to match what was reported. So for federal, Medicare, and Social Security, you're going to have 4 941s, and the total federal tax withheld has to match the total federal tax withheld on the W-2 report, right? Now, Medicare and Social Security, only the employee share is on the W-2. So when you're comparing your 4 quarterly 941s, they have the employee and employer share. So remember, it's just a half of each, and don't forget, you've got fractions of cents too. So when you're comparing, make sure you understand W-2s only have employee share in the tax withholdings. So you're going to select your employees, click print. I highly recommend this if you've got a lot of employees, print this. There are things that do not waste paper. They let you look at things and get interrupted and come back to the same spot and get interrupted and come back to the same spot, and looking at a printed copy so you don't miss anything is often a good idea, especially with year-end items like this. So once I have paid all of my wages in the year 2021, I want to verify again, only wages with a paycheck date in 2021 appear on the W-2. Folks that get paid in January for a December ending pay period, the only thing from the January check that's going to pull into something associated with the prior year is OPERS and OP&F, because they're by pay periods. But check dates match what the IRS says this belongs in this tax year. So if you are doing a paycheck in January, that first week of January for the pay period ending in December, that's a January tax. So don't try to shove January paychecks, no matter what the pay period is, you don't shove them backward in taxes. Taxes are only about the paycheck date. State retirement uses pay periods. So before I add and print my W-2s, I verified all my employee information I want to print on there: name, address, social security number. I've posted and distributed all wages that have a post date, a paycheck date in 2021. I've reported and paid all my December and fourth quarter taxes, but maybe not yet the December OPERS report, because that's the next paycheck in January, right? So that doesn't have to happen, but my December and fourth quarter taxes should be reported and paid, so I can verify all the reports for each month add up to the W-2 amount. And then I've reviewed the W-2 report, verified all of the reported taxes for the year. Especially those of you who have taken over mid-year, you may discover that somebody did a first quarter 941 and then voided 3 paychecks that were posted by mistake, but never completed a 941X to correct that. So we do find fiscal officers who come in mid-year, they automatically assume that no mistakes were made. Yeah, if you ever figure out how to never make a mistake, I need to know that. So if you're new, please check your W-2 report against all the taxes reported. If they don't agree, something got posted or voided after the report was completed, and you may have to do some amendments. So in the software, we get a lot of questions about what year do I have to do the W-2s in? Well, there's no have to. The software will let you do the 2021 W-2s from either year. So if you still have 2021 open when you're ready to start the process, you're going to work in 2021. But if you got January, you're in January 15th, and you actually put all your focus on getting the year closed, so you are in work year 2022, 21 is closed, the software is going to let you do the W-2s for 2021 in work year 2022. It's just a matter of selecting 21 in the year drop-down list. So temporary mode is an absolutely wonderful option, but we don't lock you down. So if you have closed the year, you can do the W-2s from work year 2022. So where are you going to add the W-2s? You're going to go to Payroll, Reports and Statements, External Forms, W-2 and W-3 forms. You're going to get this important read carefully message. W-2 and W-3 forms are printed only on plain paper, so don't go out and buy W-2 forms. The IRS has approved our W-2s and W-3s on plain blank paper. So there is absolutely no question you can print the W-2s to plain blank paper. Now, some people buy perforated blank paper. They do that just simply because they don't want to use a paper cutter or scissors, and they want the employees to be able to tear their W-2 sections apart. That's up to you if you want to spend the money for that. It's not required. Again, the type you print could eliminate the need for anything for you to have horizontal sheets or the split sheets. So you can buy perforated paper or not. You can still print them to plain blank paper. All right, every single year we get somebody in the presentation who's been doing W-2s on UAN for years, and we emphasize this very hard every year. Every single person that gets a W-2 has to also receive a print notice form. It's absolutely required. There's no question. So you see there's a button that says print notice. It can't get any plainer than that. And all you do is click that button, the print form opens, and you can print one and then take it over to your big copier and make copies so that you have enough for everybody, or you can just print and change the number to print to what you need. So it just depends on which machine's toner you want to use. Some people like to save the toner on their UAN printer and use the big copier when they can. So it's up to you. You can print and change the number to 23 if you want. But every single person that gets a W-2 gets a print notice. And even at the webinar last Wednesday, somebody raised their hand and they said, I have never done that. What's that about? It's in the year-end procedures. It's in our webinar and our live presentation every single year. Everybody that gets a W-2 gets a print notice form. When you're ready to add the W-2s, you're going to get this system message that says 1 W-2 form per employee. And it's pretty rare, but we do get people who accidentally, an employee is switching from part-time or full-time, or they're getting a new earning, and they accidentally set up the whole employee a second time. Never, never do that. If you even try to set up the same employee with the same social security number, which it would be, the system's going to tell you you already have an employee using that social security number. You shouldn't be doing that. So if you are sitting at a computer someone else used and you're the new fiscal officer, if you get this message, what you're going to do is combine the numbers. You can only issue 1 W-2, so you should have found this on the W-2 report because they would have shown 2 of them instead of 1. But you're going to eliminate 1, and you're going to add all of the figures from both W-2s together so that you get 1 W-2 for equal amounts of both put together. Okay, 1 W-2 per employee. All right, this is what the Add W-2 form looks like, and the default in the upper left corner is automatically paid this year. Real simple. And if you've been using UAN payroll software for several years, paid this year is all you need, because a W-2 goes to everybody who was paid this year. Even if they left in February and you deactivated them, they were paid this year, they're going to get a W-2, right? The only people that would change that to all employees and the year would be folks that came on the UAN payroll software, and I know there's some out there because I taught that class to several people this year, and you decided not to do conversion wages. So folks coming on the payroll software in the middle of the year have 2 choices. They can just start posting live and not put any history from January to when they came on live in the software, and then that means when you create the W-2, you're going to have to edit it to put in all the information. That could mean that every employee who quit or was fired before you came on UAN is going to have all employees, because in the software they haven't had any payments. So it's just really the folks that came on mid-year in the payroll software who are going to have to look at the list of employees that are available paid this year and make sure nobody's missing. If they are, switch it to all employees. Even the folks that left before you went on UAN, if they were paid from your old system and it needs to be brought into UAN, you have to do the payroll employee setup in order to get a W-2. So it's really just the new folks on payroll that would be changing that setting from paid this year. Big blue question marks always give you more information. The information contained here often generates calls. So we give you information so you can see why there's a difference. So W-2 forms report tax amounts withheld, not amounts you paid. So what would that apply to? Medicare and Social Security. So if you look at your 4 quarterly 941s, the total Medicare is the employee and employer share. Same with Social Security. It has both totally calculated, but the W-2 is only the employee share. Okay, so that's what would be different on the W-2. It only shows the exact amount withheld from the employee. Now, the next section, W-2 wages are typically differ from gross wages for many reasons. For details, click here. So if you have any kind of pre-tax item, you need to understand what pre-tax isn't one word meaning one thing. Pre-tax have different definitions for different types of withholdings. So this is the blue question mark, and we often get questions about this. So if you have salary reductions, OPERS and OP&F, that's a pre-tax OPERS and OP&F, it reduces your federal, state, and school tax base. So does a cafeteria plan and a deferred comp. So salary reduction, OPERS and OP&F, cafe plan, and deferred comp reduce federal, state, and school tax bases. However, Medicare, Social Security, and local taxes are only reduced by cafeteria plans. So you realize if you have pre-tax OPERS or OP&F or deferred comp, your federal, state, and school tax base does not match your Medicare, Social Security, and local tax base on the W-2. It's not supposed to, because different types of pre-tax items only hit certain tax bases. That's by law. So the software knows what it's doing. You just have to understand what you're looking at. Okay, here's a big one we get questions about all the time. When you're comparing your W-2 report and you're looking at OPRs and OP&F, it's not by pay period. The W-2 is looking for all of the paychecks posted in the year. They don't care what pay period your OPRs was. So for folks that have biweekly and folks that get paid monthly for last month, your January check might be December OPRs for the W-2 for tax purposes. I'm sorry. So your January check might have a December pay period, and that goes on your December OPRs report. But it is going in that box for W-2s in the year the wage was posted. So most people can't match up their 12 OPRs reports to their W-2 because the pay periods. OPRs uses the pay period end date. Taxes are based on check date. And the W-2 is reporting for tax purposes what OPRs and OP&F was withheld in the calendar year. Okay? All right, when you're ready to add, you just select that box to add them all and click Save, and that puts them in the batch. Now, we often get the questions, do I have to edit the W-2s? Well, a lot of times we're going to have to say, well, there would be no way for us to know. You'd have to give us specific information. So possible reasons to edit the W-2, once again, you converted to UAN payroll this year and you did not do conversion wages. So conversion wages pulled in your whole year to date before the UAN payroll software and combines it with the wages posted to get a full W-2. Not everybody chooses to do that. That means they have to edit the W-2s, put in the full amount. Okay, errors in payroll posting, and you called us and we said, this is what we can fix, but that will require a manual edit to the W-2. So I've talked to a few people this year that was the conversation we had. We either tell you that correction fixed it all the way to the W-2 and there will be no manual edits necessary, or this mistake will require a manual edit to the W-2. And the most common mistake is they added a new employee with the wrong school or local tax. So we can swap the withholding, but you can't swap the tax base. It's going to be a manual edit. So we would have told you this is going to require an edit. If you're looking at that, if you're the new fiscal officer and you're looking at the W-2 and you're thinking, I don't understand why that would be because we did not report that, then you might be looking at something that a mistake that will require a manual edit. If you are required to add additional information in box 12 or box 14, it's not a call to UAN and say, what do I add in those boxes? We don't answer that question. You're going to go to the irs.gov website. You're going to go to the instructions for the W-2, and you're going to read what belongs in box 12 or 14. Does anything that you do apply? If so, you may need to add that. But we don't answer that question. We just tell you how to use the software for that. The last is third-party sick pay. And everybody says, what is third-party sick pay? Well, and we have a few people in the audience right now laughing because they had to figure that out this year. This was the first year they had to deal with third-party sick pay, and it requires a manual edit to the quarterly 941s and a manual edit to the W-2, one little box, and the W-3. So if you had third-party sick pay, you probably already know what you have to do. If it was a manual edit to a quarterly 941 for third-party sick pay, it's absolutely a manual edit to the W-2. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, you probably had no third-party sick pay. It's not extraordinarily common. Okay, if you have to add an item or edit an item that was in the wrong place in box 12 or 14, then you can use the W-2 editor. The W-2 editor lets you edit a lot of employees with the same issue so that you can add those boxes. So folks that have an item they do have to add to multiple employees can use the W-2 editor. But some of you, it's just that error correction. And the folks that came on payroll and didn't do conversion wages, you're going to be editing one at a time. So to edit one at a time, you just check the employee box and click edit. And that's going to pull up A system message, read carefully. You can't just type over the amounts that you see. You have to select the override area. So you mark the box override for the section you want to edit, and that gives you access to the override area where you are going to change the information. Now, when you edit the W-2, do not go back and print the W-2 report, because the W-2 report will forever show posted wages, not edited W-2s. So when you are setting your W-2 next to the W-2 report, you should be able to see, you should make notes on your W-2 report, manual edit the W-2, use this figure, blah, blah, blah. And then you've got the difference between the two is this manual edit. And then the total of your manual edits should be equal to your W-3. And you should be able to show, audit, why you manually edit. What was the point? Why did you have to do that? So this is what edit W-2 looks like for the single. Notice we've got a print name override. So if Sally Bay forgot to tell you in December that she got married in November and you already closed 2021, you can use print name override. Okay, so in work year 22, you can print name override. It's going to let you do it. It will not change the employee setup. You still have to edit the employee and fix these as well. The address as well, detail override. You can see there's an override area in each area. So you see box 13 where they've got 13T, third-party sick pay. If the answer is yes, this employee had third-party sick pay, you're going to put the dot next to box 13 override, and then the override column will let you click the drop-down list and choose yes, and that would change that setting. You can see there's a federal override, so if there is something that has to be fixed, you print federal override, and then you have access to the override area to make the correction. The state, if I click on the state box 12 tab, again, each area has an override, a print override area. So you put the dot in print override, and it gives you access. All the information from the calculated goes down to the override section where you can change it. And there's the local in box 14. Again, print override areas. Mark the print override, and then you can edit it in the override section. All right, do we have any questions? Okay, here's somebody sent us the question. If I started the payroll function in March, would all my information for the W-2s be correct? Well, Marla, you didn't say whether you did conversion wages or not, so how would I know? So you'd have to tell us whether you did conversion wages, bringing all of the payroll January through February into the payroll software, and then we would know. We're getting people to say, can I change a person's last name if they didn't give us the Social Security, if they didn't change their Social Security? Folks, that is something you would ask the Social Security Administration. So if the only time you change a last name on a W-2 is if they actually change their Social Security, you would know that better than me. I'm a software, the UAN software person. So we got a couple people that says, make them show their new Social Security number that has their new name on it before you change the name, but always update the address when they actually move. And then look at their local tax. Okay. If the last paycheck with a pay period end date in 2021 is January 7th. Okay, folks, we're getting people who are putting in really convoluted if this, that, and I'm not going to confuse 500 people. I need you to call the support line and talk that through. So all paychecks dated in January are January taxes, and it's going to be in year 2022. So if a paycheck's dated in 22, it's got to have a 22 paycheck date, right? It's gonna be posted there. That's a 22 tax, but it could have a December ending pay period. All right. You have to, if you really don't understand that, you need to call and discuss this. Okay, so let's not mix up filing employer share electronically with printing and hand delivering employees. And John is the next section. He's going to cover printing W-2s for the employees, printing any employer copies that you have to file paper by paper, and creating the electronic file for filing electronically. So but that's going to be covered in the next section. We do not do mailing labels for W-2s. The software won't do it. We got a question about, is sick leave credits third-party sick pay? No, that's not what third-party sick pay is. So again, call the support line if you've got a question about what you think third-party sick pay is, and we'll see if we can't answer, but you really do have to know what your payroll consists of. We're software support. If you call and say, I have third-party sick pay, we can tell you the places that have to have edits, but we can't tell you whether or not you've had third-party sick pay. You have to know that. And it's not sick leave. It's not COVID sick leave that you pay. I've got a question about folks that have employees that live out of state and they are state tax exempt. I am not going to read that question. It's a very good question, but if I read that question, 400 people it doesn't apply to are then going to be confused about what they have to edit with state tax. So Christina, that's a really good question, but please call the support line so we can specifically answer that, because we find that sometimes a question that seems like it's not going to confuse people then generates 300 calls to the support line. So that's a very specific edit that you will have to make. Call the support line for instructions if you have an out-of-state employee withholding a different state. The prior fiscal officer did not put payroll in UAN. Well, then you can't do W-2s through UAN. So if you don't have if you have not been posting payroll in the UAN payroll software, you aren't going to do W-2s from UAN payroll software. So the section we just covered is for people who are actually using the payroll software, and the software does produce a W-2 at year end. Okay. We're going to roll on to the next section, which is John. Take it from here. I'm off to compete in the knitting competition. And the man to beat this year is the director of UAN. John, wish me well in that knitting competition.
Best of luck, Trina. That I know that the knitting competition's a very fierce one. So I hear the favorite this year is UAN director Tim Maloney, but we'll see if Trina can unseat him. All right, let me get everything all done up here. And all right, so I'll take you through how to print a W-2. So Trina's got those, took you through how to get those added, edited, all that fun stuff. So before we start printing W-2s, here's your friendly reminder. You have to print the notice. So in your print W-2 screen, there's a print notice button. Those have to be included with each W-2 that's distributed to the employees. So make sure you're not forgetting that. You can see that on our next screen here, maybe. There we go. So you'll see up at the top, you have add W-2 editor print notice. That's the notice that needs to be included. You can print one and make copies of it. You can print however many copies you need of it. At any rate, it just needs to be included with the W-2 distribution. So with the theme of the Olympics, we My favorite sport in the Winter Olympics, although I am a curler, is the skeleton. It's on the bobsled track. It's one person laying face down on a little sled, shooting down the ice going 100 miles an hour. Unfortunately, it's rather obscure, so our graphics department didn't get the memo, and instead we got an actual skeleton. And unfortunately, he's also a little pushy too. Happy New Year, where's my W-2? I'm sure we all have employees that do that, but that's okay. We can get those printed out here in just a jiffy. So when you select your W-2s and hit print, it'll bring up this screen here. It's wonderfully colorful. You've got your blue side, your green side, that's your employer share and your employees share. So we'll break down what each of those means. So the blue side, the employer side, these are going to be what you file with the corresponding agencies. So your copy A is your federal, but it's only required when you're actually filing by mail. So this year you may still do it, but starting next year with the 10 or more employees, that you may not have to worry about your copy A anymore filing electronically. But yeah, just keep in mind that this is for only if you're filing by mail to the Social Security Administration. Your copy D, that's going to be for your internal records. It's a preference. You've got the 2-part or the 4-part. The 4-part's going to be a little easier because it's going to be it's going to be 4 employees per page, so you'll save a little bit of paper there. But that's strictly just a preference. And then your copy 1, so that's going to be your state, city, and local copies. And again, if you file electronically with the state, which now more of you are going to have to do since they've put the 10 employee restriction in, then you don't have to include a state copy 1 when you're printing these. You will still need to include any city or local taxes in that. And you would have to contact them for which format they prefer, the 2-part or 4-part. And again, these are the copies that may not be needed if you're filing electronically. So copy A and 1 of your copy 1s. Remember, there are more than 1 copy 1s needed. The employee side, that's your green side, going to be the right side of the print W-2 screen. You've got 2 options here. So we've got a 2-part, and you can print them individually. So you would have to print a copy B, a copy C, a copy 2. And then, you have to, that's 2 employees per page. You have to print those out, copy, sort, cut, a whole lot of arts and crafts. So if that's your thing, 2-part's probably the way to go. But if you're like me, like to save time, like to save paper, like to save effort, and like to save time, again, we're going to use the 4-part because it includes a copy B, a copy C, and 2 copy 2s, all on 1 page, 1 employee per page. So it's very recommended here. So that's the easier route to go. There's no cutting needed in that case. And would you look at that? Our happy skeleton finally got his W-2. So the W-3s, this is what would get filed with the Social Security Administration. So in order to print those, it would be very similar to the print W-2. You would select all your employees, but instead of clicking print, you're going to click print W-3. Keep in mind that this is going to be only for if you're filing by mail. I'll take you through the electronic file here in just a moment. So once the print W-3 screen comes up, it may take a few seconds or even up to a minute, depending on how many employees you have. It's consolidating a lot of data, so it does take a little bit of time occasionally to generate to get to this screen. Once it pops up, you'll see that there are 2 outlined boxes: the kind of employer and the third party sick pay. The kind of employer, UAN support, we can't help you with choosing that. If you have any questions regarding what your kind of employer is, you would have to either talk to a tax advisor, the IRS, or you can refer to last year's filing. The third party sick pay, again, you'll know if you have it. If you're asking what third party sick pay is, you don't have third party sick pay. So you would click OK, and that prints your W-3. Keep in mind, too, that your W-2s and W-3s, they can just be printed on good, clean, white paper. There's no specific forms needed. Some folks prefer the perforated paper that can be torn apart. It's not necessary. It's a luxury. Just a good, clean, high-quality paper is all that's needed for these two forms. But there's going to be a lot of you that don't even need to print the W-3. So let's take you through the electronic file. So it's going to be very similar here. You select your employees. So again, this is the electronic file that's going to be sent to the Social Security Administration or uploaded through the Ohio Business Gateway. So you would still need to print W-2s for the employees. There's no electronic way for those. But as far as actually filing with withholding agencies, this is how you create that file. So you select all your employees and click the file button. Again, be patient. It does take some time. And then this screen will pop up. You'll notice here that it's a little more detailed. You do still have your kind of employer and third-party sick pay, but you'll notice off to the left, you've got a couple other boxes. So you've got your BSO user ID, your business service online. That's the 8-digit number that's assigned by the Social Security Administration. So it is a required field. It's required in the upload file, so it does need to be entered here. So you wouldn't be able to create that until you have that number. Like I said, UAN support, we have no idea what your BSO number is. It comes from the Social Security Administration. So you'd have to contact them if you don't know what that number is for your entity. Also at the bottom, you'll see that there's an email and a phone number that's needed. That's just, again, so that they can contact you if there were any issues, questions, or anything like that. So I will direct your attention down to the bottom. We do have a file type button, or file type field, I should say. It varies based on who you're filing with. It will default to your federal SSA option. So that's what you would upload to the Business Service Online portal. So when you select it and hit OK, it'll save it to your usual UAN e-files folder. That's the one that, when you save a report, export a report, anything like that, that's that same folder. And then you would upload that to the Social Security Administration's website. The Ohioan schools, that's going to, that is very similar. There's only 2 changes that you would need in order to generate the state file. So you'll see now that the BSO user ID number, that's no longer the required greenish yellow. Like it's a federal field. So you can leave that blank for purposes of state filing. And you'll notice under the red arrow, we've changed that from federal SSA to Ohio plus schools. There we go. So you'll click OK, goes into that same UAN e-files folder, and that's the file that you're going to upload to the Ohio Business Gateway. We're coming up on lunchtime here, so we've just got a couple odds and ends here that we'll make it through, and then we'll take a break for lunch. So deadlines, January 31st. That's going to be a very common deadline, especially for the federal at the federal level. So January 31st, you've got to distribute your W-2s and file with the Social Security Administration. After lunch, we'll talk about the 1099s. It's the exact same deadline. So anything that's on a federal level, easy to remember, pretty much across the board is going to be January 31st. You'll need to double check your state, school, and local tax deadlines. I believe the state and school follow the federal pretty closely, but double check that just to be certain. Your local taxes, you're going to have to contact the withholding agency and see if there are any special deadlines for those. You will need to complete the corresponding W-2 transmittal forms. As far as the federal goes, UAN does produce that. That's the W-3. If you file by mail for the state and locals, they'll have transmittal forms. For the state and schools, that's going to be your IT-3 form. Your local ones, they also have these transmittal forms as well. So those need to be completed separately. UAN doesn't provide those documents, and we'll show you a report here too that may help with those. Under payroll reports and statements, tax reports, other, this is going to be a very useful report for anything you've got to any extra documentation that's needed as far as your tax withholdings go. We've got Ohio school. They're separate reports. You would select and select that for the year. So you would select a type, select the year, and then print. And that's also going to be useful for your annual reconciliation of taxes. And then likewise for your local, we also do still have the local tax report where same thing, you would mark the year, select the local taxes, and select your individual tax. And again, those typically require an annual reconciliation as well. All right, so we've got a few minutes for questions here. We'll pick up with 1099s after lunch, so we'll take a few minutes for questions, and we'll expect to be at lunch at about noon here. So let's see here. Can we file electronically if we have less than 10 employees? Absolutely. It's only required if you have over the 10 employees, but you can still file electronically if you have less than 10 employees. Same with the federal as well. Even though we would probably have significantly less entities that are requiring the electronic upload this year, you can still do the electronic upload if you have fewer than 10, or for federal, fewer than 100 employees. So when you're doing the print notice for W-2s, do you have to check all and click print W-2? No. You can just click that button. It's a generic boilerplate form. There's not specific to each employee, so you can print one, make copies of it, or you can just print however many copies you need. Can you upload a file for local taxes? Not natively. I would check with your specific withholding agency, but we don't have any local tax uploads available in UAN. So the requirement for Ohio Business Gateway for the upload, that's set at the Ohio Business Gateway level. That's not specific for UAN payroll. So even if you don't use the UAN payroll, that is something to consider. If you use a third-party payroll processing company, you would have to file electronically, assuming you have more than 10 employees. Do you have to register to file with the Social Security Administration? Absolutely. That's when they provide you with that required business service online number. So you would need to register with them. They'll assign the number, and then you can do the file upload. If you file with the gateway, do you still need to do the IT3? No, that is included with the file upload. So kind of like how when you upload to the federal, the W3 is included, same thing with the state upload. And again, the BSO user ID, that's the Business Service Online user ID. It's an 8-digit number assigned by the Social Security Administration. So once you register with them, they'll assign you that 8-digit number, and that's what you would put in that field. And then as far as creating the electronic file, remember that's under the W-2 and W-3 field. And then instead of selecting your employees and hitting print, you'll just hit file instead. All right, we've got 3 minutes. Any more questions? Give a little bit more. I know at the Fawcett Center, Trina was the drill sergeant for down to the minute return from lunch. So no, don't make her do that again. It's 11:57. Any other burning questions? Remember, keep them pretty general if you can. There's got a 1099 question. We're going to handle that in the next section. So we can save that one. We'll pick that up after lunch. And again, BSO user ID, you can contact the Social Security office to get that if you've registered. If not, you'll need to register to get that number. Please give the web ID address for to register to file federal online. You'd have to do that on your own time. You can search Social Security Business Service online, and that should get you in the right direction. But unfortunately, I don't have that specific web address. I think I've covered how to register for the business service online, so I'm not going to cover that any further. So yes, even if you don't have a Social Security withholding, you do still need to file your W-2s and W-3s or do the file upload to the federal because they pull other information as well with that. If you send the W-2s electronically, that doesn't absolve you from doing the annual reconciliation. You will still have to complete that at a later time. That's where that Ohio tax report comes in. Actually, you can see it on this screen that's showing, even though it is, pointing to the local tax just above that Ohio tax report. That's what you would use to complete that. Again, the print notice, it's just a generic form. You just have to print it once and make copies. You don't have to select employees. I've got a question. Did payroll conversion log all the taxes for the year? Like Trina mentioned earlier, it would depend on if you did conversion wages. Call our support line and we can discuss that and have a look. And again, we're getting a lot of Social Security Administration questions regarding BSO. You'd have to contact them for any questions. All I know is you need an 8-digit number to put into that BSO user ID field. Beyond that, UAN support, we can't help you beyond anything beyond. So when we left off, we were getting ready for 1099s, and like our little man that zoomed across the screen there, we you do have to purchase specific forms for your 1099s. These aren't something unlike the W-2s. You do need special paper for these. So check early, check often, because these 1099s, especially as year end nears, they do start to come in short supply. It was mentioned off at the top of the webinar that the form did change this year. So instead of a 2-part form for the previous years, they've moved to a 3-part form. That should have been a change at the federal level, so I'm not sure if there's going to be any 2-part forms floating around out there, but just be careful that you're buying the 3-part forms for UAN purposes. And also be aware that there is a 1099 miscellaneous and a 1099 non-employee compensation. So make sure you're getting the right forms for your purpose. As far as processing those in UAN, you can do it from either work year. So you can do it from 2021. you can do it from 2021 before the year is closed, or you can do it from 2022 after 2021's been closed. It doesn't matter. The main thing is going to be the actual form date. I'll show you what I mean with that. So if we're going to go to general reports and statements year end, you'll see that there's an option for both 1099 miscellaneous and 1099 NEC. You would add whichever forms you need, and you may need both. You may need 1099 miscellaneous and 1099 NEC forms, but just make sure it's a very minor difference as far as the naming of them goes. So just be careful that you're selecting the right one. In this case, let's have a look at the 1099 miscellaneous forms here. So you'll see at the top the year is 2021. That's what I mean when I say the form date, because you don't need to be adding 2020's 1099s. That doesn't do you a whole lot of good. So make sure that's 2021 up here. And then once you're ready to add the form, you just simply use the add button here, and that'll bring up the add 1099 miscellaneous form. So we've got a couple filters up at the top that you see. We've got the payment total. Last I checked, the minimum to issue a 1099 was $600 paid to that vendor. Double check to make sure that is still the amount. It's been $600 for a while, so I wouldn't imagine they change it, but always double check before you run them. And then we'll select all, but you'll see up at the top, just above that, there's a vendor type 1099 required and all vendors. Be cognizant that just because 1099 required is selected, it's a manual entry field in the vendor setup. So if you're expecting to issue a 1099 to a certain vendor and they're not showing up on this list, and you paid them the $600 in this case, you can change that vendor type to all vendors and see if they show up there. Like I said, it's a manual entry field, very easy to omit. So we've got our 3 vendors selected, and we'll click Save and Close. Let's see here. All right, so it should be few and far between, but you can edit the 1099 if needed. I'll take you through that process. So you select the one or multiple that you need to edit, and then you'll select the edit button. And you'll see that it gives you some override fields, kind of like Trina spoke about earlier with the W-2s. You can't type into the regular generated fields. You have to use this override. But you'll see that you can override the name and address, the ID and account number, or the amounts. Probably the most common time you would do this is if you need to reassign your 1099 miscellaneous. So you can see down at the bottom that you've got rents, other income, federal income tax withheld. These may be boxes that are relevant to you. By default, everything goes to that other income field where the $1,500 is listed. So if you need to split out some amounts in here, you can override and do that in here before you print the 1099s. In our case, we don't have any edits to do, so we'll just click Save and Close, and then we're ready to print. But maybe not quite yet. So, like I said, 1099 forms, and especially the included 1096 form, it's probably the only thing less valuable than its gold, or more valuable than its gold. They are in short supply. You really don't want to waste these forms if at all possible. So what you can do, you can test print 3 of your vendors onto plain paper and just check the alignment to make sure you're not printing through the underline where an amount goes. So you would select 3, and remember 3 this year, not 2, 3, and click Print 1099, and to plain paper, it'll print, and you can hold it up to the light with one of your 1099 forms just to make sure everything's aligned accurately. In this case, it is, so we'll go ahead and we can load our forms and finish printing. The 1096, it's sort of like the W3 of the 1099s. It's for filing purposes. Usually each pack comes with one or two of these, so you really want to be careful not to make a mistake and print on the form, but it doesn't line up. You're wasting, and you may have to go out and or buy a whole new pack of 1099s just for the 1096 if it goes wrong. So be very diligent with your 1096. Again, you can test print it. In this case, you would select all your vendors and click the print 1096. And then, assuming everything's lined up properly, you can load the forms in and click the print 1096 button. But what if they're not? What if the amounts and the entire form shifted down just a little bit? What can we do to fix that? Well, thankfully, our developers have programmed in an editor. So under General Maintenance Entity Setup, you'll go to the Forms tab, and it'll look a little something like this. So you'll see that we've got the 1099 miscellaneous, 1099 NEC, and the 1096 layout. By default, it selects the standard layout. That's going to be good enough for 95% of folks. But if you're one of those 5% that need to make little minor adjustments to the form, you would select your Use Custom Layout, and then that would make these Design 1099 buttons available. And like I said, you could do it for either or the 1099 miscellaneous, the 1099 NEC, or the 1096. You can do any or all of those. As far as the deadline, it's not news. It's January 31st. It's the same as all the other federal doings. So keep in mind that you do have to mail out your 1099s and as well as your IRS copy of the 1096 before January 31st. All right, so it was a quick little section after lunch. Do we have any questions? We'll keep this question section brief. We've got a question. Do you send 1099 to contractors that are an established business? That's not a question for us. You'd have to check the IRS's guidelines on who does and does not receive the 1099. Can you use 1099 forms that are copies of an original? I wouldn't. They have specially designated forms for a reason. They have very strict guidelines on them. So I wouldn't even test that. I would just use nothing but the originals. Especially since the form changed this year, it's not even like you can try to reuse a 2020 one. The entire form's different. So just shell out the money. You'll thank yourself later for using a good original 1099. Can we use the 2 vendor forms? No, the system's going to default to the 3 vendor forms this year. Like I said, I believe that was a change at the IRS level. This isn't, an option. So it should be, I can't imagine there's going to be 2 vendor forms floating around for 2021. But if you see them, they're not compatible with UA and you have to use the 3 vendor forms. The 1099 miscellaneous and 1099 NEC, can you combine them for one 1096? No. They each require their own specific 1096. So if you are one of those entities that need to generate both the miscellaneous and the NEC, then you'll also need to have 2 1096s. And remember too that anytime you buy a box of, let's say you buy a box of 1099 miscellaneous and 1099 NEC, you're going to get a 1096 for both. You should have the one for each at least. Sometimes they include 2, just if you mess up. Yes, excellent question. I receive a few 1099s from an accountant, but they are carbons. We are talking about non-carbon forms to work with our printers, correct? Absolutely. Those carbon duplicate forms will not work with the printers. So unless you have plans to get out the old typewriter and go at it, do not use those. I know sometimes too there are places that offer free 1099 forms. I they be very careful with those as well, because a couple of years ago we had quite a few clients get these carbon forms that were essentially useless to them. So you need forms that are compatible with a laser printer. All right, like I said, the we were going to keep this question section brief. I just remember, any 1099 questions, the IRS has a great website, irs.gov. They've got a lot of information on it. We're gonna we'll defer you quite often. Us at UAN support, we'll defer you to the IRS or a tax advisor quite often, because we're not in a place to be able to answer those questions. That's something that needs to come directly from them, or like I said, a tax advisor. So with that, I am off. I hear that the desk chair hurdles, is that an event now? I think so. I'm going to have to go check that out. It sounds wonderfully dangerous. So I'll turn you over to Trina here in just a moment, and I'll be back here in just a little while.
John, you will not believe where I have been. UAN just competed in the chair dancing competition. And not only is it chair dancing, it is synchronized chair dancing. So that was fun to watch. And let me tell you, those guys at the Special Investigative Unit, they have got some serious moves. So the gold medal went to the folks at SIC, and UAN got the bronze. So we got some moves too. We did place, but those guys were really, really good. So that was a fun competition to participate in. Alex and Chris and I were the UAN team, and we did medal. So I don't know. John's going to be jumping over office chairs. Remember, those are rolling office chairs that have adjustable arms. Who knows whether he'll end up in good shape for this last section. He has to present. But for what I'm going to take you through right now is the year-end checklist. So the year-end checklist, if you open up the year-end procedures, the first thing you're going to come to is the year-end checklist. And you can see there's a whole lot of work you've got to do in posting your transactions, managing your purchase orders, that the year-end checklist is just going to show you where you are in the process. But it is the tool that will show you when you've completed the minimum requirements to close the year. So it's an essential tool, but you can't just sit on the year-end checklist and expect to get everything done. So let's take a look. Once you open temporary mode, you install 2022.1 and open temporary mode, you're going to start seeing some boxes get checked. So if you go to general, maintenance, year-end, and then year-end checklists, you're going to see the list of all prior years closed in the software. And we can see from this list that Buckeye Township, Franklin County, which is a fake entity that we use for an example, filed regulatory like about almost 90% of our clients do. So you can see, if you're the new fiscal officer and you're looking at the year-end checklist list, you can see the prior years that were filed through UAN. To add the current year, 2021's year-end checklist to get it started, and remember, it's not going to automatically close the year. You can click that button without doing any harm. If you click the current year button, you get the system message that instructions are provided at the top of each tab. Review these instructions, and after you close the year, 2021 will be on the drop-down list for prior year reports. All right. Now, So this is the first time I've just added my year-end checklist, and because it's today, December 6th, Bob and John, today is December 6th. All I had to do was install 2021 and breathe to get the first two to check mark, because it is December and I have installed 2022.1. Now the third one, number 3, that's going to turn green once you open temporary mode. And in our system, we opened temporary mode. Remember, that is the function that gives you early access to the new year. So in December, you can get your new year set up and have it waiting for you so that you can start posting live, rolling over to when the calendar date rolls over. It doesn't force you to do anything. Okay, you see a whole lot of red X's there, and these are the things we're going to be talking about. How do you get these items to turn green? There's going to be steps to take, things to hoops to jump over, and you can see the big one here. The number 4, the group 4 tabs to the left, you see it's 4A, 4B, 4C, all the way down to 4H, all red X's. So the group 4 tabs are going to have to be addressed, A through H. Also the bank reconciliations. You can see one right below that, number 5, bank reconciliation. So I'm going to nag you a few times because we get hundreds of calls about this every year. Make yourself a note. Your bank reconciliation must be posted as of 12/31. You can't close the year if you don't have a 12/31 bank rec. So what that means is if you get your bank statement as of 12/29, then you're going to be able to add the bank reconciliation as of 12/29. You could even get the green check mark, but please don't post it. Please don't post it. Because if you do, you're going to have to void it and do it again, because you have to have a December 31st bank reconciliation posted in the software in order to close the year. Audit requires a 12/31 bank reconciliation, so the software is designed to require it. So even if you do your bank reconciliation as of 12/31, I want you to save, but don't post the bank reconciliation, simply because just like every month of the year, when you post the bank reconciliation, it locks down the month. Well, in this case, it's the last month of the fiscal year. So posting the bank rec is going to lock down the software for anything else you're going to do. And a lot of people call, they have to void the bank rec, do their transaction like adjusting a PO or adding a then and now that they just found out about. But don't post the bank rec until you get to the later step on the best practices. If you look down that list, you will come eventually to complete December bank reconciliation. So it's not that we don't want you to get the bank rec done very early, because you need to know whether you've got issues that need corrected, right? But save the bank rec. And then we want you to, when you get to the step in the bank that is actually on the best practice that says complete bank rec, come back into the bank rec, edit and post, and then post it. So you have not prematurely locked down the year, because it's the end of the year. You can't lock down the year if you've still got things to do. So we try to hit that pretty hard. Save it, but don't post it until you're ready for that point. Outstanding receipt, payment, and fund balance adjustment. So every year we get calls from folks who are trying to close their year, and on the December bank reconciliation, they have been ignoring the fact that they have outstanding receipts adjustments, payment adjustments, and fund balance adjustments all year long. These things were posted in February, April, July, and every month when they post their bank reconciliation without managing those, it prints a list of outstanding adjustments that are being ignored. Well, the December 31st bank reconciliation is going to clear every one of them. Whether you're ready for it or not, they're going to force them to be cleared. So what I need you to do is look at your last posted bank reconciliation report. Is there a list of outstanding adjustments? You'll see outstanding receipts, payments, or adjustments, whatever is still outstanding. Not only that, every time you add a bank reconciliation, you get a message that says you have outstanding adjustment that needs to be managed on the primary adjustments tab. And yet they keep getting left unreconciled. So please take a look at your last posted bank reconciliation to see if you're going to be dealing with these items force cleared. Give us a call if you have any questions. All right, let's cover the Group 4 tabs. Now, you would normally think that this is a penalty on the play, but we got a referee waving the red flag at UAN, meaning get over here and help these fiscal officers. This person does not understand the Group 4 tabs. So let's go over these one at a time. And we got a little guide there in the corner. He's going to walk you through the process. So just keep your eye on your guide and we'll get you through these. So tab 4A is batch transactions. And I think a lot of you aren't going to have any problems with this. But if you looked at this today, so you've got your temp mode open, you've opened your year-end checklist, and you're looking at the batch transactions on December 6th, and you're going, oh, there's receipts in batch. So if you've got receipts, payments, purchase orders, wages or withholding payments in batch today, that has nothing to do with year end. You're going to be posting these things. So some of you, you got a receipt in batch, but you're going to post that before the end of the day. You're getting payments in your batch, getting ready for your December meeting. You got a couple of purchase orders that need to be posted and put in front of the board to approve. That's just part of doing December business. But once you get past December 31st and you're looking backwards, no new things should be going into the 2021 batch, because once the calendar date hits January, you're going to be posting live in the new year, not adding a receipt for January 6th in December 2021. So you can see today is not such an issue, but when you're trying to close the year, you can't have these batch items sitting in 2021. So most of the time, at the point where you're trying to close the year, anything in the batch was added there accidentally and just needs to be deleted from the batch. Now this item is a little tricky. This is direct deposit of wages posted through UAN, but the only way you have EFT batches unposted is if you're one of the folks that post EFT wages in UAN, but you don't upload the electronic file. You log into your bank's web portal and you manually type in the net amounts per employee. So you're not using the upload file, but you should be processing the EFT batch. If you didn't do that all year, I would recommend you go do that. You can even do that today after the webinar tomorrow morning, because if you haven't posted the EFT batches all year, you're going to be sitting there, go to payroll transactions EFT, and every single posted payroll that was EFT this year is going to have to be processed. So you click the file button. You don't have to print the report at this point. It's not relevant. You just have to process the EFT batches. Now, folks that upload the electronic file, this is the process that creates that file to upload. They've already done it. So it's just the folks that manually type in the net amounts on the bank's web portal that have to deal with this if they don't keep it up at year end. All right, withholding adjustments. So every single week, we help clients with wage adjustments. There's lots of different kinds of wage adjustments, but they often create a credit. For example, you withheld health insurance for somebody, but they had walked in the door and they told you they canceled their health insurance, and you had handled that with the insurance company, but you forgot to deactivate the withholding and you withheld it one more time. And you did a wage adjustment withholding refund, and you didn't do anything about the credit that created. So you always have to know what you're doing with the credit. If you don't need it, it needs to be cleared. If you do need it, you should have used it on your next insurance payment. So those are very individual to the need for the credit. You have to tell us whether you need the credit. We'll tell you what to do and how to use it. So a lot of folks, they get the help with the wage adjustment. Anytime you're refunding a pre-tax item, it's going to create new taxes that need to be paid with your next tax payment, and often people forget to do that, and these cannot be carried over. Now, it doesn't mean you don't have to pay the taxes. It simply means you've made it harder. So they would need to be used. So if you processed wage adjustments, we helped you with that this year, you're going to have to look at the report, and everybody can look at this report today to see if you're going to have this issue. So if you go to, I'll show you right where to go for that, payroll reports and statements, withholding reports, And then from the drop-down list, where's my mouse? From the drop-down list right here down at the bottom, withholding adjustments unpaid. And that will show you any credit or new tax that was created through the wage adjustment process that cannot carry over to the new year. And then if you're not sure what you're looking at, you give us a call. So sometimes that insurance credit, you didn't need to use it in your next payment. And it's not necessary to keep it. We'll just give us a call. We'll walk you through clearing it. Taxes are a whole different matter. If you've got a tax credit, why didn't you use it? And if you have already made your final tax payments and your next tax payment is not going to be made until January, you got a problem because you cannot carry that over to the new year. You will have to create a different method. You don't want to be in 2022 clearing a carried over unpaid withholding to add the extra tax to it, because you'll wipe out your carryover encumbrance. So please, 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 if you have withholding adjustments unpaid, give us a call on the support line so we can tell you how you're going to have to manage those. Next tab is 4B, and there's a little jumping to on the left saying there's really two sections here. So let's go over the upper section first. All right, on the left side is the submission type, submit through UAN. Well, it can't get any easier than that. When you close the year, the third backup is your submission to the Auditor of State's office, and it is a complete annual financial reporting, plus it's a file for audit. It hits the Hinkle system. Absolutely everything is complete. We get calls all year from folks who went directly to the Hinkle system and manually typed their report. I don't know why you're doing that. So the instructions, the year-end procedures tell you how to submit through UAN. It is absolutely the easiest way for you to submit. And if you're filing regulatory or OCBOA, there is absolutely no reason to make your life harder by submitting directly to the Hinkle system. However, we do have some really large clients. We've got some cities and some very large villages and townships that file GAAP or FASB type financial reports. And so those folks don't file through UAN simply because they're going to complete a different type of financial report than UAN produces. So if you are filing GAAP or FASB, you would mark complete a GAAP or FASB, and you're going to get this system message that says you're going to have to contact the Hinkle system. So Hinkle system at ohioauditor.gov, and tell them you are a UAN user and you're filing GAAP or FASB reports and you need the opt-out code. The Hinkle system will give you an override code, and you're going to come back to the UAN software and enter that in the box provided after you get the system message. So the only folks that have to file other than through UAN are the folks that are filing GAAP and FASB. All right, over on the right side, this was new last year. It's the same this year. Automatically include additional report. Okay. The blue question mark is going to, remember those blue question marks give you more information. Various reports, sometimes reviewed by audit prior to a formal audit, are already included in your annual financial reporting. So I know a lot of you have been through a lot of audits, and the first contact from your auditors, there's a big questionnaire, and then they say, I want these 25 reports for both years we're auditing. Well, now we're including most of those reports that we know audit wants so that they don't have to do that. If you have filed through UAN, they have all those reports. Another good reason not to opt out if you're filing regulatory or OCBOA. The software is automatically providing all those extra reports, so when they load your file, they have it all. So I can't think of why somebody would say do not generate those additional reports, because they like to do that. They like to provide all those reports individually. Okay, so the bottom section is your demographics and debt. Now this is all about what the Hinkle system has on it, and townships, villages, and libraries have this bottom grid to complete. Now this is a sample of township, village, and libraries each have an extra question that is not relevant to townships. I think the villages, it wants to know your utility customers, libraries wants to know your patron numbers, but these basic items are on all three. If you are a special district, you have nothing to complete in this area, nothing at all. So a special district won't have anything below here on this section. But village, townships, and libraries, you have to complete this section. Now, the good news is these two boxes are automatically going to fill in. Automatically going to fill in because the software is pulling that from what's been entered in UAN. And if you come to the conclusion that these numbers aren't right, that means you have posted something incorrectly in UAN because these are the correct numbers. They're pulling right from what's been entered. So you don't have to do anything with these figures. You do have to enter the population. Of course, the Census Bureau has your population. And in the middle here, full tax rate per thousand, both the inside millage and outside millage, and the total assessed property tax valuation. You need this for year 2021, and that information is provided by your county auditor. A lot of you probably get this information from your county at some point during the year. You just don't realize that that's exactly what you're going to need at year end. So give your county auditor a call. Tell them what you need. They're used to getting these calls every year end now, ever since this was added. And they'll probably tell you, you got that in February. And if you weren't the fiscal officer, ask them to cut you some slack and email you a new one because you are the new fiscal officer and you can't find it. But once you understand when they send that to you, you can make sure you know where to get it each year end. So you have to complete that information based on 2021. All right, and this lower section is all about debt or capital leases. Some of you don't have any debt, so that's why we can't make these figures green to force you to do them. If you do have outstanding loans or capital leases as of December 31st, 2021, then you enter the outstanding principal on the box that is relevant to the types of loans that you have. And yes, this is kind of some of the same information that you're going to be doing in other places. So there's more than one place debt information goes in your annual financial reporting. So this is just one place. So the outstanding principal as of December 31st, 2021 is what they're looking for here. All right, tab 4C, annual financial report. This is where you're going to select the type you're going to file through UAN, ACBOA, or regulatory. Now, I do want to draw your attention to the upper right corner because this applies to everybody, ACBOA or regulatory. You have to do the notes to the financial statement. Folks, ever since 2016, the fiscal officer has to prepare the notes to the financial statement. They're not budging on this. You are never going to get away with not doing it. All year long, we get calls from people who say, I just got a call from audit. They're getting ready to audit me, but I didn't do the notes, and now I'm inauditable. So we have them download the template, type the notes, add them into the UAN software for both the audit years, and refile. Well, that makes your refiling date past the deadline, and they can fine you. If you file late, you could be penalized. You could pay the penalty for filing late. And I think that they are just about to the end of the rope on giving you some slack in not doing your notes on time. So at some point, they're going to say, okay, since 2016, you've had to do this. If you're not going to do them, get somebody hired and get them added to your software before you close the year. So the notes have to be done by everybody, and that's going to be talked about in more depth. This little X is not going to turn green until you add your notes in the software, and that's about the last thing you do before you close the year. All right, so now we're looking at the section where you choose what you're filing. Well, like if you're new and you're not sure what you should be filing, you can look at the year-end checklist list and you can see what they filed in the past. And if it says regulatory, pretty certain you filed regulatory all those years. Over I'd say 90% of our clients file regulatory, and I'll show you. The ACBOA report is a more comprehensive annual financial report. You can see there's a lot of busy things and some red X's down here that we'd have to complete. So if you're filing ACBOA, you will have to complete all of those steps because it is a more comprehensive annual financial report. There are some things you are going to have to classify, some questions to answer, and that gives you a more comprehensive annual financial report. But if you choose regulatory, I want to see all of those things go away. So why do 90% of our clients file regulatory? Well, because there's a lot less requirements. So you should be putting that in front of your board and telling them what kinds you're filing. And I also want to warn you, for years I could never figure out why we would get calls from fiscal officers and they would say that they just got a call from their auditor and they told them they filed the wrong type and they had to refile regulatory. And I'm thinking, how is that possible? When I finally found out why that happens, if you are under a contract with an IPA auditor, that means it's someone other than the Auditor of State's office is going to audit you, your contract might say regulatory. So make sure before you switch to ACBOA or switch from ACBOA to regulatory, you look at your IPA contract. So if you're new and you don't know what that means, you might want to call your regional auditor of state's office and ask them, am I under contract for audit and for the year 2021? And if the answer is yes, ask them if they can email you a copy of that contract if you don't have it in your files, and you'll see whether it's regulatory or ACBOA. And then that, again, you're going to stick with your contract. I never understood why somebody who went to the extra trouble of doing ACBOA was told they had to refile regulatory. And that means something more than just switching a button and refiling. The notes are formatted differently for ACBOA. The ACBOA reporters have a different format of notes, and they also do an MD&A report. So you work harder to get a more comprehensive annual financial report. So if they're telling you you have to have regulatory, that means you get to download the regulatory template, complete the notes for regulatory, and refile with the right format of notes. So make sure you're catching that right. It's something you can find out about now rather than waiting until you're ready to close the year to see whether you're under contract and what that means to what type you're going to file. Now, regulatory filers and ACBOA filers as well, but regulatory filers specifically, if you have a fund that needs to be mapped, you still need to use the fund utility. So it is nothing's going to pop up and say, by the way, you have a fund that has to be mapped. You're the one that has to know if you have a fund that needs to be mapped. So what does that mean? Well, Bob's going to cover that in real detail later this afternoon, how to use the utility and all. But basically, sometimes we get a call from people who have just been audited and they've added a fund they're not allowed to have. And instead of making them move the fund back to the general fund where it belongs, the auditor says, well, in this case, and this isn't really common, but in this case, we'll let you keep the fund as long as you map it to the general fund for your annual financial reporting. So there isn't a setting on a fund that says, I'm not supposed to have this fund, map it to the general fund at year end. You have to actually do it every single year end. It's not going to be automatic. So that's why I say you have to know if you need a fund to be mapped. And I talked to somebody on the support line just last week who at their last audit, they were told that they had a fund that was set up as the wrong fund type. They had to move that money to another fund. So they're going to be mapping the old fund to the new fund this year, and then next year they'll be able to eliminate the old fund. So if you've been told these things, remember, don't forget to map or give us a call. We can kind of help with the utility. You have to tell us what your auditor said, and we can help you with the process. So mapping is not done on this form, and there's no red X that's going to say you haven't mapped. But if you know you need to map, you go to General Reports and Statements, Year End, and AFR Fund Utility and do the mapping. So there's no green check mark for that, no red X if you haven't done it, only the notes and your type of filing. is going to appear here. Tab 4D, well, this is so easy, I can just sit in the shade. So your contact information, this information does not update the UAM profile. What it does is it embeds the information in the data file. So when the auditor downloads your file into their audit software, they've got your contact information, and so they're going to contact you that way. So this is not going to update your UAM profile. It is just going to embed that information. All right, this information down below is coming from general maintenance entity setup. So if you are looking at the former fiscal officer's name, then you need to go to general maintenance entity setup and fix that. Tab 4E, hardware and mailing. This is something you can do early. We need the auditor of state inventory tag number and the computer serial number from the computer, not the printer, not the monitor, the computer. And these lovely blue question marks, if you click on the blue question mark in your software, it'll show you a picture of a laptop and a desktop and what those tags look like. So you know you're putting the number in the right spot. So especially with the computer exchange, and we've had some folks that had computers crash that have been replaced. We need to make sure you have the correct inventory number for your AOS number and the computer serial number. Down below, we want the hardware address. And with the pandemic, people have been working from home where they used to work at an office. So make sure this is where the hardware sits most of the time. And I know some of you have a laptop and you're like, well, I work at the township, I work at home, I work here, I work there. Where's it sitting at most of the time? That's pretty much what it's asking. Where does it usually sit? And that's not a PO box. And then we want your mailing address. So your mailing address is down here below. And again, this is not going to update the UAM profile. It's providing information for the auditor in the file that they pull into their audit software. So if your mailing address is exactly the same as the hardware address, just check the box. If not, type it in. Up here, I did those in the wrong order, but you're going to put in your numbers, compare them to the UAN records, and if they're the same, you're going to check that box that what was last year is the same as this year, and I don't think anybody's going to have that because last year you had a different computer. So make sure you're looking closely at that and only check the My Auditor tag matches if it actually does. Goodbye. All right, tab 4F, next year FO and details. And if you are one of the lucky folks that I've talked to on the support line that is retiring and you're training your replacement, you know exactly what your last day of work is because you've worked that out with OPERS and you've actually got a retirement date. So again, this is for the audit. This is going to be embedded in the file. So if you are going to be the fiscal officer next year and you have no plans to retire, then just leave it defaulted to same as current fiscal officer. But those folks who are leaving, you get to mark who the newly elected or appointed fiscal officer is going to be. If you know that, if you don't know that, you can't mark it, and then give their as of days. So some people have an actual start date. They're training under you now, and they're going to take office February 1st, where you're retiring. Okay, so mark that if you can. And if you're marking the newly elected, put in their name, address, phone number, email address. That'll be embedded in the file, but it will not automatically update the UAM profile. Now down below, you're going to have to acknowledge that we did explain to you, and you do understand that when you close 2021, 2014 will disappear from the prior year drop-down list. And if you have not verified that those files were in your public records and you didn't print them and somebody asked for 2014 records you don't have, you will be in some pretty serious trouble because you are acknowledging that you knew we told you this. So make sure that you know before you acknowledge. Like I said, if you don't want to crawl in with the spiders and check the 2014 box, print the list of year-end reports that we recommend for this year for the year 2014 before you close, and then label that box 2014 year-end reports and tuck it into the spidery cave of old records. Oh, this guy is so frustrated, and every year end he just keeps calling us and he keeps saying, this box won't stay checked. Okay, we know that. It's on purpose. We still have people carrying over $300,000 in purchase orders they should have closed. This is the list of items that you have that you are carrying over. If you are looking at that list and you know you don't need some of those to pay bills in the new year for items that were ordered or work that was done in 2021, the bill is just going to be paid in 2022. That's all this is supposed to be. This is exactly the amount I need to carry over. You shouldn't be carrying over every single purchase order that's still open in 2021, and we still get people who are doing that. So yes, I want you to look at tab 4G. Each time you come into your worksheet, give it a glance. You're going to have to wait sometimes until January, 2 weeks into January, to make sure as the mail comes in that you make sure you've got the exact carryover amount you need, and you've reduced your purchase orders to only what needs to carry over to pay the bill in at the January meeting. And then every time you look at this list, it's going to be exactly what you need to carry over and not $1 more. Again, you're not supposed to be carrying over things you don't need to pay the bill on in the new year. So only click the acknowledgement when you are ready to close the year, because this isn't going to stay checked, because it's not going to. You can't just acknowledge that today and never look at it again. We're going to make you come back, but there's no need to keep checking it and saving. Carryover withholdings. We talked about that. You need to know what unpaid withholdings you're carrying over the new year to be paid. In our case, we always pay the prior month's taxes at early next month. So that means on January 4th or 5th, I'm going to be paying the December or fourth quarter taxes. And of course, OPERS and OP&F, we have biweekly. So there's going to be one pay period in 2021 and the second pay period in 2022. I'll be doing my OPERS from 2022. So there's a difference between unpaid and carryover encumbrance. We get a lot of confusion about that. So everything that is unpaid will show up as unpaid, just like it always does every month. These are the unpaid withholdings. However, only the employee share, or if you have employee fringe, is encumbered in 2021 where the wage is posted. The employer share encumbers when you post the payment. So if my look at my bottom one, the U.S. Treasury, my federal tax payment, that is the employer share of Medicare. So that 128.25 is going to hit my 2022 appropriations. But the 228.82 employee share is carrying over 2021 appropriations. It's the same way that happens every single month. The employee share is encumbered when the wage is posted. The employer share does not encumber until the withholding payment is made. So I do want you to evaluate this list. You should not see things here that are 4 or 5 years old unpaid. That's a serious problem you've got to take care of. And the clock is ticking. I know we've talked to a lot of folks that have walked in the job and there's 3 years, every single unpaid withholding for 3 years is still unpaid in the payroll software. Well, you're going to have some penalties on that, but you have to understand what your problem is before you can just start clearing out unpaid withholdings. So be sure and talk to us about that. We will give you the best advice we can when you are trying to clean up that much old stuff. But we need to make sure that what you are carrying over is going to be paid next year. Definitely going to be paid next year. So that's the point of carryover. This is going to be paid just on the normal schedule we have, which is going to be January. Again, this acknowledgement box is not going to stay checked. You should be evaluating this more than once. And once this list is exactly what you're carrying over, There's no point in checking this. Wait until you're ready to close the year because it will not stay saved. We still have folks carrying over thousands of dollars in things they should have dealt with. Again, here we are on the spot in the best practices. Circle this. It says complete the December bank reconciliation. So that means you have now reached the point where you go back to the accounting transactions, bank reconciliations, and you've got your December 31st bank reconciliation already reconciled for the last 2 weeks. It's been sitting there waiting for this moment. Remember, the date has to be 12/31. So if you added it as of 12/29, there is an advance button that lets you move the date to 12/31 before you post. Give us a call if you don't understand that process so that you don't have to do the bank reconciliation over. So at this point, if you did everything in order as you should, and remember, W-2s don't have to be done by now. 1099s don't have to be done by now. They can be done in 2022. But when you reach this point, you absolutely need to make sure you've done everything that you should have done to get here. And that's going to lock down 2021 for any other transactions. So post with confidence once you get here. All right, I'm going to open up the floor for questions. And okay. Diane, you sent us a question with not enough details to even know what you mean. So any info on the filing through fire? No idea what you're asking there. So call the support line because we're not filing through fire. I don't know what you mean. The handouts for today's webinar, oddly enough, are right on the home page of the UAN Link website. And it says the button right there in the home page says presentation documents, I think. And click the button and you'll have the 8-page handout for today. Okay, Deborah is asking a question about general fund expected deficit, how it should report. Deborah, if I read that whole question, I'm going to confuse 400 people. Please call the support line for that answer because that is not what you're saying is not the usual thing that everybody else has to do. Here's a good question. Can you confirm if you should be filing regulatory by checking in UAN? No, you can't. All you can see is how the former fiscal officer closed the year, what the setting was when they closed. It doesn't have anything to do with what you should file. So UAN does not have access to your IPA contracts. I have no idea if you have an IPA contract. So you're going to be talking with your regional office, your regional auditor of state's office. So if you don't know who that is or how to get to them, I know that our auditor of state's office, at the webinar, the auditor of state said that their regional liaisons have been really out there talking to people. And he said those are the folks that bring you the free calendars. So if they delivered a free calendar, that was your contact. They probably gave you a card. But if you go to the Auditor of State's website, not UAN, but the Auditor of State's, and you go to contact us, you'll see the contact information for all the regions. So find you which region you're in, call that number and ask if you're under IPA contract and what the filing requirements are under that contract. UAN can't tell you what you should be filing. We could just tell you how to make your selection. What are the list of printed reports that need to be for 2014? In UAN, year-end procedures, every year we include a list of recommended reports to print for the year you're closing. If you are going to be printing reports for 2014, I would use that same list. It is always in the year-end procedures. Okay, I'm getting a lot of questions about reclassifying funds. Now remember, in last year, they did away with regulatory reclassification. So how you for years you had to classify your carryover fund balance even when you were a regulatory filer. They did away with that. So last year and this year again, regulatory filers don't have to classify their carryover fund balances anymore, but you do have to map a fund if you have any funds that need to be mapped. You guys are asking some questions for audit, and I don't even think we ought to get into this. What should you be carrying over as a purchase order? If an item was purchased in December, but the bill is going to be paid in January, you should carry over that purchase order or blanket certificate for the amount you need to pay the bill. Now, I've got somebody who's being very specific about when paying an electric bill in January. We all know that you're going to get an electric bill in January. You get 12 bills a year, and the one in January probably has some December usage on it, if not all December. It depends on when the amount is. And all I can tell you is that what the first auditor who audited me and this is back in 1990, I was appointed as fiscal officer in April. I had no idea what I was doing, of course. And by September, we had our first audit. And I picked that guy's brain. That poor guy, he was exhausted when he left because I needed to know exactly how to prepare for the next audit. And what he told me about electric and telephone and all the bills that are carrying that, you're incurring part of that in December and will pay it in the new year. And he says, we know you pay 12 bills a year. So I don't really pick any of the utilities and check them for carryover encumbrance because you pay 12 bills a year. And from that point, I never carried over utilities. Now, when we bought fuel in December, you better believe I carried that over. It's not the same thing at all. But that was just one auditor's advice to me. It doesn't mean every single auditor is going to use that same rule of thumb. So UAN can't tell you what you should do about carrying over a utility bill. You're really, when your auditor shows up, that's a good thing to pick their brains about. That's what I did, and then I followed that unless I was told later, we want you to do this from now on. So the software would let you carry it over, but I don't know whether you're going to be able not to because you get paid 12 bills a year. There are some things that are interpretive at audit, but if you purchase office supplies in December and you have a blanket certificate or a purchase order open, then there is no question you should be carrying that over and paying the bill in January. It's just, so we do get folks that have some time constraints. So on Wednesday, we had somebody tell us that on January 15th, their county auditor requires them to certify their prior year fund balance and carryover encumbrances. Well, that's before they usually have the all of the bills. Some people are waiting for bills to see exactly what their carryover encumbrance is. And in that case, I'm going to say, you're going to have to shut down the adjustments to your POs. You may decide you don't want to carry over too much. You'll close it. And then in January, do it then and now. But again, that's interpretive. Not everybody has that deadline. If you can wait until the bills come, that is the best thing to do. Wait until January, your bills come in, and you know exactly what needs to be carried over. Go back into 21, adjust those POs and BCs to exactly what you need, and then that is exactly what you've got. So if you happen to close 2021 and then out of the blue a bill comes in and you're looking at your mayor and you're like, excuse me, but this says you bought this on December 15th. You never told me you did. You never gave me any clue that I had to deal with this, and now a bill is coming in. It happens. You have to do a then and now then. I wouldn't make a habit to do then and now because you could get dinged for that. Too many then and nows are always going to be a problem. And remember, any then and now that is more than $3,000, well, $3,000 or more, has to have a resolution approving it within 30 days. So don't forget that. The slides will not be available to view later. We do not want you to use the slides to complete your year end. We want you to use the best practices and the year end procedures for exact instructions. And we used to provide the slides, and it generates too much problem because with a slide, you see a bit of instruction, not the full instructions. We need you to be referring to real instructions when you're doing your year end procedures. Okay, here's one. What about if you place an order in December? Well, Diane, of course you should have a PO. When you place an order, you need a PO in place. Therefore, if you order something in December, but it doesn't arrive until January and you don't get the bill until January, you have to carry over the PO to pay the bill in January. We do get a lot of questions about carryover POs. The rule is no different than it ever is all year long. When somebody purchases something or orders something or has work contracted, the purchase order or blanket certificate should be in place at that time. The bill is paid when the bill comes in. So it's only the items that are contracted for and the work starts in December, or you purchase an item in December and the bill arrives in January, that get carried over. Okay, that is all of my section. Well, let me check if that's all of my section. I may have another spot after that. Who is up next? After me is Bob Walter, and he is limping a bit. And you should see him. He's just a mess. Now, Bob's usually, pretty together kind of guy, but he's just like seriously a mess. Really not meeting the dress code here, Bob. I don't know. Let's get Bob with his microphone on.
It's all right, Trina. It's all right. I may be limping, but I'm basking in the victory. Oh yeah. We came through on the three-legged relay race. Tony did a three-legged relay race with me against LGS, by golly. And we just barely were about to lose it, but he lurched forward, and that big toe just creeped out past the finish line, and we won the race. Thankfully, he did injure that toe and swell it up. Fantastic. It was quite dramatic. Let me catch my breath. All right. So if I can pull myself together after that wonderful victory, I'm going to get you through. Again, you don't have to have the best practices in front of you right now, but you happen to. We're after the bank reconciliation on page 4 at the bottom of the page. I'm going to get you through page 5 here before I hand it over to John, I believe, after that. So we're starting here with the fund utility. As it says on page 4, complete the fund utility and evaluate whether it's necessary to use this utility. So when should you move forward with the fund utility? That is a good question, where there's 3 possible reasons you would move forward, because not everyone's going to need to use it. If you're filing OCBOA statements, then you will need to use the fund utility. Now, let's take a look at this again. Trina brought this screen up here, 4C, a little while back. And if you select one of those two options at the top, OCBOA modified cash and OCBOA cash basis, as you discussed, there's a lot to think about there. If you look at the bottom half of that screen, all of those requirements there take place in the fund utility. I'm not saying everything about BOA is in the fund utility, but all those, it's going to look to see if you completed the minimum technical requirements for that in the fund utility. That all goes away if you file regulatory. Now, regulatory filers are not off the hook. You still may have a couple of other reasons why you would use the fund utility, but the bulk of it is for your OCBOA filers. So looking back at our graph here, when you should move forward, if you're filing OCBOA, now I understand that represents a tiny percentage of UN clients. I'm thinking 5 to 10% at the max, more like 5% last time I checked a few years ago. So, 95% of you are filing regulatory, roughly speaking. But if you're filing OCBOA, you need to fill out the fund utility. Now, we're not going over that since it represents such a small number of our 2,000 customers. But we do have detailed instructions on how to use that utility and complete it in Appendix 1 of the year-end procedures. So that's, I'm sorry, Appendix 7 of the year-end procedures, like it says right there on the screen. Appendix 7. So if you're planning on filing OCBOA financial statements, then you need to look at Appendix 7 and follow through with those instructions. Okay, if you're filing regulatory though, I mentioned there's two other reasons you may need to fill out the utility, or at least part of it. If you have any custodial funds. Now, custodial funds, these are previously known as agency funds, just up until a couple of years ago when the audit division decided to rename agency funds as custodial funds to make it a little bit more specific. So if you have any custodial funds, there's one setting, you got a 50-50 chance of getting it right here. There's one setting in the AFR utility that you need to confirm or change. We'll get to that in a minute. The other considerations for you regulatory filers and OCBOA is fund mapping. So Trina talked about fund mapping a bit. I'm going to talk about the mechanics of fund mapping. This is not super common. In other words, don't picture, hey, I've got 10 funds and all of my funds are going to be mapped for one, or mapping all over the place here. Now, you may have a fund that needs to be mapped. You may not. Sometimes it's required. Many of you may do no mapping whatsoever. The software is not going to stop you. There is not like a red X like Trina mentioned in the UN checklist, but you need to evaluate whether you need to do any fund mapping. All right, so let's get to those two things. And how do we get to them? Well, it shows you right there in the year-end checklist. You go to General Reports and Statements, Year-End, and then from the year-end menu, AFR Fund Utility. When you click on that fund utility, it's going to open up a really important message that you need to read. However, for the purpose of training class, we'll read it, but we're going to meditate on that message very soon, not quite yet. So we'll just click OK and move forward, and this opens up our fund utility. And we'll talk about custodial funds. If you're a new fiscal officer and you have no idea if one of your many funds is a custodial fund, an easy way to find out is simply by opening the fund utility and looking at the third column. It will, if it's a custodial fund, it's going to list there. There's no customization in that column. It's going to list as a custodial fund if you have a fund that qualifies as a custodial fund. So here we can see at Buckeye, our fake township here for demonstrations, Buckeye Township, we have the 9001 and Unclaimed Monies Fund, which is a custodial fund. So we've check marked that fund, and we'll click on Edit and then Regulatory. It's important that you don't accidentally click OCBOA if you're a regulatory filer. I do get an occasional call at year end, usually at least one a year, where someone picks OCBOA and they're really on accident, they're filing regulatory, they're really confused, and they spend an hour trying to sort things out and figure out all these requirements, and it was just an easy mistake. They clicked on OCBOA when they should have clicked regulatory. If you click regulatory, it's going to hide all of those other requirements in the fund utility and just show you a few things. So we'll click regulatory, and if you look on the left-hand side of the screen, you see that we've got unclaimed monies funds. We've got our fund, whether it be unclaimed monies or not, or any type. It's going to list the balance as of this date, and since we've finished the bank rec, that's our final balance. And on the right side, we're going to have a mapping section. So let's talk about the custodial fund setting first. Now, there's only one thing here, like I mentioned, a fund asset section and two options, either external investment pool or other custodial. What is these talking about? Well, when we print our annual financial statements, specifically the combined statement of receipts, disbursements, and changes in fund balances for proprietary and fiduciary fund types, you don't have to remember all that, just basically the combined statement for proprietary or fiduciary funds. And when you print that, it's going to report any custodial fund you have in one of these two columns. These are column headings, an external investment pool or other custodial. And the default setting is other custodial. So if you call the UN support line and you ask, well, what should I choose here? Is it an external investment pool, my custodial fund, or a other custodial? I'm going to give you a look kind of like this guy. I don't know. I really don't know. And that's really not a question for UN. That's where that message comes into play. Let's read it now. It says UN support can provide technical assistance for using this utility, but we here at UN cannot suggest selections or entries to make. In most cases, like this, we just don't know. It's not our area of expertise. The experts, though, are the auditor state's local government services representatives. In the year-end procedures in this section, you'll find their phone number and you'll find their email address. So you can present your question to them if you have any custodial funds. If you're not sure, you'll look at previous year-end submissions as well, and any other documentation you have to see what's the best selection before you do that. But then if all else fails, give them a call, press that LGS button, and they should be able, they will be able to assist on this. So that's custodial. Now let's talk about the other possible thing you regulatory filers, and I said UGBO as well, may have to do. You may have to do some fund mapping. So in our training township, we're going to use unclaimed monies for this as well, and we're going to map that to the general fund. Now, fund mapping, what are we talking about here? Well, we're not talking about John's mapping out the strategy for our UN team against the Auditor State Division here at our Audit Olympics. That's nice and important, sure, very important. No, we're talking about mapping like this. Just not quite so scary. And I know it's not the Olympic theme, I just like the piranha theme here. Mapping is when a fund is consumed, if you think of it that way, by another fund for AFR statement purposes and only for that purpose. So how do you know to map or not to map? That is the question. And like I said, I can't really answer that question, but I can give you a few tips. First, about mapping, again, it's used to merge a fund into another fund, but only for AFR reporting, only for AFR reporting. In other words, Mapping does not change either the fund in UAN or change any day-to-day reports. So if you're looking at, hey, I'm going to map this, great, and then the rest of the year I'm going to print out a appropriation report, and it's going to show that the unclaimed monies fund is mapped to the general fund. It's going to report part of the general fund or this or that. That's not going to happen. This is only for AFR reporting. All your other day-to-day reports, mid-year reports, they all are going to show those funds independent. So that would be a whole different thing if you need to change the nature of the fund. This is only for AFR, the annual reporting purposes, and there may be a number of reasons you might do that. And finally, you might not need to map any of your funds. Like I said, UN cannot answer whether you should map a fund or not, but look at your reporting history, look at your current situation, your notes, and contact your auditor or a local government services representative. Again, that's where that message comes in. Give them a phone call or email if you think you might need to map one fund to another. All right, so let's do some mapping, but notice here in the fund utility, there's a column. It throws people off a bit, and I can understand why. It's kind of a product of an old programming requirement that our programmers had to put into the fund utility many years ago. This column says mapping required, and you think, I've got all no's, I'm good. I don't need to map. Well, be careful with that. A no in this column does not mean you should not map. In fact, 99.9% of the time, it's going to list out no. And what that mapping required means is that it's required to close the year. If you have a yes in there, it means we're going to stop you and prevent you from closing the year if you have a yes. And that is extremely rare, for extremely rare circumstance, that our programmers wrote in, and hardly anyone ever gets a yes in that column. So don't trust that column. You got to sort that out, like I had mentioned earlier, whether you should map one fund to another fund. So in UAN, in our Buckeye Township, our example, we're going to map the unclaimed monies fund to the general fund. And I believe Trina mentioned this earlier. This is something that is LGS approved. That's right. They put their stamp on it. And this is a rare occurrence. Most of the time we have to tell you, if the question of procedures, should you or shouldn't you do this, we usually can't answer that question here at UN Support. You have to contact LGS, but they've given us specific authorization to say, so those folks out there who have unclaimed monies funds, custodial fund, you should always map it to the general fund according to LGS. They've approved for us to give you that advice. So take that home with you. All right, so to demonstrate this best, we're going to select both funds, check mark both of them, and click on Edit Regulatory. Notice our balance before mapping, 984,760.37. That is what the general fund is starting off at. We're going to click on the one of two records here. We're going to move to the second fund. Nothing real here to do in the general fund. It's just for demonstration. I'll explain why in a moment. And we're going to go to our unclaimed monies fund, and we're going to click that Map To button and select the general fund to tell the software to map this fund to the general fund. Now, look what happens to that fund asset selection once I do that. Well, it's not happening. Wait for it. Wait. It's oh, come on. It's incinerated now. It goes away. Yes. So when you map one fund to another, and in this case the custodial, all that disappears because it's going to be reported as part of the general fund. So in fact, we should have done that first in our example, and it makes the whole fund assets choice irrelevant in this case. So once we save that, it sends the unclaimed monies fund balance of $1,752.25 to report in the general fund. Well, that's going to change our general fund, isn't it? Sure, it went up to 986,512.62, which is exactly the original general fund balance plus the 1,752.25. Yes, the general fund has consumed the unclaimed monies fund when you map it. And we can see that in our fund utility listing. On the right, it's mapped to Fund 1000, which is our general fund. Okay, well, let's turn the page to another subject, and you can literally turn your page from page 4 to page 5, and that's where we're going to go over these 3 statements. So we are picking up on top of page 5 in the year-end best practices, the manual input forms. Now we call these the manual input forms because there's nothing in your day-to-day operations that you would do to get this information into the software. However, these reports, if they apply to you, are part of, like any other financial statement, your auditor of state wants you to complete this as part of your annual financial submission. So it's just something that you need to manually input into the software, and the reports will be ready when you do your submission, if they apply to you, like I said. So to get there, as it shows you on the screen, you go to General Reports and Statements Year End, and the last 4 reports that I've highlighted are the ones we call the manual input forms. Focus in on one of them here. We've got the cash reconciliation. And that is going to be the first page of your printed annual financial statements that you can make available for your public records. So that one applies to everyone. Everyone should print this off. Remember, we completed all the activity requirements as far as we've done the bank reconciliation. So now this can be printed, and when you click on that menu, it's going to open up a form like this. You pick the fiscal year you're reporting on, and then you do any data entry if it's necessary. Now, it might not be necessary. That's why they're not green fields, they're white fields. If you look back on here, some of you may have, for instance, a payroll clearing account, and you would put in the balances of 12/31 in which that would be. For many of you, those fields may not be applicable, and you might not have to type in anything. You can take a look at our year-end procedures. We do have a page on this and read a little bit more about those options. But if none of those apply, you would just simply open the form, pick the year, and click print. And I'll give you a preview of what that form is going to look like. It'll be about a 2-page form. Like I said, you'll use this as your cover page for your public records. Please do not send this to UAN or any of these manual input forms, paper copies. And we'll kind of hit on that point once again. But coming back to the other 3 possible statements here, we've got the cash and assets not recorded. Simply for the purpose of time, we've chosen not to include that in our demonstration, and it's really not as common as the other 2 that we're going to go over. Again, you can read the year-end procedures. It's an Appendix 2, and you can read over a little explanation for a cash and assets not recorded. See if it's something that may apply to your entity. We will go over the debt, schedule of debt service, and schedule of outstanding debt. That applies to anyone who has ongoing debt into 2022. You'll complete those debt schedules. But first, let's talk about these in general. A few points to hit. You'll print these for your records. Like I said, they are part of your annual financial statements, and so they should be printed for your public records. Do not mail them to UAN. Do not make a PDF. Do not scan them and send them by email. We don't want them. We won't do anything with them besides shred them or delete that file. This is going to be included as long as you complete the steps that we have in the year-end procedures for this. It'll be included in your submission, and John or Trina is going to explain how to complete the submission electronically, either through the internet or by a disk. So as long as you input what you need to input on these forms and save it, it'll be, and do that before you complete the submission steps, we will get them, the auditor state will get them through the submission process. Please do not mail them. All right, so let's start with the schedule of outstanding debt. And we're going to use a simple example with Buckeye Township. We only have 2 loans. Some of you may have 10 different loans or different types of debt, financial instruments, notes, and so forth. You'll complete all of them if you have that situation. We're going to make it simple, and we just have 2 loans. And for the schedule of outstanding debt, you're going to add each one at a time. So we're going to click on the add button, and that'll open up this very simple looking form here, and we'll start filling it out. So our first loan is for the purchase of a truck, and that was actually, we took out that loan back in 2020. So we're going to put in the year issued 2020, a meaningful description, the interest rate, the balance as of January 1st, 2021, because that's the fiscal year we're reporting, any new debt that might related to this truck purpose on this loan that might have been issued in addition to that $25,000. There was none, so we left it blank. Now we paid off or retired $5,000 in the fiscal year 2021. So we're going to input that, and that calculates the balance as of the end of the year, December 31st, 2021. And it gives you a running total on the right-hand side. So when we click on Save and type in our second loan for stormwater improvements, it tallies it up on the right. So we've filled out a description, the interest rate. In this case, we took out this loan in 2021, so the balance as of January 1st is 0, but the whole thing was issued for $150,000 in 2021. We retired it. I mean, we retired nothing so far. We just issued this loan recently in the year, and so that's 0. And so our balance going at the end of the year is $150,000. On the right, you can see the grand total of $170,000 for both loans is listed. So we save that. We only have 2 at Buckeye Township, and we're just going to print that report. Here's what it looks like. Basically the same information you inputted in. The other debt schedule is the schedule of debt service, and the nature of that one's a bit different. That's not talking about the state of affairs as of December 31st, 2021. It's talking about your schedule of payments for interest and principal going forward as long as it goes, okay? So what we're going to do here is add our principal and interest payments year by year, starting with 2022. Now notice this is a starred item. If you do not have your payment schedules for your loans and other debt, now's a good time to contact your bank and get the payment schedules for each of your loans. The other thing that's different about the schedule of debt service is that we're not typing in the individual loan repayments separately. We're adding them up and putting a grand total of interest payments and principal payments per year. So if you've got 10 different loans, you're going to need to get out a spreadsheet, hopefully an Excel spreadsheet or on paper, but in some way you're going to, on a spreadsheet, you're going to lay out all of your repayment schedules and total up each year. And that's what you're going to input into the software in this form. So we'll start with 2022. At Buckeye Township, we have our 2 loans. The grand total principal is $15,000. repayment for that year, and interest will be paid at $2,100. Obviously, I've made this nice, easy numbers for you to follow for our example. We'll save that and we'll type in 2023 and it starts totaling it up on the right. In 2024, same repayment amount. In 2025, we're going to save that and we've got a grand total running on the right. And then in 2026, we've got our principal and interest payments go down quite a bit because we will have paid off our truck loan by then. So we've got a principal payment just for that sewer replacement loan of $10,000 and then $2,000 in interest. Now notice when I saved that and I filled out the form for 2031. So I didn't make a mistake here. The thing I'm illustrating here is that the auditor state allows you to consolidate after the first 5 years. You do have to input in the grand total for each year for the first 5 years of debt repayment. But once you get to year 6, you can start summarizing those years in 5-year increments. So that's what I've done here for 2027 through 2031. We have a grand total of $50,000 in principal and interest payments that we're scheduled to repay. And then for another 5 years, we've got a principal of $50,000 and $10,000. And by that time, in year 2036, our loan, as of currently, will be paid off. So we'll save that. It'll list all of them that you've saved. You select all and click on the print button. And this is what the schedule of debt service looks like. So you print that out for your public records, put it to rest. And if you look down in the middle of page 5 now, we've got our next section, which is completing the AFR component units. And this is all I got to show you about that. This is how you get to the menu. It's very rare. The last time I checked into this a few years ago, of the 2,000 customers we had, only 5 or less customers actually needed to fill out the component unit form. So I won't go over that. We do have a 1-page write-up of component units in the year-end procedures, and actually gives you a reference in there to an auditor state's bulletin that you can do further research if you think you might be one of those few UN customers that has to complete that form. Then you should definitely do that. But just take a peek at the year-end procedures on this subject before you start bothering with that form. And then on to the middle of page 5, printing your annual financial statements. It's located under General Reports and Statements Year-End, and then you're going to choose either AFR OCBOA statements or AFR regulatory statements. Don't print both sets of statements. You only need the one that applies to you. So if you're regulatory, print the regulatory statements. And obviously, if you're filing OCBOA, you can print the OCBOA statements. One reason at this point on page 5 of the best practices, you can print these because they are your final statements. You've completed the bank reconciliation for December 31st. You've done all your adjustments and you've followed all the other steps we have for you up until this point. Your statement should be complete by now. And so you can print them for your public records. The other reason you're printing them, as it says on the screen, is that you can use them. You'll need to incorporate some of that information on the reports into the notes to the financial statements. And you'll get the template as will be described in our year procedures, and you'll know where to incorporate part of those notes. So you can print them now. Now's the time to print them in this point in the process and the best practices. All right, so let's look at the regulatory statements first. So you go to the menu option, it'll open up this list area and click on the drop-down list and start printing away. 3 things I have to mention about this. Some of them seem straightforward, but you'd be surprised. The first is there are several reports in the drop-down menu. And this is really a newbie error. Some folks have just call in January and say, hey, I'm told I need to print this combining statement. The only thing we got here is, or the combined statement, the only thing we got here is the combining statement. The combined, I keep saying the wrong one. I'm sorry, I'll use a different example. I'm told to print the comparison budget of disbursements and encumbrances, but all I've got is combining statement. Well, click the drop-down menu. There are like 7 or 8 reports listed here, and make sure that you print all of them. Now, having said that, I'll come to another point. Some of them may not apply to you. My second point is to print, or just select the report name and then click the print button. There are no items to choose from. Now, this one I can definitely understand. We're so used to in UAN to going to the fund status, selecting what funds we want to print, the date range, and having maybe some other options. If you go to the appropriation status, you've got a lot of different options possibly, and different accounts you could select from to print. With the annual financial reports, there really aren't any options. There'll be a blank list, so it can be startling to some folks the first time. All you have to do is select the report name and click on that print button, and it will print a standard report that it prints for everyone else. And lastly, these 2 reports, the proprietary and fiduciary reports, if you click on these and click print and you get a message that says no data to report, don't be alarmed, don't panic. It just means there's no data to report. You don't have any proprietary or fiduciary funds. You can move on to the next statement and print that. So no worries there if you get no data to report. It just means you don't have that type of report to reprint, that type of fund for that report. If you file ACBOA, then you go here and there are a whole big group of reports to print for that. Same 3 points, so I won't belabor that. And we'll just move on to our next slide, which is you print all these guys out. You're going to retain them for these statements for your public records in case one of your citizens may come along and say, hey, I want to look at your annual financial statements for 2021. You'll have a printed copy on file. Please, again, don't mail them to us. So having said that, do we have any questions before we move on to the next topics? Opening the floor for questions. Okay, so was my mic muted the whole time? I hope not. So, okay, are we? Oh, your mic is muted. Are we to assume that we cannot view any data on the AFR utility, carryover POs, and other year-end checklist items until we are in temporary mode? Yeah, so the AFR utility, you can look at previous years, but you cannot look at, now you can open up the, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the year-end checklist. You can view that for previous years. The AFR fund utility is available once you have version 2021.1. Up to 2020, there are too many twos in there. 2022.1. 2022.1. So install that, and then there is absolutely no reason not to open temporary mode immediately after you complete installing the new version update. Okay, so all right, someone may be having some technical difficulties. It looks like other people are hearing me, and we've confirmed that. So I'm sorry if you had some technical difficulties. We can't go back. We will have a recorded, yeah, we'll have this recorded in about a week and up on our website. All right. Is there an option to duplicate the outstanding debt or schedule of debt service? Oh, I've gotten this one before from a prior year. Since these are also part of the Hinkle notes, do we have to manually enter them also? Well, it's not. This is the primary place. This is where you enter them in. And so we get this question every once in a while at year end. The auditor state, you know, certainly we UN can program a lot of things, and we could technically program that in. The auditor state's office has told us don't program that in, and that's because a lot of could have happened in 2020, 2021, where you took on more debt, and maybe you paid off more than you anticipated, and so the auditors do not want to trust what you inputted a year ago for what the state of affairs now in December of 2021. So you are not allowed, and UN support does not allow us, they do not allow us to have a duplicate button for the schedule of debt service or this schedule of outstanding debt. That's something that you have to input each year. It's a really easy, for those of you who never used it, really easy process as I demonstrated. Click add, type an amount. Like I said, you can summarize, but you do have to, if you have several debt loans, you do want to keep your own spreadsheet so that you can easily, from year to year, you can consolidate that, get your own method down for that. So no, that's something you wouldn't need to input. I would do it first in UAN, and then you can incorporate that into your notes in the applicable areas of your notes by typing it in there. Is mapping a zoning fund into the general fund similar? Okay, let me see if I can read all that here. Well, mapping, yeah, mapping is going to look, I don't know if you should map, I can't answer whether you should map one fund to another fund, like we've mentioned, but any fund that you map works the same way. It's going to be consumed, like I said, it's going to be reported as part of the fund that it's mapped to. So I guess the short answer to that would be yes, it reports in the fund that you map it to. All right. What if I did not do a schedule of debt service for 2020 and now I think I should have? Can I do it now? All right, so this fiscal officer was new last year, and they may have missed that. Well, there are only a few things you can do for after you close a fiscal year. Now, if you update that, that is one of the things that you can go back and do for a previous year. However, that would require you to resubmit the previous year. And so keep in mind, that would be a question for LGS if that's going to be something that you might get a penalty for. And, if that's the case, so you want to maybe contact them to say, okay, I need to submit this. First of all, find if you need to submit that or enter that in. And if that's the case, then you can, it's one of the few things you can do with the annual financial reports, but it would require a resubmission. The auditor state's not going to get that information unless you resubmit it after entering in the updates in the manual input area. All right, so if you have further questions about that, you can give us a ring here at UN Support. All right, on the scheduled debt service, okay, to not go to 5-year increments if debt is 6, 7. Yeah, so if you're saying, I just want to, I only have 9 years of debt going out, and I don't mind entering in as individual years, year 6, 7, 8, 9, no problem. I don't believe that's a problem. They're just trying to make it easier on those who do want to. If you got 30 years of debt going forward, it's nice to be able to consolidate it into 5-year increments. To my knowledge, there's not a problem with laying it out year by year. All right, is this schedule outstanding debt services also for your records? Yeah, so that would be for your you would want to enter that in and print that. If you have debt at the end, in 2021, then the schedule of outstanding debt is to show um, a record of that. And so you would want to input that in and print that out for your public records. Absolutely. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, we've got a few questions on notes of the financial statements, and John is going to be dipping right into that. So I'm not going to answer that right now, but thanks for asking and thinking. Um, all right. Yeah. I'm not sure I understand one of these questions here. So we only have so much time. Is leave considered debt? No, it would be considered something, a cash equivalent, essentially, a benefit. Oh, leave. Okay, that's why that didn't make quite sense. A lease. I would, yeah, it depends. Maybe it depends. So I would contact local government services for a question like that. Um, if it's debt, you would put it in as debt, and this one is in the schedules. But I can't answer a question if a particular is a debt or some type of other vehicle. All right, so my understanding is the CARES Act fund extension. Okay, okay, we got a few other things that are going to be addressed in upcoming part of the lecture, so I'll skip over those. All right, so these are all just kind of repeats. So I think that's about all I can answer in this format. You can give us a call if we don't answer your questions by the end of the day. And I am just getting a text message from Tony. Oh, no, not from Tony. Well, yeah, he's sending me one. I'm getting all kinds of text messages here. And for local government services, I was about ready to get on the podium for a victory dance here for our three-legged race. And I've heard here from LGS that we've been disqualified. Oh, Tony was loaded up on Benadryl for his toe, and they consider that doping up. It's not technically illegal, but for our Auditor Olympics, it is illegal, and I am so bummed. We are not going to be able to, we have been disqualified. I'm just going to have to hand the microphone over to John, and he's going to take over the rest of this section. Thank you, John.
All right, so Bob ran off in just a quick hurry. He looked a little panicked. Do you think Tony may have taken too much Benadryl? Whew. Maybe that's why they got disqualified. But let's move on here. We've gotten to the most exciting portion of our presentation. I will say it's the most informative, but it's time, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to file your notes. So, what is a notes document? Well, it's your footnotes to the financial statements. You'll hear it referred to as your Henkel notes. You'll just hear it as notes. Here at UAN, we usually just use the terminology notes, but there are multiple names for it. So don't think that it's anything new if you hear one of those variations. We're all still talking about the same thing. The year-end procedures document, that big 100-page a novel, for lack of a better term, it includes all of the instructions you need regarding filing your note, or I should say adding in your notes, because as our little man here is dunking the ball, you can see that it's actually the UAN closing process that dunks the ball to the Henkel system. So it you don't really file your notes so much as add them into UAN, and then that takes care of the process. Here's a little overview of what we're going to go through. First things first, you've got to download the template. I'll show you where that's located. It's the same place as previous years. You'll edit that, so you'll download it as a Microsoft Word document. It has every color of the rainbow as instructions. The expectation is that the highlighted sections go away, so those should be deleted from your final document. So you'll go in, edit that, delete out the rainbow of colors, and then you'll save that to your documents folder. But there is an extra step in there, so you can't attach the Word document into UAN. It's expecting a PDF. If you've never created a PDF from a Word document, feel free to give us a call. It's not terribly difficult, but there's first time for everything. It's no sweat off our back to help you with that. So first things first, we do have a good report that's going to give you some information regarding your notes document. That's going to be under General Reports and Statements, AFR Regulatory Statements. And you'll see that it's the Budgetary Notes Information Export. So because it has export in the name, it's going to be an Excel document. So you will have to open it in Microsoft Excel. But that'll include a lot of the information that you need to complete your footnotes. So once you've run that report and you have it handy, you can either print it out, you can just have it open on Excel in the background, either or. You'll want to download the template for your notes. So that's going to be under local government, or this is our main auditor estate website. Under the local government heading, there's a reference material section. And it'll take you to a screen that looks a little something like this. Over on the left side, you see it gets a little small, the writing here, so I'll read it out for you. It's the financial statement shells and footnotes. That's what's highlighted there. And then here we've got the regulatory cash basis. Keep in mind that this is going to be for the 90 to 95% of you that file regulatory. Here at Buckeye Township, we file regulatory. We like a nice, easy year close, so we'll select regulatory here. You can see above it that there are OCBOA if that would be something that is needed. So when we click on the regulatory section, well, we're Buckeye Township here, so the choice is pretty simple. Since we have township in the name, we go down to the township section, and you see that there's a notes option there. They have one for villages. You would have to read through this list and find the most appropriate one, but it's that notes link that's going to get you going in the right direction. That should start the download for the template, and that would be what you would fill out. And the gold medal for best UAN feature is temporary mode. I just cannot stress enough how great temporary mode is, because these notes, this notes document, it can be a little bit daunting. It will take some time. It may take some gathering of data, but thanks to temporary mode, you work on your notes document and keep 2022 updated while that way you're not falling behind with your day-to-day work. If you have any questions regarding the notes document itself, we did have an LGS guest speaker back in 2019 as part of our year-end webinar. So on our UAN link website, under the training drop-down in year-end, we've got a notes to the financial statement section, and we've got a recording of that presentation. It's been a couple of years. It seems like more than 2 years ago, but the information should still be pretty good. If you have any questions though regarding the contents of that, then you can contact LGS for any clarification needed. And don't miss the slam dunk. Our little guys made a comeback here. You don't want to email your completed notes document to us. You don't want to print it out and snail mail it to us. We've got a process that will include it in your AFR submission so that you just makes it as easy as possible. So we've changed to a little lizard man here, and we're going to go to general reports and statements year end. And about halfway down, you'll see that there's an AFR notes and documents option. And that'll open up this screen. So again, it's year end. You need to make sure that you're in year 2021 in all of these fields. Sometimes it will default to a prior year if you're not careful. So just anytime you're working around year end, make sure that these year drop downs are 2021. We'll click add because our notes document is ready to go, and it brings up this little browse screen. So this is going to be where you can find that PDF that you created. In our case, it's in our documents folder. You can see it. We've got it highlighted here, our 2021 notes Buckeye Township. So we selected it and hit open, and it'll pull the name of the file in here. But not before you get another pop-up. It's 'tis the season for pop-ups here at UAN. And this one, again, just a reminder, verify that the correct file was added. You don't want to be uploading a picture of your cat. As much as we would love it, unfortunately, UAN support, we don't get to see it. And I don't think the auditors would have as much fun seeing that. So we're going to make sure that our cat is not the star of our year close. So we're going to select the file and hit display. And yep, that looks like a notes document here. So keep in mind that typically your notes document's going to be the bare minimum to close the year for this section. You don't need to attach AFR regulatory or OCBOR reports, any manual inputs like the debt schedules, or for that matter, anything produced by UAN. It's all included in the submission, although the Hinkle system PDF preview thing, it's not going to show all of that information. I mean, when you close the year in UAN, you're sending a pretty decent file to us, and then we pass it along to the Hinkle system. So all of that would be included. All the information that your auditor would need is included in that submission. So don't attach, anything generated in UAN to that notes and documents section. We see that occasionally because it's not in the Hinkle system preview, so they just assume that it wasn't included. It is. And then once you attach that, your little red X in the notes and documents section will turn that lovely green check mark, and that means you're all clear to close the year. All right, so up until this point, I mean, quite honestly, it's kind of felt like you need a little bit of a game plan here. If any hockey fans out there, you skate around a little bit, pass it, but now it's time to score the goal. And you know what happens when you score the goal? You light the red light. So let's light it up. We've got, I'll take you through now that, you've got your year-end checklist all prettied up. It's time for the big close. So we're going to open the year-end checklist under General Maintenance Year-End. And then we've got the year-end checklist. And then you'll click the current year box, per usual. Now's the time for you to check mark your 4G and 4H. So again, we've been very diligent here. We're only carrying over what's needed. We'll acknowledge the statement and move directly over. We'll acknowledge the statement and then just move directly over to 4H, where again, we've already taken care of all of this. We know that this is exactly what we need to carry over, but keep in mind too that this is a last chance to make any changes. So once you have these acknowledgement boxes ready, look at all that green on the left side. It is a beautiful sight. Well, almost. You click the Finish tab, but of course, there's always a paragraph, another checkbox. I don't know what we like more here at UAN, pop-ups or checkboxes, but at any rate, it's an affirmation statement that says, the cliff notes of it is that all transactions are complete, and honest to the best of your ability. And then you'll click the close 2021 button, and then you'll wait. Many of you have probably seen this little box before. It pops up periodically, usually at the most inopportune time when you have UAN support on the phone anyway. But it'll run through a UAN database integrity check, and then it'll pop up to close temporary mode 2021. Important, read carefully. Again, read carefully. Any open purchase orders or unpaid employee withholdings carried over to 2022 will reduce available resources for 2022. Well, if not used properly. So we're getting to the scary verbiage part here. Are you sure that all 2021 transactions are complete? Yes, we are sure. We'll hit OK. And now we've got our first backup of 3. We've got a suggested disk label here, and for that matter, we do recommend backing this one up to a CD or DVD. So your first 2 backups are going to be for you to keep. We receive a couple of those every year. They're not your auditor estate submission. They're for your own records. So you really want to hold on to your first and second backups here. And like I said, we strongly recommend doing it to a CD and DVD. Just that way you don't accidentally delete your backup file or anything of that sort. So we've got our backup screen up. It looks very familiar. So your first one is going to be your 2021 year-end backup. And we'll click the start button, and then it'll run through the usual, the progress bar and everything, the very familiar site of completing a backup. Once that completes, it'll take you through closing temporary mode. Again, this may take just a few seconds. It shouldn't take an obnoxious amount of time. It should just be just a brief break. Then it moves you over to your second backup of 3. This is going to be your 2022 year begin backup. Again, this is for your records. This is not submitted to us. This is something that you keep, in case, God forbid there's a fire or a flood that destroys, UAN equipment, then this backup is a good emergency backup to have. Once you get to the third backup, now we're getting serious. So this is going to be your submission to the auditor of state. It is very important that this gets completed. It's also very important that this gets to us. So, I think most people are well aware of the USPS issues at the moment and how slow mail can be at certain points. If you have any sort of internet connection, I would strongly recommend at least trying an internet submission, because odds are it's going to go through. The only problem you could run into is if your internet's very spotty and drops halfway. But I mean, I'll recommend just at least trying the internet submission once. And bear in mind too, don't duplicate. So if the internet submission goes through, don't send us a disk, because if we get the disk, the deadline's March 1st. If you submit successfully, let's say February 15th, and mail us a disk that day, but that doesn't get to us till April 1st, well, your date gets updated. Even though no information's changed, your filing date gets updated, and now you're technically late. So if you get a confirmation for the internet submission, don't mail us a disk. It can only hurt you at that point. So this is our third backup screen. You'll see that we've got a postal submission and an internet submission. For our purposes, we've got a good strong internet connection here, so we'll select the internet submission and hit start. It'll run through the usual, words popping up on the screen, except now it's going to have a separate progress bar. Depending on your internet speed, it could take a couple of minutes to send this file to us. But like I said, if you've got any sort of internet connection, it's at least worth a shot just to save the 55 cents for a stamp, 50 whatever, however much a stamp costs now. You can save that amount by trying the internet submission. So it will give you a confirmation screen. Due to some technical difficulties, we actually can't get a picture of that that screen that pops up, but it's to the tune of your internet submission was, or your AFRs were submitted successfully. Please wait 3 or more business days to check e-services to verify that it was received. So once you get that that text box, that means that the internet submission went through successfully. And usually it's about 24 to 48 hours for turnaround for that to show up on the Hinkle system. Wait the 3 days. If it doesn't show up after 3 days, give us a call and we can see about resubmitting if need be. And you know what? Would you look at that? We lit the lamp, as they say in Canada. So that's that's the goal. So let's see here. So we've got that all finished up. It kind of seems we've got a little extra time here. So we'll see if we can open it up just to a question or two real quick. Will the auditor estate have a new template for 2021? Not certain. It's it does have a date where you download the template to show if and when it was updated. At this point, it's just now December, so there is still a chance that it could be updated. We don't have a solid answer yet, so that's one you just have to be patient and wait. Once you hit January, you should be pretty safe to download that, but I would hesitate to download it before we reach the actual end of the year, because it usually does get updated. If it does get updated, it's usually in December. Backup files can be put on a thumb drive instead of a CD or DVD, correct? You can still put these first two backups on a thumb drive. It's just very discouraged because a thumb drive, you can edit and delete the files that are on it, whereas once you burn a CD, it's permanent. So that's why we recommend the CD, because these really are fire emergency backups. If you want to use a thumb drive, just do it at your own risk. But we just strongly recommend it, even if it's just these two backups per year that you do to a CD DVD. Just given the circumstance, I would highly recommend them that these would be the two to do on a disc. These slides will be printable for later, correct? No, these slides won't be printable for later. However, we will post a recording of this webinar. It usually takes about a week or so to get it all trimmed down and prettied up, but so that'll be available usually by next week. It may be a little sooner than that, maybe a little later than that, but so we will have a video recording. We just won't have a printable set of slides for you. Okay. All right, so I think it's time to turn it over to Trina. Now that my sections are over, I think that means that I get to run off and take part in my favorite event, the stress ball shot put. And I think I might be the favorite this year, but SIU, they've got some guys up there that are pretty strong. So we'll see how I can manage. I'm going to turn you over to Trina here.
All right, thanks, John, and good luck. I want UAN to get the gold in that. All right, we're coming into the home stretch. Now, you think that because John just walked you through closing the year, there's nothing left for you to do. And wah, 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 that's where a lot of people get in trouble, because there are things to do after you close the year. So I'm going to run you through those really quickly. Of course, all of these are on the best practices. So we are on steps after closing 2021. And you're going to log into the software. Let me show you what that's going to look like. No, there's no year selection. So oddly enough, we at least get 10 calls every January that says, I keep closing my year. and I still get temporary mode. Well, you haven't closed the year if you still see temporary mode, and we always find that they really aren't closing the year. So when you truly have closed the year, you've walked through those 3 backups, and the software has told you your year is closed. And when you log back in, there's no year selection. All right, the first thing that you want to do is write in the best practices. Please, the first thing you want to do is do a little verification. You're going to log into UAN and go to Accounting Reports and Statements, Fund Reports, and from the drop-down list, choose Cash Summary by Fund. So we need you to generate that report for January 2022. So if you close the year in February, you're going to have to change the month back to January. We need January's balance on that. So for the 2022 report, the month needs to say January, and then change the year in the drop-down list to 2021. It'll automatically default to the year. What we're looking for on that report is the December 31st fund balances. So you are going to compare the new year beginning fund balances to the prior year end balances. So you can't use any other report for this. Every year we get a few calls from people who are trying to use the fund status, and that is not going to work. So please, cash summary by fund, verify the 2021 year-end fund balances match exactly the January 2022 balances. I don't know that we've ever had anybody with that issue, but we check it. Now, the certificate of the total amount from all sources available for expenditures and balances. That's the official name of the document you use to certify your fund balances and carryover encumbrances and new year estimated revenue to your county auditor. We just call it the year-end balance certificate because there really isn't enough room anywhere to put that whole name on a button or a menu. So the first thing that people do wrong is they try to do that in work year 2021. You are not certifying the correct numbers if you do that. You have to be in year 2022. We highly recommend you have closed 21 before you log into 22 and try this. But for some folks, their county auditor requires those numbers earlier in January than the rest of the state. And for those folks, they've still got temporary mode open. So there are things that have to be done in work year 21 so that this document pulls in with the right figures. So if you're going to try to do that before you close the year, please call the support line so we can check with you to see what things you have left undone that would have an effect on this report. If you have followed the best practices, right now is the time to be doing that, and it will produce accurate figures. You're going to go to budget transactions and year-end balance certificate. So it is not in accounting, it's not in general, it's in budget transactions, year-end balance certificate. I still get people that tell me they didn't know UAN produced this report, and it's been doing it for many years. The year has to be 2022, and I'm going to just keep harping on that because the number of people that keep dropping it back to the prior year and certifying wrong numbers just will not go away. So please, you are certifying your resources available in the new year. This has to be a 2022 document. You're going to click the Add button, and the form is going to open up, and you're going to have to give it a name. You could call it Fred if you want, but we're just going to call it 2022, so it has something meaningful besides Fred. Now, it's going to be up to you to uncheck funds that are not budgeted. It's also going to be up to you to uncheck funds that you haven't removed yet that have a zero balance, but you're never going to use them again. And the first one that comes to mind is that coronavirus relief fund. Some of you will have that in this list, but you had activity in it in 2021, so it couldn't be removed. So if that fund is never going to be used again, uncheck it. Now, little red notes down in the bottom there say uncheck funds that are not budgeted. What's that mean? Well, if you have custodial funds, and the unclaimed money is a custodial fund, so that's our example we're allowed to use. But some people have other custodial funds. If you have custodial funds, you want to go to General, Maintenance, Entity Setup, and then go to the System tab. And then you're going to look at this section on budgetary. It's either going to be set to custodial funds must be budgeted, that means that custodial funds have to appear on the amended certificate and they have to be appropriated. Or you're going to see it set to custodial funds must not be budgeted. That means they do not get certified on your amended certificate and your board does not appropriate the money. But that's not your money. You are a custodian of the money. Therefore, you can receipt and spend money without a budget or a purchase order. I know that's really confusing, but if your setting is custodial funds must not be budgeted, then your unclaimed money fund would be unchecked. So check the setting. You can look at that now to see whether your custodial funds must be budgeted or not. We get a lot of calls during the year. How do I receive and spend from a fund that is not budgeted? So if it's not budgeted, it doesn't get certified on the year-end balance certificate. Once you save it, it is in the list. You select it and click print. Now you're going to want to keep a copy for your records physically. Audit wants to see what you certified to the county auditor. And you're also going to send the document to the county auditor. This is certifying all of what you are saying. Certify this number on my first amended certificate, and that sets the total amount we are allowed to appropriate on our permanent appropriations. This document, the numbers in it are important. Now, what this is going to lock down is your carryover fund balance less the carryover encumbrances and plus your new year revenue budgets, your estimated revenue. That gives you the total resources available. So this is why we harp on make sure you've reduced your purchase orders so to the exact carryover balance as close as possible as you can get. And that way you're not going to lose resources available that cannot be recaptured. Okay, do we have any questions about that quick subject? Somebody asked, how do you create a disk of the AFR submission for your own files? Diane, there is absolutely no reason for you to have that for your own files. It serves no purpose, and there is no way to do it. We're still going to be covered. We're still going to be covering deleting funds at the end, so let's hold those. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on. I know you guys are getting antsy to get away. So meeting your annual requirements, there are deadlines. So you always have 60 days after December 31st. And of course, that's always going to shift around depending on what February is doing each year. 60 days is what you get. So temporary mode is going to last that long. And if you haven't closed the prior year within 60 days, 2022 is going to be locked down in the UAN software because audit says, once you hit the 60-day deadline, they can't have access to 2022 anymore until they finish and close the year. So it's not something we think up here to torture people who are behind or new fiscal officers that took over in December or are trying to catch up. It is how the software is designed and there is no way around it. All right, your filing date is your receive date. UAN does not determine this. This is what we're told. Like John said, you could mail a disc in January and it doesn't get to us to April and it's crushed into tiny bits. So if you can file electronically, do so. If not, probably going to want to put that disc in a padded envelope inside a box. We get a lot of crushed discs that then we have to call you and say, I need you to resubmit. Incomplete filings made on time are not complete. So what are you saying? What do you mean, Trina? What are not complete filings? Notes. If you did not include your notes in the UAN software before you closed and submitted, you're not auditable. You've just wasted your own time. There is no need to close the year until you've got your notes done. So get to work on those. Once you've done them a couple of years in a row, you should have the rhythm of them. Nobody likes them. I don't know a single person on the planet who has ever called the support line and said, I wish we could do notes 3 times a year. Nobody likes them. They are just part of what's required. So if you are not going to do notes and you're going to pay somebody to do the notes, you have to be able to produce the annual financial and that budgetary report on the AFR regulatory, that export, so that someone else can do your notes, and they have to have it back to you as a PDF. just the notes document PDF so you can add it in UAN and then close your year. All right, so what should you do after you do your filing? Even if you have submitted online, things sometimes go wrong. So we do want you to log into your eServices account and verify your filing. So in the year-end procedures, it says give us 3 to 5 business days. It actually tells you, I mean, eService is a bigger area than it used to be. In the year-end procedures, it should tell you exactly where to go. So follow the instructions in the year-end procedures, log into that, and you'll see your filing. But don't be alarmed if you double click on the PDF and all you see is a combining report and your notes. Because remember what Bob and John has said all along. We get the entire file, plus those extra reports for your audits that is going to keep you from having to produce them. Everything that audit needs and everything the Hinkle system needs is going to be in that big file that you've submitted. The Hinkle system only takes a tiny bite, and what shows up in that PDF is just a fraction of what the entire file holds. So we have the entire file, and audit will have that. So don't be alarmed if you look and it only has combining and it only has the notes, and you're thinking, well, I did those debt schedules, I did the regulatory. Of course you did. We know you did. Your auditor's going to be able to see them. They just won't show up. All right, a lot of people forget you have to publish a notice in your newspaper that says the annual financial report, for example, Buckeye Township in Franklin County, which is a fake entity, has completed the annual financial report for 2021, and it is available to view by contacting, name of fiscal officer inserted here, and a phone number or an email address, and so they can schedule a time or place to view that annual financial report. So you have to notify the public it's complete and can be viewed. All right, we have a lot of people that send an annual file to Ohio Checkbook. The year-end procedures always contain the instructions to do that, and you would not do it, of course, until you closed the year, submitted your file through that process, and then verified your filing status. So the file has to be here in process before we could send off that submission. So verify your submission and then follow the instructions in the year-end procedures to authorize UAN. You're going to log into UAN's website through the profile login portal and authorize 2021 to be sent to Ohio Checkbook. We will send you an email that you have to confirm that you would like us to send that file, and off it goes. So once it lands on Ohio Checkbook, you have to log into their website and go through the process of evaluating and then finalizing the submission so it's made public. So there's no such thing as automatic, but it is streamlined. You just have to follow the process. Okay, print the year-end reports. If you are looking at the best practices as we've been following along, you should be on the bottom of page 7, and it says print year-end reports, the December and the year-to-date reports. A lot of folks forget to print their December reports in the busyness of year-end, and I one time had an auditor say, you only have reports from January through November. I forgot to print the December reports. I did get my board to sign off on the December reports, but I just didn't have what they signed off on in a file. So we had the minutes, but we didn't have the usual sign off thing. So don't forget, in the busyness of year end, you also have to submit to your board the December reports and keep those for your records. And right here is that list. Page 7 starts the list of recommended 2021 year-end reports. So if you are going to run your 2014 reports, and I highly recommend you could do that. You could do that tomorrow. I know today you're going to be done, but tomorrow you can use this list, print all the 2014 reports on this list, plus the annual financial report, stick it in a box, put it in the filing or in the filing storage. So we do give you a recommended list. Some people add other things to that. We wouldn't know what you add to that. So there's the list of recommended reports. Please print those as well as your regular December reports. All right. Do we have any questions about that section? Any funds that appear on the cash summary by fund, when you're doing that log in, if there's a zero balance in December 31st and a zero balance in January, there's nothing wrong. They're both what we're looking for with that comparison of the cash summary by fund is the December balances match the new. I got a question for the year-end balance certificate. Do you have to uncheck budgeted funds even if they're mapped? Unbudgeted funds. Mapping has absolutely nothing to do with anything except the annual financial reports. So as Bob stressed, no other reports you print anywhere in the software under accounting reports or general reports and statements are going to show the mapping. Only the annual financial report is going to show mapping. So when you do your year-end balance certificate, any fund that you're not supposed to have, I'm sure you have kept showing it on your, it's still an individual fund. So it's an individual fund on your amended certificate. It's just that audit says for annual financial reporting, the only way you're allowed to keep that is if you map it on the annual financial reporting. So mapping doesn't change the structure of a fund any other time of the year. UAN is being written. That process has started. If you read the handout of what the Auditor of State said to the audience at the Fawcett Center last Wednesday, you will see that they have started the process. It is about a 5-year process to rewrite the UAN software, and the plan is to move to a cloud-based software. You do not have to worry that this is going to happen in 1 year. So it is a process, and of course, infrastructure plans throughout the state are being upgraded. Lots of areas that have very bad internet are planning to upgrade that in many ways. There's a lot of grant money. So yes, we are planning to moving to a cloud-based software. However, it's not going to happen overnight. It takes a long time to rewrite software. When notifying the public the annual financial report is complete, it's my understanding, and you're talking to UAN support. When I was a fiscal officer before I came here full time, the requirement was you publish it in a paper. So I don't think there's any other way around that. If you think that you have a different way around that, you probably ought to run that by local government services before you try some other method, or you're going to get dinged for not doing it. Okay, we've just got a short section left, and we will be finished for the day. 1095 and 1094 forms. This applies to applicable large employers and self-insured coverage. Not a lot of our clients have to do this. If you want to know whether that applies to you, please go to the irs.gov website, go to forms and publication, or forms and instructions, and look for the instructions for 1095 and 1094. Read the instructions of who has to file that and figure out whether that applies to you. So applicable large employers and self-insured employers have to do them. In UAN, the software is going to produce the report. You will have to fill in all the information. You go to payroll reports and statements, external forms, 1095 and 1094 forms. Step-by-step instructions are under FAQs. So you know how the FAQs in the software follow you around. Go to payroll reports, external forms, 1095, 1094, and you will see what you see on the screen right now under FAQs. Click on that, and there's your step-by-step instructions and frequently asked questions. We do have a video on our website. It's from 2015 when they first created the 1095 and 1094, and the software was designed to complete that form. That video is still relevant. The use of the software hasn't changed to complete those. So if you have to do them, and again, the IRS is going to determine whether you have to do it, but I wouldn't recommend giving them a call. Read the instructions for them, and I think you will find a large percentage of our clients don't qualify. They don't have to do them. And look at the IRS instructions to find out what the deadlines are, because it's up to the IRS to set those deadlines. They aren't the same as the W-2s. All right, when you get your amended certificate back from the county auditor, you always have to compare their amended certificate to your UAN software, because the county auditor has the authority, the county budget commission has the authority to tweak your numbers. I know that could be annoying, but they can do that. And most of the time, they're actually taking your taxes and giving you exactly the tax base, which can be annoying. But that would mean you need to update your UAN software. So when you get your amended certificate, go to accounting reports, budgetary reports, and choose resources available for appropriation. It's the first one on the list. Select all your funds and print that. The far right column of your UAN resources available for appropriation should match the far right column of your amended certificate. That's the total resources available. If it doesn't match, why not? So did they tweak your estimated revenue numbers? The amended certificate usually has two columns, taxes and other sources. Those two numbers together is equal to your 2022 revenue budgets. So if they tweaked your tax figures, you're going to have to fix your UAN software's revenue budget. So there is a way to update that so that it shows as an original budget. And some people consider that a correction, and other people say absolutely not a correction. It is a supplemental. I don't want that to show as a correction because I take offense. So there's a lot of personal thought process in that. But if your software, your UAN report doesn't match the amended certificate, something's got to be fixed. It needs to match. About the time you get your first amended certificate is when most people will adopt their permanent appropriation, because it does set the maximum amount your board is allowed to appropriate. So you get that in front of your board, they adopt the permanent appropriations, and you are going to enter those in the software. Temporary appropriations do not automatically roll into permanents. There's no automatic process. When your board adopts permanents, that's when they get added in the software at accounting, maintenance, appropriation budgets. You're going to click the add button and choose permanent appropriation because that's what they adopted. All right, and it looks the same thing. You're going to choose them by fund, enter the appropriation amounts, total, date adopted, same thing. You also then want to print the comparison of budget and appropriate. You want to verify. You'd be shocked the number of times we get calls where somebody finds out in July they got the fingers on the wrong keys and put in the wrong permanent appropriations. You guys are tired in January. You want to do as many verifications as you can. So accounting reports and statements, budgetary reports again. This time choose comparison of budget and appropriated, and then the final appropriation column has to match your legislation where it says this much was adopted. However it's formatted, there should be a total by each fund and it should match. If you see you've gotten your keys wrong, even if it's a typo on what the board adopted, you have to use the typo because that's exactly what was adopted. And then at the next meeting, they can do a supplemental if there was a typo. But the legislation is actually the governing document. So this has to match that piece of legislation. All right, the variance. This is so useful. We get a lot of calls. People say, I need to know if I have any more money to appropriate. Well, this document is going to show you that. So the total estimated resources, again, matches your current amended certificate. The final appropriation is how much your board has appropriated. And we have lots of folks that don't appropriate 100% for many good reasons. So those are a variety of reasons, but the variance column is going to show you the amount of your resources certified on the amended certificate that your board has not appropriated yet. It is not cash. It is budget. Budgets are based on estimated resources available certified by the county auditor. So don't ever mistake this as a cash balance. Do we have any questions about that section? We'll be getting a utility program. There are absolutely no plans to add a utility billing program for villages for water and sewer and things like that. So sorry, Diane, that's not in the plans right now. And do we have any questions? Okay, you can still ask questions, but I'm going to move forward. This is what we've had questions about all through year end today. How do you remove old funds? So I know some of you have probably right now in 2021 tried to remove a fund. And when you try to do that, there'll be a pop-up and it'll say in use, and it'll show you where it's in use. So let's talk about a fund most of you are going to want to get rid of. And I want to, one of our VCs, I talked to him at the Fawcett Center, and he brought up a really good point. Think in terms of this, the CARES Act fund. I know you guys want to get rid of that so bad you could hardly stand it. And when you roll over into 2022, I don't know anybody that's going to have a balance or a carryover PO left in that fund. That's going to be zero, and you will reach the point where you can delete that fund. However, do you want to delete that fund? So what he said was, look, if I delete that fund, CARES Act, that is the first one in the series of coronavirus relief funds. Remember, the American Rescue Plan is using the second fund in that series, and if we get another grant like that, some kind of COVID-19 grant, we're going to be using that next fund in the series. And if I delete CARES Act, that means the next time I add a fund in that series, it's going to add the first fund number in the series. And I thought, wow, well done. So even though you want to get rid of the CARES Act fund, you might not want to, simply because it'll be the placeholder so that no other fund will ever use the first one until all of those funds are used up. But if you can't stand it and you want to get rid of it, now's the time to think about it. So you have to have closed the prior year, and it has to have a zero balance and no transactions in the current year. So most of you rolled over your CARES Act fund into 2021 with money in it still to be spent, so that you couldn't do it in 2021. But if there's a zero balance and no transactions, no carryovers, that's the first box. The fund can't have any revenue or budget appropriation budget entries in 2022. Well, of course not. You don't anticipate receiving money or spending money in that fund. So that's a no-brainer. The fund can't be used in any of the 2022 created document. Guess what we just created a little bit ago? The year-end balance certificate. And we would have unchecked it, but it's still in that form in the background. So all you have to do to eliminate that problem is go back to the year-end balance certificate. So budget transactions, year-end balance certificate, make sure you have a printed copy for your files because audit wants to see it, and then delete the form from UAN. Just delete it. And now it's not in use anywhere, okay? Now you need to go to accounting, maintenance, revenue accounts, change the status to all. And I know some of you are going to start sending me suggestions. Change the status to removable. Yeah, we've had clients remove all their account codes. So yeah, removable's nice, but you're tired. Don't remove all your appropriation accounts that are removable. So I still say change the status to all and carefully select, then hit the remove button for the account codes associated with the fund you want to remove. So same thing with appropriation accounts, change the status to all, carefully select and remove the appropriation accounts associated with that old fund. And then there are no more connections to that fund. Go to accounting, maintenance, funds, change status to all, carefully select and remove the old fund. Now, coronavirus relief funds may also have another layer that you might have to eliminate because a lot of you paid salaries, Medicares, OPERS, or OP&F out of the CARES Act fund. And if you have, you're going to get a roadblock when you try to remove those appropriation accounts. It'll say in use, in an earning, and I believe the software is going to give you a list of names of the employees. So then you have to edit those employees, edit their deactivated earnings, and remove them. Remember, in 2022, you're not paying CARES Act salaries. So you do have to remove anything that contains that account code. So those of you that had CARES Act salaries, Medicare, OPERS, OP&F, Social Security, those settings in the payroll software, even if they're deactivated now, they have to be removed so that it's not, there's no connection to that fund. So that covers all the material. Now, folks, the reason why you can't remove funds now is probably because the tax budget contains all of the account codes that you're trying to remove. So rolling over to the new year, once you've deleted that year-end balance certificate, you're going to be able to eliminate most of the problems in removing a fund. Okay, don't forget to self-report, but don't do that right now. Every year end, we're doing the webinar and we say, don't forget to self-report, and a flurry of people try to log into the portal at Fiscal Integrity to self-report this webinar that is still broadcasting, and we can't do that. So our the director of UAN, as soon as we finish, is going to send some information over to the training department, who is going to update the fiscal integrity so that the exact hours that you get credit for are reported. So I say Fiscal Integrity Act self-reporting tomorrow. It should be on the website. All right, we now open the floor to any questions you may have. Anything we've covered all day long, any questions you have, we're going to stay and answer those questions, because that's the way we roll. But we have completed all the material. Remember, download instructions. If you're going to get the download email, that is going to show you the download instructions, but you need to go to our website under software and the 2022.1 to get the overview and the install instructions. Follow your install instructions. Folks that have to wait for the disk because you don't have good enough internet, you're going to get the install instructions in that envelope, and we will send them out, but we can't make the mail deliver them any faster. We're getting lots of thank yous. We always appreciate your kind words when we complete a training. How many medals did we win? I'm telling you, UAN, Tim Maloney, the director of UAN, won the knitting competition again. So we got the gold in several areas. It's a darn shame that Tony and Bob got eliminated because Tony took Benadryl, but you know, he needed the Benadryl. You can't really fault him for that. It was not really obvious that it was on the list of banned substances. Tony said we could use him in any joke we had. What's the website for self-reporting? You're going to go, if you go to the Auditor of State's website, you will find a link to that. It is right from the Auditor of State's website. And we don't have the slides up anymore, so I can't give that to you. If you can't find it, you can send us an email. We'll send it to you. You do not get a code from us for self-reporting. That is on your honor. So we don't provide a certification you attended. All you do is log in. And for those of you who watch the webinar a second time, I don't think you get to self-report if you watch the video of the same webinar. But a lot of our folks say that they took the webinar live today, and then once we post it up on the website, they might need some, to go back over a section. You can just watch areas of it. Lots and lots of thank yous and congratulations on our gold medals. It's a shame about Tony. I just love the synchronized chair dancing. Can't you just see Alex, Chris, and I doing synchronized chair dancing and getting a bronze medal for that? Where do you find the template for notes? Remember, your year-end procedures will give you that, but you got to go to the Auditor of State's website under local government resources and reference materials, and then you'll find it. But I know you guys want to get started on those notes right away, and that's highly recommended. Highly recommended. Can you watch the video as many times you want? Yes. Yes, you can. And I've heard more than one person say, I watched that through 3 times, even though I was on the webinar. Folks, sometimes when you're new, the whole language of fund accounting is foreign to you. And yeah, you can. So once we post the webinar, it's going to be about a week from today, because we're going to be answering the phones and answering emails and taking care of training. We do other things, so we'll get that webinar edited as quickly as possible. And all that means is we're going to take out the chunk of music at the beginning, the breaks, the lunch, the break, and finish up. And it shouldn't take too long, but we hope in about a week we'll have that posted on our website. So it will be under training, year end, and you right now will see the 2020 year end video. That will be replaced by the 2021 video and documents. So watch that video as often as necessary, and don't forget to call us if you're stuck on something. We can usually get right to the page in the year-end presentation or the year-end procedures that you need. Don't hesitate to call us. Any ideas if LGS will be hosting the LGS convention in 22? We have not heard yet. We don't know the answer to that yet. We're going to make sure Tony does not drive home. Thanks for thinking of Tony. We'll let him know. Can you help me get a report that helps with the numbers needed in the notes? Well, it's under AFR regulatory, and under so you're going to be in general reports and statements, year end, AFR regulatory, and it's the last one on the drop down list. It was my section. It was in my section. Oh yeah, it was John's section. Yeah, it's the first slide of your section. So John's trying to pull that slide up so you'll know where to go. Okay, so here's the document that we created. This was new last year because people want the notes in the, oh, you weren't showing it yet, were you? Okay. I got the mouse. I'm fighting John for the mouse. Okay, so you can see general reports and statements, year end, AFR regulatory, and it's the last one on the drop down list. So that is not an annual financial report that you print and it's part of your annual financial report, but it is handy because it shows some figures that are formatted exactly the way you need to present them in the notes. So people did find that very exciting. Oh, there's where you download. So he's showing, it's not on the screen yet. If I'm looking at audience view, it's not. There it is. Okay. Oh, the 20-second delay. Okay, so here's where you download the template. Remember, you're going to go to the Auditor of States website. That's not something UAN produces. We don't do the template. That comes from LGS. So local government reference materials, financial statements, shells, and footnotes. You're choosing from the menu on the left. And then if you're regulatory, you go to the regulatory section. If you're OCBOA, choose the OCBOA section. And then from this list, you're going to choose your entity type and only the notes. So do not choose financial statements. The software is producing the financial statements. It's notes that you need. And you get the gold. Okay, here's a good question. So if you are looking at a 2021, it's like right now, a 2021 appropriation status report, it will show you your carryover encumbrance. So if you carried over a PO or an unpaid withholding, and then you close the PO without spending the entire balance, you can't recapture that. We're not talking about CARES Act. This does not apply to CARES Act, but in any other fund but CARES Act, if you close the PO you carried over with an unspent balance, that adjustment column shows the uncaptured resource. That is automatically included in your unencumbered fund balance when you roll over to 2022. So it's a budget figure holding resources available, and as long as you have closed the carryover purchase order that created the carryover encumbrance, that's going to take care of that. We are looking at doing sessions at the OTA, but there's nothing guaranteed, of course, but we are looking at doing some training at OTA. Josette, I'm not going to read your question because it's not accurate. So your question is this list of things what I need to have done before the January meeting? Not necessarily. So we would have to know why your January meeting is the guide for that. So I would say that you probably do need to, as a new fiscal officer, give us a call so we can discuss that with you. So you're right on the 8-page best practices where you're going to go through those by steps, but I'm not certain what needs to be done by your first January meeting. It's going to depend. Some people have a January meeting the very first week of December or January, so there's not possible to do that. How do you suggest a change or enhancement to UA and report? Send us an email, and of course identify your entity and tell us what you want to see, and it helps if you tell us the reason why. So sometimes the development folks don't see a reason why you're asking for that because it already exists somewhere else. So you need to give us an explanation in there. So everybody that wants to can request a change to the software, especially a new report. So when our programmers have time, we'll get a new report added whenever we can meet those needs. All right, that's all our questions. We've gone over. It's 4:08. There's no questions in the bin. If your question did not get answered today, there was a reason for it. It might have been too entity specific. Again, we can't confuse 500 people when answering one very entity specific question. And we got a lot of newbies in the audience. So if your question didn't get answered, please contact the support line and we'll see if we can't give you very entity specific answer to your question. Thank you so much for attending. Don't forget to self-report tomorrow and have a very, very good year end.